观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端找上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。嘿，来认识一下这位新队友，全新沉淀 CLA， 李宁英雄联盟泳池派对2025新品现已上市，上京东搜赛事预测，使用 AI 预测，祝你赢1000元耳机。
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our 3-series day here in the LPL. It's Saturday, which means we have Super Saturday, I suppose. We're starting off with WE versus BLG, Weibo versus Top Esports after, and then JDG versus IG, one of my very favourite matchups within the LPL to end out the day. So I'm not going to be on the first series because I need to rest my voice. Sam will be covering the first series alone. We'll do the second one together, then Sam's got to head off for the third, so I'll be solo casting this third. So you'll have a little bit of a mix and match of both of us throughout the day. I hope you enjoy yourselves. Sam will be coming through shortly to take you through draft and the first series. Enjoy yourselves, and see you on the other side.
Hello， 各位亲爱的召唤师们，欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段。这里是西安曲江电竞中心，让我们有请双方战队登场。首先欢迎哔哩哔哩 Gaming Dream Smart， 上单冰，打野 Shadow， 中单 Knight， 下路 Elk， 辅助 On。接下来，让我们欢迎西安 Team WE。上单 Cube， 打野 Monkey， 中单 Carries， 下路 Tenyu， 辅助 Vampire。LPL 第3赛段常规赛、组内赛第4周第6日的第1场比赛，将会由西安 WE 对阵 BLG 星际魅族。LPL 5位竞巅峰。
Sam do be getting some caffeine, so I'll be here for the first little bit of this. We're getting close to draft. As you were saying earlier, before people started filing in our Super Saturday, starting off with BLG WE over in Xi'an.
White Super, Alex?
Huh?
Do you know White Super?
Why?
Because I'm doing the series.
Yeah, Sam is making it super. And also another fun fact, folks. If you enjoy this matchup, you get to see it again tomorrow.
Hooray! Why do we get to see it again tomorrow, Alex?
Because BLG and WE are playing again.
Hooray!
Tomorrow. Yeah, so that's the whole thing. See Shadow smiling on stage. There's been a lot of stuff been said about Shadow in the last day or two about some probably problems with citizenship. Because
it is all rumours, but it's all a bit spicy.
And we go into the first draft. So you need me to cover the Sam, or are you good?
Nah, I'm good, dude.
Okay, I'll leave you to it. I'll leave you with Sam for the first series of the day. See you in a bit, folks.
Alright, chat. It's me and you. Isn't that a terrifying thought? Ugh. Let's get up and comfy. So, WE going up against dearest BLG. WE been struggling this split. I don't think there's any reason to say otherwise. BLG, on the other hand, having a bit of a resurgence. Shadows come on in looking good. I want to wish Beijuan well as well, who has ended up in hospital with some back issues by the looks of the social media post, which has been a bit scary. So, wishing them all the best and that they recover well and soon. Morning, Carzle. Good to see you. Hey, Freg. Hey, Bell. Hey, Montes. Hey, Bluetail. Good to have you all in here. Trim cakes as well. Oh, yes. Varus being debated as a first pick. It shouldn't really surprise anybody here. Not really a debate when Taeyun's on the team. Response of the Talia. Pantheon is up. Oh, baby. Decided to ban away the Skarner from Monkey. WE getting rid of the Trundle that Shadow's been very comfortable on, alongside a couple very big pocket picks. In the Gwen, of course, is regularly banned with the Yone, right? But that does leave Talia Pantheon open. Very rapidly locked in. Knight Talia is damn good. So what's the response? Immediate Scion Azir. Frontline, good range, good poke, good CC. Yeah, that'll do. Not the worst way to manage the globals. Are still realistically spiking later than BLG, though. And better to go with all of this. Play quite aggressively through that side lane with your globals. It's another good flanking and pick threat with the public execution. What else are we going to ban at this point? Suspect supports here an option. Jungle might also be pinched down on, and that actually makes a lot of sense. Xin Zhao Vi, Xin Zhao Jarvan. Which one are you happy playing into? As a complete side note, I do enjoy this Jam Select music. Got a swagger to it. After those 9 games, we slammed some LEC into LTA. Hell yes, you do. Alistair on the other side suggests to me something like a Nautilus or Leona ban on top of it. Rel also. Actually, I take that back. Rel's probably a better bet at that point. Vi or Jarvan, I would imagine, for BLG. Nico. Interesting. I mean, it is Vampire. Does like to go towards that where possible. Never been a massive fan of splitting bans in second phase. I feel like you don't get enough coverage. Banning the Rel on the other side. It ends up being 3 support bans in the second phase. Happy to play into either the Vi or the Jarvan is what that tells us. Generally speaking, I prefer to see Monkey on Jarvan, I think, if memory serves. But I would happily cede to a Noah. Makes the Snake best of 10 look mild in comparison. Oh, man. Don't remind me about that ridiculous back-to-back. was that, 2018? Grief. Long old LPL lore. Nautilus locked in for BLG. Renata to go with the Varus would make sense. In fact, we're going to ban supports. Nico Renata would have been valuable. Really good in the divers now. Ambassa, Pantheon, Nautilus hate the Renata angle. Weirdness of the double round robin, Monties. That's why they're playing again tomorrow. BLG, remember, started late because, of course, they were on their international jaunt. Oh, we're just going... I mean, they've got the Talia right, so they can't play that into the Azir. Surely it is just the Kai'Sa, right? Jin's a bit safer on the follow-up. Sivir's better scaling. Okay. So Sivir still helps you dive by making everyone faster. There's a late game insurance. And there's good wave clear through mid. To allow your roamers to get good value and not have to worry about mid lane prio too much. On the other side for WE, oh my days, the front to back. If you could set up in a river, Scion and Maokai saplings and hostile takeover and Emperor's Divide and Chains of Corruption, it is miserable, miserable trying to get into that river. La boubou, says Rich Tomato. Kai'Sa will probably suffer in the lane. Yeah, you probably would. You could still play through topside and just deal with Kai'Sa being behind 10 CS and lane swap out of it at like 3 minutes. But Sivir could actually contest the shove with the Ricochet, so. And if you use Spell Shield correctly, you can mitigate a fair amount of Varus damage. Namely the Q or the E. Right, let me go get my coffee from the kitchen. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And we'll head into game for our first match of the day. Well, folks, that decidedly looks like the Rift to me. How did we get here? Right, let me change some volumes around and get us all locked and loaded. Ooh, Ignite, level 1. Gonna get it onto Taeyun. On, has eaten a fair amount of damage, but again, he's a support. He's got a lot more sustain. Taeyun needing some ricochets. Has burned the Ghost, by the way. Realistically means level 2. Gonna go towards this not this Sivir. And this Nautilus. Good early trades there. Unusual. Varus Renata notoriously very lane dominant. WE 1-5, BLG 5-0. Theoretically, this is a BLG 2-0 in relatively dominant fashion. Whether it is or not is a different matter. You're not a fan of this draft, are you, Karzul? I mean, so I'm curious, because the thing is, I look at BLG's draft and I'm seeing the Talia Pantheon, which is a duo which we just don't get to see because it's double global and very, very potent. I'm seeing the Ambessa. Yes, it's been, but I think he's got a lot better at the champion with the Nautilus. And basically, I think assuming someone can dip lane, your ability to turn up with 3-4 people kind of out of nowhere means that WE have to play side lanes well, and I just don't see it going that well. Yeah, Carousel, I agree. On getting the level 2 there into Varus Renata was diabolical. Just really good level 1 hooks. Hooks the Renata to get the ignite down on the Varus, who ghosts and backs off the wave, and they lose level 2. Because Sivir just is pressing Ricochet through the wave the entire damn time. WE wins when you least expect it, only to then go and lose to Ultra Prime and LGD, says the Blue Tailed. And yes. Ooh! Hang on. Oh, nearly that got the combo. Well, that's double flashes for 1. Man, I think if Knight had been a little faster on that flash, that would have been a dead Azir. Monkey. Yeah, has to flash as well. Okay, well, mid-jungle's flashes are down. I'm assuming you all can hear me. Oh, Karis is going on a journey. I think teams got better at playing versus globals. Yeah, no, that's probably fair. I agree. I think they've been in the meta long enough now that that's generally true. Yeah, so you know what, Karzul? I hear your logic, and it's good logic for the record. I'm not taking it apart. I think you have got that is a perfectly valid opinion. That said, WE's comp is predicated on being in the river first. Sion, Renata, Maokai, particularly the Maokai, even the Azir wants to set up soldiers and stuff. You punch the mic to make sure. Thanks, Crampton. Good ignite, by the way. Taeyun, heal from Renata. Spellbook is a thing. Boomerang Blade through the wave. Ah, it's really annoying for out. That minion's gone a little bit too far from the others for ricochet value. Bin. Okay, Cube's not at 6 yet. Ow. Yeah, Bin's not reset yet. That's why he's trading so hard while he can. Here we go again. Shuffle towards the Maokai. Knight misses his seismic shove. Vampire's here anyway. He had a ward, by the way. Just wasn't respectful of the shuffle from Karis. That's on hit, Varus. You're right, it is as well. You theoretically survive the dive a bit better. Is it actually better into Sivir? It's not actually that, but it's actually worse wave clear. So Sivir's going to be able to shove for free. In the duels, you'll probably do a better job into Sivir dueling, assuming Sivir doesn't spell shield your R, rather. If you spell shield the Chains of Corruption, life is doable. Grand Star full top. Here we go. Getting beyond cubes, we can't ult out. Double knockup, can't get beyond. Nicely done from BLG. Good ult, good kill. Deviation shield, gets clear at the wave. Level 6, there's Omnivamp. So, what do we do from here? The fact this Azir is just down 10 CS randomly is really awkward for Karis. Which drafts do we guys prefer? We've just been discussing this, Trescue. Honestly, both drafts have merit. If WE are in the river first and it scales later, Maokai Sap like that, the river control team from WE or setup from WE is very, very obnoxious. Saplings and Azir shuffles and Renata hostile takeovers into what is quite a heavy dive comp is pretty sucky. That said, if BLG get to play with the double globals and just turn up faster, use the very aggressive pick tools they have, WE will really struggle to respond on a good timer with that. Grub's going over to WE. Wave crash. How much is he losing? 2 minions. Should get 3. Okay, he's fine. Don't miss it. Well done, Vampire. Did we talk about the Shadow situation? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. We don't know how much... I mean, a lot of it currently is rumors, right? But he's playing today at the very least. But yeah, there's been some rumors flying around the community that... Shadow is a dual citizen, right? Or alleged to be, because obviously he grew up in Italy. In China, you're not supposed to be a dual citizenship. You're supposed to give up your citizenship to be a Chinese citizen. And allegedly Shadow had it, but again, it's all rumors right now. So until there's a statement made, that's not what we're going to say too much. Sion leash on the grubs. Yeah, it was very clean, actually. If Sion gets to queue a whole set of grubs, it's really, really nice. It's the reason why, like, Cho'Gath is surprisingly good with grubs, because Cho'Gath gets to walk on over, heal off all the Void Mites dying, feast one of the grubs and walk away, and your jungler's like, thank you, this is great. Your jungler kills the first one, Cho'Gath walks over for the second one, you smite the third one, life is good. Yeah, and Pantheon didn't go towards the grubs on the dragon on the other side, so actually it's going to be 2 early objectives to WE. That's really good stuff. Good value out of the early lane prio. The Varus Renata got shoved in level 2, but ever since then they've been able to push her back a lot more. Elks had to play for the Boomerang Blade trades a lot further back. Talia dying as well, I think, threw some weird timers in. Though that said, Karis is not farming very well here. Well, there comes the piercing arrow. Ricochets through everyone. Handshake comes on down onto On. Not too much up top side right now. Kill that went down was nice and all, but it didn't go to bin, so it doesn't really change the gold lead too significantly up there. Good shove in from Elk here. Should be able to get the second plate off the minions. Does. Nice. Hull being stacked equally by both. Nice steal away on the Raptors. Dragon is not up. Timer's broken at the top of our screen, so just keep your eye on the minimap. Just grasp. Lands onto the Nautilus, who cleanses away with the spellbook. Monkey goes in. I don't actually know how much they want that. Death charge comes on down. Maybe looks to be jumped back. Oh, wonderful seismic shove. Vampire surely dies. Flash away with a hostile takeover. Monkey continue to go forward. Elk will cleanse. Vampire bailed out. Doesn't keep himself alive for long. While all the while, Sivir continuing to ricochet. Public execution is slid away from, but Knight's not done. Looking for more. Karis managed to step out of the seismic shove. Just enough space in the corner to get out to safety, but still has to flash. And BLG get away with significant amount more kills. Guys, the scoreboard is dead. Lots of kills just happened. Lots of summoners were burnt. Karis absolutely flashed. I saw it on my screen. Expect a HUD update at some point soon. Ignore the truth of your eyes for a moment. Unfortunately, Ambessa went down to make that play and didn't get involved in any of those kills. Actually, I don't know. She might have done. We can't see a damn thing because the HUD is broken. So I have no idea whether Bing got any value there. And farm values aren't changing. So we're gonna make an educated guess. Oh, the timer's movie again. Hooray. Monkey. Doesn't have flash. He's a very dead tree. Ooh, hang on. Wait, he does have flash. God damn it. I got baited by the scoreboard. Seismic shove, though. Vampire certainly doesn't because he flashed in the last fight. The gold lead is significantly more than 400 gold now. For sure. I'm hoping they know that the scoreboard is broken. On the hunt, Taeyun doesn't have flash available to be used. It certainly doesn't have cleanse. So we'll die on repeat to that. Got confirmation from some of our friends over in LPL English. Well, all the feeds seem to have the same issue. There we go. They just replaced it. Cool. Right. So, let's have a quick check-in. That is 20 CS lead in the bot side, 302 Sivir. That is a scary-looking Ambassador. We've got a lot of plates in earlier clips. 10 CS, 15 CS lead in mid. Shadow's been involved in all the kills. Life is good right now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they didn't say that, Abdul, but that's very funny. Thank you for the followers. Welcome on in. Can we chrono break XDD? I know. So, it is a 3,000 gold lead to BLG. And Karzul. Oh, you poor person who decided to believe in WE this split. The thing is, the analysis wasn't even wrong. They're in the river first. Maybe that's enough. The hostile takeover sucks. Nature's Crash comes on down. Sion is ulting on in. But all the while, look at the ricochets. Taeyun, great angle. Oh, Taeyun. Is he going to die to this dragon? No, Shadow's down. On's down. And Sivir couldn't get enough ricochet damage down. Oh, my days. WE got away with it. Knight's going to try and kill some people off here. Just why with the seismic shove. That's why we wanted WE in the river first, by the way. They nearly lost it even then. The damage was pretty damn foul. If you wanted to know why we wanted WE in the river first, this is it. Sapling onto Shadow, Nature's Grasp, hostile takeover kind of sucked, but Knight is not getting any damage done here. He's not in a good enough position for it. L casts to retreat from Cube, which leaves Shadow and On side to split off. And even then, Taeyun and Vampire are so nearly dead. Like, a kill onto one or the other probably changes. That makes it a bit more playable. BLG still got 2 turrets, though. They got the turret top side. They get the turret down bot as well. Public Execution just wide onto Monkey, though, so couldn't get over the wall, but gets to slide away. Now Shadow's coming over. On's here as well. Flash away from Karis. TP on through. Double seismic shove. Boomerang Blade's not enough. On trying to hook away. Stun onto Monkey. And they all get out. Lots of flashes, lots of teleports, but no one dies. Herald's still up. Now WE have to face check in. Should be feats of strength to BLG at this point. Alp's going to get a shove through mid. The thing is, Karzul, I'm not sure WE's 1 and 5 is fake this split. I think Cube and Karis have been very poor. I think Vampire's been not great either. Taeyun's been inconsistent. Monkey it's basically Monkey and A little bit of Vampires and Faithful. We've got a fight going on, though. On. Chains of Corruption will keep him dead. Knight is dead as well. Now Bin's in the backside, though. Taeyun has gone into the bailout. Won't be enough to keep alive. Flash from Cube to try and kill off Bin, who's got another shield. The Omnivamp healing is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Especially as Elk just gets the ricochet on down with On the Hunt. Man, and better flank value. Unreal. Varus autos very satisfying. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Let's have a look at this again. Because basically, BLG come in from one angle and they throw everything at them. On eats like all of the CC. The Chains of Corruption landed onto Talia, who then dies to the Scion ult. The problem is, Vampire and crew took so much damage that Bin on this flank angle gets to kill basically two of them. Shadow's untouched, has a shield vault. Karis just dies to the Mortal Steel. And then Elk and Bin just kite it out, and Cube can't get the kill with a flash. So what do they go? 2 for 5? Yeah, that sucks. Minute until Atakan. BLG had 100% turret win rate and then lost it the other day. Oops. Still very high. Ooh. Dragon's a minute and a half. Knock up on, but he buffed as well with the dredge line. Herald summoned in mid. Seismic shove. Is it going to get a charge? No, it is not. It does force BLG out of the river at least. W still yet to get a turret, by the way. Hook, wall. On probably dies for this and does, but Bin's on the flank. Ah, Vampire's dead. Scion is dead. Bin is not. Bin gets to hop away. Finally dies, but Shadow's got a shield vault, so that means another kill onto the Varus. Elk just cleanses and walks away. Karis got nothing. Ricochet, auto, boomerang blade. Seismic shove does... Sorry, not seismic shove. Emperor's Divide does nothing. And once again, On just goes, I am riding for Valhalla. Sure, put all of your damage into me, the Nautilus, the most important part of this composition. And they burn all of the cooldowns onto the Nautilus, while everyone else survives. And then Bin just comes in with a flank angle. He's very happy to trade his life there for 2 kills or whatever. Let's have a look again. Because it's a very similar deal. The 4 of BLG going to the 5 of WE, but watch Ambessa. Weaver's Wall comes on down, and at this point they burn so much, and Bin gets over the back of everyone, murders one, begins to hop towards the rest of the play, and Shadow just gets a flash on forwards, and Taeyun's gone ghost. He doesn't have the cleanse, can't deal with the Pantheon on top of his head with the CC coming on through. And Karis had to shuffle very far forward to secure the kill onto Bin, I want to say. Ends up very out of position. Atakan, Dragon secured. Oh, Karis. You good here? Yeah, okay. I wonder whether there might be a Pantheon ult coming. There isn't. Too eager for me. That is a 40 CS lead bot at this point. Flicker Blade's done. Infinity Edge on its way. Clear's 2 items, Jungle's 2 items, Top's 2 items. Like, at the very least, you're large hit 2 items as well on WE. You're not there on the Azir, who's got a very expensive build. But I think he should get there before the next fight. The worry is that at that point, maybe someone like the Sivir will be at 3. Two-level advantage top. Shadow's been involved in all but 1 kill as well. He's having another very high kill participation game. Him and Elk. Very involved in these fights. Very involved in these fights. Ricochet value is good. That's harder to do on a Pantheon, it has to be said. Black cleaver damage. Tier 2 is kind of slowly being sieged at, and that means BLG's get to walk through enemy red buff, pick that up. It's only a 2-person red buff right now, but you can imagine Elk will be being donated. It is. Did something happen to the overlay? Yeah, it broke, Phantom. Is the answer. It just stopped working. There was no updates on the scoreboard. Even like, actually, we've still got the issue that the we can't tell whose summoner spells are up very easily right now. I think at the minute it's actually working again now. But yeah, we didn't have summoner spells. We didn't have a top working scoreboard or a bot working scoreboard. So they've just gone to an older overlay. Monkey on heal cleanse right now. How useful is 2 black cleavers? Sometimes you can get away with just one, especially if you're going to be team fighting a lot. You can effectively get cleaver stacks faster because 2 people are stacking the same metric. It can be useful if you want to get it across a whole team or multiple members rather than just one member, or you don't have a lot of AoE. But yeah, in some ways it can be a little inefficient. But hey, it's also just a very good item individually with the ability haste and all the things for the 1v1s, particularly for both. On gets out, death charge in, Knight comes in with a Weaver's Wall, Nature's Grasp comes on down. Doesn't really lead to all that much though, and Bin is around, gets handshook, exhausted. Still got the public execution as Shadow flashed on out. Karis is now in a horrible spot. The hostile takeover after the flash won't keep Vampire alive. Karis gets flashed on, Sivir gets a double, and Cube. Well, there's something about being there or being square. Can Bin interrupt? No, we can't. Whee! Cube gets out, but it means he's not here. And Baron will be going down to BLG. Lickety split. I also do note that Knight has 10 stacks on his Dark Seal. I can all but guarantee he will be buying a Medjai's on his next pack. In another world, that ult flash from Vampire is cool. So On gets jumped on. Plans to change summoners. Try to jump onto On, but he just gets to run away. Burns summoner with Nimbus Cloak. All the while, Shadow takes some damage, but it's just lots of split calls. They fail the pick on On. They fail the pick on Shadow. They then Giga Deep. The hostile takeover only hits Bin, despite the flashy mechanics to make it play. And then Bin just says, yeah, no. No Blast Cone available. Second Dragon for BLG. Baron for BLG. Yeah, this one's looking pretty doomed for WE, folks. Pretty doomed. Exceptional game from Elk so far? Yes, I agree it is. Hello, Alex from the other room. Yeah, Elk's having a really, really good Sivir game. Him and Shadow have played very well for my eyes. In fact, the fact that Sivir's still nearly 100%. She's dropped 1 kill participation. Shadow's now dropped a couple more. I think that last fight didn't help on that one, but, you know. Solid game from Bin, too, I think. Some really good flank angles. But yeah, Elk Sivir has been really, really nasty. Very good early lane. Really good team fighting. For a player we've sometimes criticised for overstepping in fights, he's walked the line really well this game. So we've got a bit of a discussion, which we might start up in the break, actually. So I'm not going to forget this, Kershaw. But basically, the discussion about, actually, do we like the split groups of LPL, upper and lower? Or do you kind of miss seeing good teams smacking bad teams and potentially giving bad teams a chance to grow from that, etc., etc.? I'd be curious to see what people's thoughts are on that. We'll come back to it in the break. Yeah, Karzal. I think BLG are quite happy to give those up. I think they'll play Varus quite happily. Elk's a good Varus. But they just don't give a damn about Azir. And in fairness to Leah, Pantheon is like permabanned as well. So it's not like they traded Azir Varus for nothing. Oh, that CC chain. Good Aegis Assault, by the way, from Shadow to immune a lot of the damage. How do you know how many kills for each player? If you look at the bottom of your screen, so obviously new to League, if you see the little numbers down right at the bottom of the screen where the little portraits are and all the item icons, the 133 for the Scion says 1 kill, 3 deaths, 3 assists. Kill, stat, assist down there. Hope that helps. Red buff should be nabbed away by Elk. Picture in picture. Bin, how did you get there? Bin? Oh my god. He just... Wow. On eat sapling. Couple minutes till dragon. Oh. Then. Gonna try and find an angle onto Monkey, but he had to sidestep and is now looking pretty low and just down. Yeah, well, your jungler's dead. Vampire just ate a massive chunk from a ricochet. Double proc a boomerang blade. You're welcome, Andre. Welcome to the community. And welcome to League of Legends. What happens after groups? Yes, they will go to playoffs. So the top... Is it 2 teams or 1 team from Nirvana go into playoffs? I don't remember. Night, golden moment. Grand Starfall, flash away. Shield vault forwards onto Taeyun. Shadow's still got the GA, so even if he dies, he just comes back up again and buys all the time he needs. Emperor's Divide, flash on over, decimating smash interrupted. GG. BLG, make it look easy. After a moment or two early on where WE got on the river and made it look interesting in some of those fights. Yeah. Bin flanks. And Shadow ult set Elk up for a lot of success. Good work from BLG. I think the format sucks specifically for the worst Ascend and the best Nirvana teams. But conceptually, I like it, okay? Who the hell wants to watch BLG shitstorm Ultra Prime LNG? It's a very valid complaint, I can see that. And the split groups both eliminate those matches and gives us more competitive series. Yeah, I think the thing is, on the whole, gives us more competitive series. On the whole. And I think for Nirvana teams, you actually are going against teams who are your direct rivals a lot more freely. And you actually do get to play against teams who you are a little bit more evenly matched against. So I think I largely like it, though I do think it's a little bit sad that actually you don't necessarily get like some storied matchups because Group Ascend versus Nirvana doesn't happen so much, and theoretically for Nirvana teams it becomes very challenging to make it to Ascend truly. A lesson as to why you never allow Pantheon Talia. I mean, yes. Talia, Pantheon, and the Ambassadors kept turning up from weird angles. I'm so baffled on DRX versus Bro game, where Closer had 0 assists. Yeah, that was pretty weird. I heard about that one. I didn't get to see too much of it. So can't offer too much commentary. Just feel bad for WE. Yeah, but I mean, remember WE last split earned their right in this group, and then this split, people have respected them more and figured them out more, and I think they just look a lot more fallible, and the strats that were working in split 1 or split 2 are not working here, and they look a lot more mediocre again. Monkey and Milky Way are elo held. I see my own jungling experience watching WE and FBX. Can't help but root for them. Yeah, Monkey in particular, I think, has been doing very well despite the circumstances. I think Milky Way, from my eyes at the very least, feels like he's trying really hard to force plays, trying to leverage his mechanical strengths and get the team to follow up. But I think there is enough disconnect between what he is doing and the team that his plays end up being bad because the team isn't following up, but he's just trying too hard. On the other hand, if he doesn't do it, would anybody make any plays? I don't know. There's our highlights. I should probably turn the camera on. Yeah, we'll do that. We have JDG IG JDG IG rematch, and we can beat WBLG again tomorrow. I know. Let me turn this on, shall I? Where is... I turn the volume down as well, actually. Back down again. There we go. Where art thou? The camera on this one? No, it is not. This is the one. Hello, folks. Camera! Hi, guys. Oh, my days. My hair is funny under my headphones. Looking like an owl. Why does LPL have as much Nymaera prio? New champion, AD carries really like playing her. It's a 3-item scaling carry who the LPL pros are really liking to build with Blade of the Ruin King, so actually does quite a lot of good work into frontline. Has issues getting damage down onto key carries in team fights. Doesn't have the Civ, so it's Sivir range without Sivir ricochet, basically. And the AoE is good for bunched up meatballs, not so great for hitting the enemy AD carry or jungler, say. Fun fact, owls in China are called cat-headed eagles. Huh. Ugh. I have coffee. Give me more of it. Bork is more picked for the slow now. Honestly, I hadn't considered that thought, Dark Worlds. And you're probably right, because again, Nymaera's issue is sticking on a target. It's the reason we're seeing a lot of Ghosts and a lot of Blade for stickiness. I can see it. Also, very versatile in terms of damage. He does a fair amount of magic damage with stuff. Versatile with builds. Scales well. 1v1s well. The issues basically are that realistically, I think to get the most value out of her, you want an Enchanter. And Enchanters aren't really that meta right now. Though we have seen an Enchanter Lulu game with 1xN, but mashing kids with it. The Nymaera Enchanted, basically. But we've seen a lot of games where Nymaera really struggles into certain matchups. She's also more matchup dependent than I was expecting. So Nymaera really mashes Sivir. Really mashes Sivir. Got a very good win rate to Sivir, basically because you 1v1 the Sivir at nearly all stages of the game by the looks of it. But has like a 1-5 1-6 record or something like that into Xayah. Xayah makes Yunara's life hell. There's no way to deal with the feathers. All of her skills are in feather range. You are into a conditional hyper carry in the Xayah who does scale very well with items, but needs to be able to get feather combos off, and Yunara is in pure feather combo range, which is really, really, really miserable. Where's Iwandy with his Janna when you need him? Almighty Phantom, what does Rulers think about it? I mean, obviously you do follow up on CC well enough because you can RE and B there. But I think unless you are just looking for individual picks, Shadow player of the game. You know what? Fair. Very good Pantheon. Very good Pantheon. I think he was the catalyst to make a lot of things happen. He thinks Yunara is broken at all stages of the game. I mean, she has a good laning phase. She's good at 2 items. She scales to 3. There is a lot of Zeri energy to her, I agree. I think the way her windows of power are tied to her ult in a similar way. But she's obviously got the Ashe mechanic on the Q. She's not great for early skirmishes. Yeah, exactly. She's alright there. Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with Ruler entirely. Maybe for scrims and stuff if she gets a lot of gold. But at least from what we've seen over the last couple of weeks, she struggles to get damage down beyond the front line in team fights. She skirmishes well. But does need a couple items to do so. Though I'll admit her 1 item spike is better than I thought it would be. You have to dodge everything, agreed. The thing is, you don't have the wall ride that Zeri does. So your ability to stay safe is tied to your E being up. And if you're using your E offensively, which you're often obligated to, you end up not having it to escape. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, I can see why AD carries are enjoying it. If you're a good AD carry player, you can glide on Yunara. You absolutely can. Couple for bot, some for jungle. That seems like a reasonable split to me. I'm happy Shadow was winning on BLG. I feel like he was good on FPX. I agree. I think he had a really, really, really good run on FPX. Was a large part of their kind of miracle run-up. And is now doing well on BLG, where I was worried he might end up in the base run situation and goes into the sausage meat factory, gets ground out and turned into another cookie cutter jungler without the personality or force of will to get a lot happening. Oh, amazing. So I've got a friend out in Japan. A couple friends out in Japan. And there is a promotion happening this weekend to get, like special Pokemon cards only from buying them from stores in Japan. And a friend of them managed to buy a load.
和生活玩出新意，自由自在，灵感随行，
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
上京东搜赛事预测，使用 AI
Oh, there we go. I need to run some ads. Eat ads, folks. If you don't want ads, subscribe to the channel. I know there's some of you out there with Twitch Primes. Thank you, speaking of, Lemka too, for the resub. Welcome back to the community. Glad to have you in here. But if you are, in fact, an enjoyer of LPL, enjoyer of myself and Alex's content, excuse me, that's not, don't enjoy that, then subscribe to the channel and you'll avoid these ads. Twitch Prime, you've paid for it already. Use it here. Get your value. It's great value. And for those of you who are not Twitch Prime users, or not Twitch viewers in general, and that's completely fine, we have got a Ko-fi link as well. That's a really good way to support us. It's kind of channel agnostic. So that would be really, really good.
생각이 나는 편은 아닌 것 같습니다. 그냥 잘하는 선수라서 다 잘해가지고 그렇게 생각은 안 나는 것 같고, 그냥 라인전부터 말했듯이 잘 해야 될 것 같습니다. 이런 거에 관해서 팀끼리 다시 얘기를 많이 했던 것 같은데 사실 지는 게 좋은 건 아니니까 그래도 지는 과정 속에서 배울 점이랑 경기력이 중요하다고 생각을 해서 그렇게 생각을 많이 하려고 하고 그런 걸로 압력을 좀 푸는 것 같고 앞으로
I need to get more coffee.
결과가
I
이기면
need to run some ads.
지더라도 더 어떤 게
Ads!
문제인지 확인하고
Ads! Right.
목표를 향해서
I'm gonna get coffee.
좋은 결과가 따를 것 같습니다.
I'll be back in a minute.
WBG 现在好像是1杠5，他们的这个赛段就是发挥的也挺一般的，所以我觉得打他们，我们只需要把我们自己的东西做好，我们就会稳赢。Cube 选手就是在上单也是一个打了很多年的选手嘛，也是老对手了，并且他在第2赛段的季后赛也是打得挺不错的，所以这次要注意一下，就是我对线还有换线的处理。打他，我觉得我只要把我自己该做的做好，我就会一定优势。我就想对 Cube 说，就是你已经很久没有赢过我了，这次也跟之前一样的。
Welcome back. Oh, I'm back. Coffee's brewing. I'm resolving logistics to get bespoke Pokemon cards over from Japan from my friend. Excellent job. Hey, thank you very much for the follow. Gigamingus. Okay, logistics done. Does anyone know if the recent news of Shadow would change anything? As far as we know, Shadow's playing today. Seems to be happy playing. As it stands, nothing is changing. It's all kind of rumors and stuff right now. If things do change, I'm sure there'll be a statement. We'll keep our eyes on it, but don't worry about it. If we know, you'll know. All those kinds of things. WE back on blue side, BLG on red. Gwen, Lucian, Yone off the board. Still the Trundle, still Nymaera, still that Skarner away from Monkey. First pick Shinzao. They got banned away the last time, but it means Nico Kaiser straight away for Elkanon. And that should scare you. On has got an obscene win rate on Nico. Had only lost like one game on the champion all that year. And that was international. Can we have Nymaera stop horse grinding in duo cast? He's coming for the second series. It's basically because it's a 3-series day and we're both a bit like shattered. What we're going to do is I'm going to do the first two, he's going to do the last two, and we'll overlap in the middle. But it just helps keep us both sane. So he is going to be joining us a little bit later. I don't think they can hear you asking for Prime while watching ads, though. It's true, I didn't hit the ad button till after, to be fair, Castle. Though I hear your argument, and that logic would stand up in another world. TES are the ones that did put the report in. There are a lot of rumors it's a BLG hate watcher, which would make sense. Just that level of pettiness is utterly ridiculous. Anyway, draft stands for WE. Really good skirmishing. Shinzao, Rumble, Aurora, big ticket ults, lots of target access. When you got a Nico and a Kaiser and the Ornn as well on the other side, there's a lot of very long range target access onto key members now. Elk is going to have to ult well. And if Cube doesn't get good equalizers down as well, I think you end up with a problem where the Nico and the Kaiser just sort of go cool, i.e. run away. Probably just Jin for Taeyun then. Yeah, I mean Ezreal maybe as well, but Ezreal into Kaiser, especially Elk Psycho Kaiser, sounds risky to me, I'm not going to lie. Karma. Yeah, they were wondering about that angle for an Ezreal, and the Karma would be a very big vampire special for that. Corki, also definitely an optional. We've already got the Talia. The Talia, the Shin's out, Talia's already gone. BLG can look at Orianna. They can look at Victor, or they could have looked at Victor, was banned away, Vi's banned. I think you just Wukong for Shadow then. Yeah, Wukong Ori. Then you probably Corki for WE. Not a massive Corki fan, but the mobility is nice. You can join in the skirmish as well, Corki Rel. Bog standard, both shred resists quite nicely with the Gatling gun and the break the mold passive. The Veigar was a very fun hover. Not bad into Aurora, actually, if you can get her inside the cage. But otherwise, would have been a bit miserable, I think, in the grand scheme of things. There's too many people that can wait out your cage. Yeah, Orianna as expected. So, BLG, really big team fight comp. With a kind of subset of dive, right? Wukong, Nico go in with an Orianna ball on top. Kaiser follows up with an Ornn ult. People die. The WE, bit more well-rounded, bit more jack of all trades, but lots of very strong skirmishing. You've got a Shinzao with an Aurora Rumble. That should be scary. Should have Prio in top lane. Corki as well at one item these days. Pretty nasty. But you want to make those early skirmishes count. You want those early objectives to count, because you will hit a point where you end up frustratingly short range and quite ult-reliant. And Corki, as it stands, obviously people have got this kind of particularly long-standing league view. They've got this. I'm going to turn the camera off and go pick up my coffee from the kitchen as well. But people have got this long-standing vision of Corki in their heads as a late-game scaling champion. Obviously with the rework, that's not really so true anymore. Not that he scales badly in terms of damage per se, but if you look at AD carries win rates over time, so basically if a game goes to X length, what is the percentage chance of a champion winning? Corki now has, as I understand it, the lowest win rate over time of any AD carry right. A lot of that's because we're seeing a lot of Corki, a lot of people just default saying, I don't know what to play here, this Corki will do. There is that element. However, Jayo's first. I'm getting coffee while it's happening, and we'll have that discussion again after.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。全军出击！
掠夺。
Have I missed any early violence, chat? No, it doesn't look like it. Junglers starting topsides, not entirely surprising. Oriana Graves was huge at Worlds 2020. Yes, it was. Anyone who remembers Night Shockwave combo with Graves Smokescreen? Yeah, I mean, Graves Smokescreen is one of the most, like... How do I put this? Graves Smokescreen, for being a very innocuous ability, is insanely powerful. If you were gonna if you took the name Smokescreen off and renamed it and re-fantasized it, if you know what I mean, like gave it a new vision, a new bit of like lore as to what it is, and another champion with the same like effects, it would have so much more impactful visuals. Because the visuals and what it does are so, like, divorced from one another. Because it's one of the more powerful abilities in the game. It's ridiculous. A slow, an AoE blind. Very, very, very strong. Ben has somehow gotten on the wrong side of Cube. He's not just going to go to walk up. I think Ben might just be dead here. Oh, I would have flashed for that Cube. Ben is sticking around here. He's got a dive coming. No, I think he's alright for now. I feel like Cube, if he lands an Electro Harpy and just looks for the kill. Ooh, not quite. Ben's alright. Man, see what Cube was looking for. Ben plays it well. scuffle over. Top side, Skull Crabs, Shadow Strike into the crash down. Elk is going to flash away. Double flash, ignite down, and Elk stays in lane. Oh dear. You go all in on that to lose the same amount of health bar your AD carry. On's going to turn this around, by the way. You missed your Shadow Strike. Oh, Vampire. Oh, Vampire. Oh, God, WE bot lane, no. Oh, that one sucks. Is Olm gonna execute? Yes, he is. My go. So, basically, it looks great until you realize that Elk actually does get to flash out. I'm not going to lie. At this point, the damage is somewhat done. Tayin has no mana. And Vampire tries to mount up onto On, who goes, ooh, no. And then flash on forward, and it's still Nico with base auto damages. Equalizer top. Bin goes, that kind of hurts. That's got a Negatron cloak. Doesn't care as much. All the Forge Gods. Flash on forwards. Cube flashes in turn. Monkey's going to get a big knock up here. I think Shadow needs to Warrior Trickster away. Got a flash. Knock up on the wall. Nah. Bin's got no mana. Surely he dies here to another 3 Talon Strike. Yeah, he does. Oh, Bin saves jungler. Bot side, Elk's got barrier. They are getting all in again. Actually, tell you might die here to On. Will do. Crashdown comes on forwards. 1 for 1 pop. And unfortunately, the Corki didn't get the kill. Nico with gold is a lot scarier than Rel is. Is this VAP 2? Yes, it is, Phillips. Welcome back. Pulled his enemy minion wave and guided his wave to tower. There's the famous super server top lane that did the same. Ah! Fun. I missed that. I'll have to look back and bother it. So, okay. Mount up out of the bush with the exhaust. Can't run away. Ooh, Pop Blossom on 2. Hang on. Turn around, onto low, but not low enough. Flash away from Vampire and the Crashdown keeps him safe. Monkey with the Crescent Guards. Ults traded for ults largely. No one dies. 4 summoners blown there by On. Still, be another forced trade. And Elk, another Cull game. He's really liking those at the minute. Not gonna lie, I thought it was the clone running into the... I kind of did too. Then eating a lot of damage. WE, reminder, with this comp, really do want to get the most out of the one item spike. Like, they need to get this Aurora doing cool things. They want Rumble equalizers to hit. They want to get value out of the Shinzao making plays. Because if it gets later, Ornn items plus Wukong scaling plus Kai'Sa plus Orianna plus Nico with early gold, like, that's just not fun to play into later. It's really not. That's basically 3.5 carries being amplified by one of the most obnoxious top lane tanks to exist. Then get too much there. Gonna give up this bot side dragon. I think that's fine for BLG. Don't have to care too much. Giving up early grubs, giving up the early dragon. Don't really want to fight it at this marker anyway. Look, you're not at first items really anywhere. You can afford to seed a few bits early. Alright, TP'd in. Shockwave, well buffered through by Karis, but it is going to have to be the ult used. Does have that reset capability with the teleport. Without the ult, the Aurora's value in terms of threat goes down. As a top laner, or I can say all tanks are hyper obnoxious. Just play range tops, man. Commit. Don't be bullied into only playing gods and bruises. You want tank fizz back, Abdul? I refuse to believe that. On is fine. Okay, cool. Flash. Blown. Doesn't blow Pop Blossom, though. Cube. Yeah, I wonder whether Cube's in a lot of danger here. Yeah, I had to flash out of that. Yeah. Yeah, you did. I don't want to see Season 6, Sunfire, Iceborne Gauntlet, every top laner running that was hell on earth. Tank Echo, Tank Poppy, Tank Fizz, all running that. Utterly, utterly, utterly ridiculous. Been a much quieter game, hasn't it, folks? Much quieter game. 7 CS still to go on the Kai'Sa call. One item largely complete. Shadow's going to realise there's people there. Magnet Storm on that? Are you sure? Cyclone flashes away. Does have to do it. BLG had to flash out of a few plays. I think Shadow wanted... I wonder whether Shadow could have gone over the wall into the Dragon Pit. I do. Monkey flash for that too. So what is it? Flash to flash on junglers. Cyclone will be back off cooldown in time, as will Magnet Storm, so... Nice, cashes in the call. Nico's nearly at her first item too. Remember, she's got the 2 early kills. It's going to be there a lot faster than it might otherwise be. Karis needs to go across the Veil, because again, we've got the Loons build from Knight, so we actually stick quite a lot into these squishy members. Smite from Shet. She's down about 10 CS, but hey, welcome to being shoved in a lot. Q just got exhausted. Ult. Doesn't have flash, remember. That's just an easy kill. Very nice from BLG. Minute until Dragon, by the way. So they just get that kill for free on a good timer. Wukong flash is more important than Shin flash. Largely I agree, because Cyclone gives a lot of value with flash threat, right? But I think I have seen Shinzo flash Audacious Charge or flash the 3 Talon Strike knockup. Too much to say that it's actually that different to not be worth trading. Herald up. 4-1! Glorious Pop Blossom. Taeyun's going to have the flash barrier away. On might die for this and does. What about the fight after? Okay. Taeyun flash barrier down. Knight's coming though. I think this is still playable for BLG. I can't do it. Oh, Shadow. Get over the wall. Monkey's got a Crescent Guard. This is looking really good now for WE. Oh, BLG. Man, they thought that Pop Blossom was going to be it. It was not. They had no ults. Yeah, they didn't have enough ults and Knight wasn't there. Well, that was foolish. That would have been great if you had a Kai'Sa ult or an Ornn ult or a Shockwave there if you hit the Pop Blossom. You didn't. And like WE had like all of their ults still remaining. See, that looks great to begin with, but Taeyun getting the flash out and not actually taking all that much damage sucked. And then BLG stuck around to try and fight. Knight's coming up, but doesn't really get all that much. It's basically really good flash mount up from Vampire to CC Shadow down. And then the Equalizer gets to come across in a second, just do a lot of damage. Oh, knocker. I think it's just the same place again, is it? I thought that was a replay for a second. No, it's not. Nice pickup. On's getting jumped on, flashes away, looking to turn it around with the Pop Blossom. Kites over the wall. Shockwave back. But there's 4 people there, so they can't keep going. See, nice combos from BLG, but they don't actually have that much damage yet. Damage on Bin, doesn't have his ult. He's dead from between worlds. Man! Shadow got the turret top side. Did they get feats of strength off that? No, because turret went down first for WE. Okay. Known follow-up on it. One of the targets was a tank. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. They had no ults. The follow-up wasn't there. All a bit awkward. Knight's going Banshee's Veil second. Or at least Verdant Barrier. When you are into double AP solo lanes. Still. Game now, what, 1,000 gold on the lead for WE? I think BLG just forced a bit too hard too early, right? You're the ones with the comp that needs an item, 2 items really to make things happen. And doing that without your ult, I think was just very disrespectful. Well, Atakan start. BLG. Threatening. Paris across the wall on Magnet Storm. Pop Blossom trying to come on force. They just kill the Nico over. Well, well, well. Shadow's about to die down to Cube, I think. Flash is away. Try to turn off onto Cube. He does force a reset. Flash. Wind becomes lightning. A charge into the turret. The Crescent Guard is decent. Can't get the kill, but the Wind becomes lightning after. Bin turns up now. Got a Spellbook in a dream. Call of the Forge God comes on forwards. Tried to steal it. With the Call of the Forge God and can't. Flashes away. And WE pick up Atakan and 2 kills. Elk flashes out. Hang on. Double knock-up. Can they get the kills here? Gonna try Shattering Strike. Ult after. Can't get the kill with the Acathian Rain. TP's flying. Is there a TP to respond? On's now back up and alive. Not there in time. Between worlds. Missing the Tangle Barbs. Carrot's gonna kill both. He's gonna kill both. Across the veil we go. Actually. Can't quite get in range. Oh, man. BLG have gotten close in a couple of these ones, but W just keep fighting better now. The leads have come on through. BLG overforcing around that Herald has really cost them. Have a look at the replay. Gets into the back pit there. Look, Bin is walking down. It's a 5v4. Elk is also in ult range, but they just haven't found an angle. So realistically, it's a 5v3.5. Elk's still not here. Bin's still not here. They tried to threaten Cube in the 1v2 or the 2v1 while they have an opportunity. They just don't. Monkey with a really good win becomes lightning. And then try to steal that with the Call of the Forge God. Doesn't happen. And there's the knockup. Maybe if he managed to ult before the Shattering Strike comes on through, we'll be able to get another auto or passive proc off, but I don't think so. And they try to basically have On come on over, and it just doesn't matter as Karas just gets to 1v2 and win it. It's now what? 4,000 gold lead, Soul Point. No Baron yet. 2 items now done for BLG. But I think unfortunately in these last 5 minutes they've given up way more than they should have done. And the game which was very playable for them just isn't there. Pop Blossom. Good. Hang on. Turning around. There. On's just dead again. Valkyrie out. Bin's trying to buy time under the turret, but he's still being chunked out by this Corki, who really isn't threatened by this Ornn. Bin loves to make big plays on this champion. Struggles immensely. And sometimes playing safe there. BLG going to try and trade up the tier 2. Nye, speeding himself up. Command Dissonance. Backsteps well. But he's just not very tanky with this build. Flash on forwards. Gatling gun brings down the Oriana. Taeum's low here. How much time has he got left on the Valkyrie? Knock up on Vampire. In goes Elk, trying to get the kills. Oh, he's trapped between worlds! Taeum doesn't die to the rocket belt either. This Corki just won't die. Is that game? No, it's not quite. Okay.
Blue team has scored an ace.
Man, I don't blame them for looking. They needed what? An auto on Corki? That was a really good ult from Karis. Monka S says Monty. No, it's Monkey S. Well, that's Baron. They did get the tier 2 board at least, and the inhibitor doesn't go down. But WE are now in a really good position to take this to 3. Does it sound like a bit like he's lying down? I am, in fact, lying down, yes. Well, not lying down. I'm reclined on the chair. I might be a little bit too far away from the mic. I'm chill maxing Tree. Got a minute and a half till Dragon. I moved the microphone, maybe that's a bit better. But as I'm solo casting, there's only so much energy that is correct to put in if I want to keep my voice in one place. Unc Samuel chilling? Exactly. On, over the wall. Nico has really struggled after the early game. Has gone from 2-1, 2-5. Oh, good God. Carers are on front. That's game. That is so game. One Herald misplay. Not even once, BLG. And then they haven't seen a fight they don't love. God bless. They're still the team I love and know. Yeah, on that Nico, there was some really good pop blossoms that led to nothing because they weren't actually able to be synced up with big ults after. We saw multiple fights where BLG did not have L, did not have Bin, did not have Knight in some combination, and still tried to play. And yeah. But a WE fan. Deeds nuts. 69, my days. Not a subtle name, Deeds. Well. Reclining position. I'm indeed a Monkey fan. Hell yes. I've been following him and Milky Way since LDL days, so from a knower to a knower. Your taste is immaculate. It was a very good game from Monkey as well. Very good game from Monkey. Let me down that volume a little bit for everyone back home. Posture check. Fine, I'll sit up. I wanted to relax. You can check this posture. See, so no, it's alright. At least between games. There we go. Oh. Been forced to actually look after myself. Monkey and Milky fan base, hell yes. So my LDL fans, the people I really love from LDL were Milky Way, Monkey, 1XM, big 1XM fan. Who else am I missing off that? Bulukaka, I really enjoyed watching. Lamb, top laner from BLG, their sub-top, who's like a Vladimir Gangplank player. He's great fun. Jachi and Niket were fun as a duo. I used to like Kadaya, but then he was involved in some shady things. Why would you do this to me, Kadaya? I'm gonna go rip 50 push to that monkey performance. Hell yes. The one series Aragon is missing, W is looking good. I know. Well, at least in that second game, though. If WE win while Aragon isn't watching, I genuinely don't think Adam's going to survive it. Quite like Jachi as well, but I was still a bigger fan of 1XN. Highlights. I mean, so early on, this looked really good for BLG, right? Like, they actually won the early game, and that's the reason I was like, oh, WE, this is looking pretty messy. 2 kills onto the Nico. Trading well top. Gave up a couple of objectives, but does it really matter? It's 1,000 goldie to BLG early in a comp like this. Ooh, I don't know. And then we saw that Herald play, and then it just couldn't take the foot off the gas. Morning, Reserve. What did I miss here? Why is this getting held? Yes, we have discussed the Shadow Residency stuff. As far as we know right now, it's just rumors and like community speculation stuff. I don't think an official statement's been made yet. We'll see what it means. Because the thing is, it's like, he'll be able to get a visa. It's really not that big a deal. But I still think it is the kind of like incredible, if it is true, it's incredibly petty cruelness from what is likely a hate watcher just to try and screw with Shadow because BLG are doing well again. I think his brother confirmed it. Oh, good grief. Oh, I'll see what he does. Does he want to give up his Italian citizenship? I don't think he will. I think he'll have to, as far as I know. All work permits in China are tied to the employer, so if he gets dropped by a team and he has to leave the country. Oh, for God's sake. I mean, also, like, not to put too fine a point on it, Shadow is Chinese. He just happens to also be Italian. Like this whole the likely jab at BLG's all because on multiple occasions they've prided themselves on their all Chinese roster, and that's true. Monkey gets MVP. Correct. I think he was very good this game. I think it. Because I mean, the other option is dropping his Italian citizenship. But yeah, I think it's bloody silly. I love that 2020 Mad so much. I rooted for whatever org Shadow was on the rest of the I hope he works out. Honestly, Onyx Oblivion, I do too. I know a lot of the old Mad staff from back then, and they all love him to pieces. So they're all like, they all watch his games still and stuff. So MacPad, Till, all that crew still do. Italian passport, I think, is stronger than Chinese, probably. But then he just needs to find ways to get residency and stuff. But it is just, it is that kind of like level of pettiness that is so unnecessary. And he is Chinese. He has to also be Italian. Like, it is possible, you know? I'm half English and Welsh. But we'll see where it all works out. I'm sure there'll be some paths forward. But screw that fan or whoever it is who thinks they're a fan who went and did that. Absolutely unnecessary. Live and work in Berlin, and I used to live in Japan. So I used to live in Tokyo. Well, Yokohama. So I've been all over. Gladlions.jpg. Exactly. Globetrotter Hapgood? Hell yes. It's the plan. I'm gonna go check whether I need to get the door there, actually. Are you getting that, Al? Oh, that's fine, okay. We're not having a horse game during the break. Yeah, I couldn't play horse game for you. That would be slightly awkward.
澳丰电竞椅，职业战队的选择，连续5年中国电竞椅销量第一。澳丰 G7 专业人体工学电竞椅，22项调节，提供腰颈肩全方位支撑。上官方旗舰店搜澳丰 G7。今晚碾压局，你的车。
就这样了吗？或者说，
开局吗？
开就开。
Alright, folks. With the Durex ad, you too could get protection from adverts by subscribing to the channel. Just hit that sub button. Use that Twitch Prime button. And you can avoid the ads upcoming. Also, you can donate to us on Ko-fi. That's a wonderful way to look after us. Fun fact from Monty's, posture check from Simi. Right, and a hello to Solar Puppy. Fun fact I'll come up with now, Corey. Let me put the Ko-fi link. There's the Ko-fi bot. Thank you very much. Nice sellout. I quite like that one, and I was quite pleased with it. I'll come back here. I need to get them. Boom. Kofi. There we go. That's a smooth transition. I thought that was quite good. I'm relatively pleased with myself on that one. We go again. No, that's a smooth transition. I thought it was quite good. Oh, bit of a conversation with BLG members. That's...
One Player 选手他的应付玩的都非常好吧，然后他尤其是他瑞尔跟泰坦玩的几乎没什么破绽，然后面对他的话，可能就需要注意这种应付对打的时候的细节。
面对 BLG 的话，我感觉他们最近状态很好嘛，因为他们好像现在也是4连胜吧。就是感觉对阵他们的话
Time to hydrate, dehydrate, get drinks and snacks, and check your posture for game 3. I will. I need to suck up with the fun fact, don't I? What fun fact can I think of? I need to think of a fun fact.
当他拿到洛和瑞尔、泰坦、牛头这英雄的时候，往往他
I'm surely there are facts that are fun.
感觉面对到他的话。
What determines the entertainment value of a fact? Okay, I got one. The Thorn character disappeared from the English language with the advent of the printing press. Basically because it would have been an extra character and they wanted to avoid having as many characters as possible. So they basically just converted the Thorn character into TH. And that is why there is no longer a Thorn in the English language. Oh, all the comments yesterday about him doing that debate, I am sure. Predictions of Game 3 should still be a BLG win. I think they had all the tools in their game to win it. And then messed it up. Stayed up drinking until 7 AM, still won. Does the enemy team have any humans? Oh man, that's ridiculous. But yeah, no, it wasn't very pretty stuff. That debate was not exactly the best we've seen of our LPL players, it has to be said. Yeah, well, we'll see, won't we? What does he lose? 3 months of salary? Is it 3 months of bonus salary? Either way, not fantastic. We expect better. Prove yourself and rise. Ooh, thank you for the follow. Walt Wizard. The Wizard of Walt. Hey, Harold, good to see you. Sam with the vocal stims. Yeah, very much so. I forgot, I honestly, I did that without even thinking. I was like, wait, did I just sing? Yes, I did. Looks like we're about to get into draft, though, so I need to lock up. Flip. Him. Flip like BLG, flip that game. Yeah, I mean, the stuff from Icon was very, very poor. Shanks decided to join the frat boy humor and back his boys up, and should have told them to stop, is the answer. And he didn't. And it's very disappointing. Welcome to young kids with too much money and power who need occasionally to be reminded that other people are human too, and to treat people with respect. And understandably, it has taken a lot of negative press from it. But we'll see. Have ham somewhere, I have no doubt. So, BLG will likely have blue side here. I think they're going to want a bit more agency for Ben. That on, like, they found 1 or 2 good plays individually, but when it came to the team fights, it was just not good enough. So, Skarner's still banned. Palmer's still banned away from Vampire. It's an interesting one they're banning that one so readily. Cassante off Cube. Sion and Orn are down. Rumble's down. Yeah, I don't know what he has into Renekton at this point. Cube's champion ball has been an issue all year. Mel's still banned. She's still bugged. She's got very weird interaction with dragons where she gets obscene amounts of stats if she reflects certain dragon attacks or whatever it is. It's a whole thing. So it's just banned. Just don't let it until they finally fix it. And then when they tried to fix it, it broke everything else. So she's just banned until Riot finds a more permanent fix, I think is the way it is. Aatrox into Renekton. Fine. You lose the early lane gracefully. And then are still useful at 2 items as a bruiser. Blanca. Are we going back to the Caitlyn lanes? Is it that WE Game 3 special? Had a really good Caitlyn game the last time we saw him, in fairness. So what do we look at bot? Lucian Nami? Yunara still banned. Can't Sivir, can't Varus, can't Kai'Sa. Zyra Khan, other option. Zyra Khan? Zyra Khan. I will also note that Caitlyn Khan would have been a very obnoxious lane. So, yeah. This will be a Rakan. If it's not, it should have been. There we go. Much better. Braum. Okay, Kate Braum. Rakan's weird into Braum. You theoretically can get some very good trades and then battle dance out, but you have to leave before the passive procs or you are doomed, because then you get Caitlyn trapped and died. You also have to be really wary about posturing and getting tagged by winter spikes, because normally Rakan just likes to say no, and stand in front of things and just dance away. Can be a bit awkward to do that into Braum. So your position needs to be really careful. Hey, Moonrider. Welcome on. Oh, good job. Good. Well done for the bros. How do I get to this? To us? Tara, what are you asking for? Because as far as you know, this is the website as far as if you want to watch us live on Twitch, we're also live on twitch.tv/Nymaera. But we are collab with Olivia or Nymaera's channel on YouTube as well if you want those. Sejuani for Monkey. Good frontline, good CC. If you get CC'd once this game, you're going to get Braum passived, into Sejuani passived, into Trap. Not including Glacial Prison, not including Aatrox Knockup and CC. Like, that CC chain is brutal. Shadow is a Kindred player. One way to survive the pick is a Lamb's Respite. I don't know about Nocturne into this. Are you sure, BLG? Alright, Nocturne Annie. You need some AP now, big time. Really need some AP. Because Sejuani is gleefully stacking armor at this point. Annie will do. Again, it's a bit burst heavy. Okay. BLG, very strong level 6 spikes. Very strong first item spikes. Level 6 through 9, horribly obnoxious. I think Karis probably does look at the Akali here. Can outplay the dive quite well. Hui would be more poke. You could just play for outrange with Hui and Caitlyn. It's more CC again. Because you can really mess up Rakan Nocturne to an extent with your Grim Visage. As they come flying in at you, fear them and they go, "Aah!" and everything falls apart. Like if you have good fear timings on the Hui, you can be really really nasty. That's the end of that sentence. I think I prefer WE's comp. I am a bit worried that... Okay, BLG's comp makes sense, right? Rakan, Nocturne, go diving in on the pick. You blow up that first target. Play from there. Xayah gets to hyperscale. Actually, not that many easy ways onto Xayah if you're all-inning. But I think the Xayah is outranged by Hui and Caitlyn, so you can just play to chunk her out. If people do go diving in, you're diving into Sejuani Braum, who will CC you forever and you will die. If you let it scale, you are outscaled. Caitlyn Hui should outscale pretty hard for my money. You're a little bit too shotgun compy, and I think you'll hit a point where you'll dive in and you'll spend so many resources to kill or not quite kill a single target. It will fall apart. BLG need this mid game to go exceptionally well. They can do it. They've got a comp to make it work, but I think I prefer WE's comp there. Crapted Hero, if I didn't think you were British before, I do now with that comment. That's hilarious. Interesting. But anyway, I will turn this off. I'll turn the volume up. Let's listen to the crowd. Good chunk onto Cube, who's going to have to flash. Bloody hell. Okay, that ruins his lane. Renekton can really force off him now. What I will say is BLG with... can play through the Renekton shove early. Caitlyn Braum versus Rakan. A fight to fight for bot lane prio, though I think with Taeyun and Vampire in a really good spot here. I think they can catch out Elkanon. Oh, boy. They ward it. Hang on. Are they going to pass it? They are. Oh, boy. Oh, this is going to suck. Yeah, ow. Okay, it doesn't turn into much more than that. But now effectively zoned fairly heavy off the wave. Vampire can stand in front. Elk's the one that took the chunk as well. Gleaming Quill will give her a bit of healing, but that is now shove guaranteed for bot lane for WE. Hang on, passive. Oh, on. Gonna have to heal, heal for heal. Okay, well, yeah, bot lane is lost. For now, anyway. Invade from Shadow, from Monkey onto Shadow. Reminder, Shadow doesn't have flash. I don't know whether Monkey wins this, but I say he's got spell shields. Yeah, Monkey, get out there. The moment the flail is then, like, shielded, it's a bad time. Elk cancelled 2 autos too. Oh, no. Did he? Thank you for noting that one. I was a bit busy tracking the Brawn passive, I'm not going to lie. Chovy Renekton owning Bin Aatrox went free in my head. Yeah, well, Cube losing his flash at level 1 means that that top lane is kind of doomed. Bot side, yeah, well, Caitlyn gets to attack the plate and keep you trapped under there with Braum shielding her. I mean, the bot lane is kind of screwed right now. Ooh. I shot from Elk. Bloody hell. Plate. Shove continues. Down 10 CS. Is Elk gonna... I mean... Can they stay here? Monkey's coming. Okay. Yeah, backs off. I mean, Shadow can't help either. He's got too many camps topside to clear. He's going to look mid and try and get something there, but bot lane is screwed for it. But there's not a lot you get to do. You can't fall behind on the Nocturne like this. Karras may be forced to flash. Does. Punishable. Well, this isn't leading to all that much. Lane swap to try and get the Xayah out of that Caitlyn, who, by the way, is now 20 CS up. Early Berserker Greaves. So, there has been a discussion among Caitlyn mains. Basically around, actually, should you be running Berserker Greaves? Or Defensive Boots, or even Ionian Boots for cooldown. Seen some arguments with Swifties. Basically because... arguably, you don't get that much DPS uptime from Berserker Greaves. You want to be comboing more than you want to be just straight up ordering. The moment where it really, really, really is in your favor, though, is if you do get to hit turrets a lot. Because just being able to cycle through autos to hit turrets matters a lot. Cube Lazy Recall cost 300 gold lead for Renekton. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Because basically, the difference is basically between top and bot. Exhaust from Spellbook. Flash from Knight. Spiraling Despair. Molten Fissure. Yeah, Knight loses about 2/3 of his HP. Does have to flash. Had to. Good Spellbook usage there from Monkey, though. The question is Renekton enough of a win condition to offset the Caitlyn being ahead early? I think an early cull from Xayah is probably sensible. Just say, look, we're losing this lane. It's going to be miserable. Let's get what we can out of this. Oh, good double knockup. Very good double knockup. Taeyun. No! No, you don't! Cleanse on Elk. Oh, no. You had flash. You had cleanse. You had the shove. Oh. Good grief. And everything's gone wrong. Vampire's trying to hold the wave. Flash. I think he just gets the kill. No, Vampire, my goat! Oh, that was a bit greedy from Elk. Tried to recall having got the wave shoved and speed that back up. And then On's trying to body block and Vampire goes, I guess I just flash over this. Did he flash heal there? So, double root. Really nice from Elk. And Vampire was late on the door. If Vampire wasn't late on the door there, they're fine. That's actually on Vampire. He recovers it well with the solo kill after, but if you door those feathers in time, you don't get rooted. Or at least the AD carry doesn't. And you're probably just fine. Taeyun could probably have cleansed flashed out and probably should have done. But you have to be better with the shield there. Into the Xayah matchup as well, you know exactly what she's doing. Hang on. Paranoia. Fear. Karis. Flash auto from On gets it. Shadow's likely going to die for it, though. As BLG go quite deep to make that play. Slightly frustrating that On had to pick that up, but hey, it's done. Elk has Flash and Featherstorm. Does it matter? Backsteps the trap. Ooh, good splitting of the uprights there from Elk. We'll eat the ace in the hole. Got a single grub and 1-for-1 on the kills. We might just come back out and do this all over again. Vampire's got no flash. I don't think he can beat Vampire. Why are you there alone? Vampire? Okay, he gets away with it. I genuinely thought they could have collapsed on that quite happily. Kara's coming over. Where is the rest of BLG? Elk is resetting. They want to fight this so bad. Knight's got flash and ult. Watch the Annie. Grim Visage is down. Elk's on a flank angle. One grub down. Try to jump forwards. Goes to prison and goes wide. So Knight gets to blow them all up. Should be out of the Spiraling Despair range. Duskbringer comes across. Monkey flashes away as Elk goes looking for the kill. Flash going back on in. Well. 2 grubs. Extra kill. Flash for flash. Elk losing his is a bit sad. Still a 35-0 discrepancy in the bot side. But hey, the early kill helps. Only 500 gold behind as a result. Gets to steal away the red buff. Taeyun should be okay here. Just stand and auto a couple times. Plate secured. Monkey's going to steal away these raptors. But I don't know how much he's going to care. Monkey could theoretically do the full quadrant here. He's not going to greed for it. They don't quite know where Shadow is. There's the world where Shadow's read it and is roaming straight on over and wants to fight Monkey who's not got the flash. And ult will be up, so Shadow will be able to chase. Ult 1v2ing, trying to get as many of these as he can. Can't get that last one, that's really sad. Thanks for the follow, Sashwat. Welcome on in. Keep chunking! BLG lose so much time for grubs now they can't leverage Renekton TP advantage for Drake. Yes, but I think they are really going to want... I think they really wanted grubs for Renekton in this game. And it also denies them from Caitlyn. And they still, I think, in the end, came out net positive from it. Because they returned to the grubs and got the extra kill. And WE were there in force anyway, so... I agree, but I think also Bin is quite happy to just have the 1v1 advantage for now. Though him not getting a used TP kind of sucks. But it also means that basically WE have had to be very careful about forcing their own plays because they are at that TP disadvantage. And I think it largely has bailed out Elk, who's now only, well, he's 600 gold behind, which sucks. But with Cull cashing in like 3.5 waves, he should realistically even up most of that gold within the next 5 minutes. Vampire? Oh, Vampire. Yeah. Nice, just gonna flash in. Missing that Glacial Fissure opens up every angle they ever needed. Tibbers is gonna keep running. Monkey is here. Way is not. Tibbers body blocks the turret shots. Yeah, nice. Knight gets the kill. Everyone else gets the assist. That one weren't great from Vampire. The moment the Glacial Fissure's down, Shadow goes cool. The wave's not even shoved mid, so Knight gets to dive top. That's not a quick dive. They have to re-dive it. Turn up, pick up the wave. On's about to get TP'd onto. Monkey's here. Okay, where has Bin? Elk still got ult. We'll burn it. Still got feathers to work with. Cleanse. Ult away. Okay, TP for TP. Elk. Fine. Burn the Feather Storm. For TP and ult on Monkey and Cube. You're okay with that? Yeah, you're right, Castle. No one has taken the Drakes. No one's given a damn. Everyone's been too busy looking at the bot lanes that have been topside. Oh, man. Missing everything there. And they're stood on a ward the entire time. Flash for the Disintegrate. Vampire flashes. Well, there's another flash down. Bin is really strong. He is going to continue to get stronger. For now, Stride Breaker. Double Stride Breaker from Nocturne Renekton. Stride Breaker is very good into Caitlyn. Very good into Caitlyn. Very good into Aatrox. They're reliant on their dash to keep them safe. And the problem is, by the time you are wanting to dash, you are often hit by the Stride Breaker. So you dash and are slowed, and people catch up to you regardless. You don't get to dash and then continue moving at normal move speed different. So the slow from the dash on the Caitlyn is matched by the slow on the Stride Breaker, and you end up getting closed down on anyway. Down goes the turret. That is not first turret. BLG already got it. And they've already got feat of strength with it. Got that top side. Free CS for this Xayah to cash in. Caitlyn at least got that turret bot side, so that brings her ahead again a little bit. But I think we'll see as Elk cashed in the Cull. Yeah, back down about 400 gold. That's very playable. And all the while, Shadow, 1200 gold ahead. Renekton, 1000 gold ahead. Knight also significantly ahead on the Annie. Means that this pick will be very dangerous. Three minutes till Dragon. Not been stacked very fast at all. Herald being considered bot side, perhaps? No, they're not going to drop it. They're going to walk at it. Nocturne, surprisingly good turret taker. It's because he autos a lot. Top side, there's a 1v1 that Bin is very happily winning. Oh, Cube. Oh, dear. Baxon finally buys his first item, but didn't have it before then. Monkey needs to be a bit afraid. There's a paranoia angle here. There's a paranoia angle here. TP behind. Glacial Prison goes well wide. Where were you aiming for, Monkey? Hang on, over the wall goes Knights. Wonderful stun. On into the backline with the quickness in the battle dance. Vampire flashing out to safety. Taeyun's forced to flash as well. Stun, charged up. Shadow looking for a slow. Side stride breaker slow into the smite slow. Cleansing up means nothing because Bin's waiting at the back of the play. And BLG just come alive. Cube was dead the entire time. Yeah, that is probably the moment where the game breaks wide open. It starts with Bin getting the solo kill. It finishes with the Masters happening bot side. So BLG win both sides of the map at once. Bin just goes, cool, you don't actually have an item complete. I've got a level advantage in ult. Why are you here with no flash? Bin still has flash, by the way, so Cube can't even dash to safety. No flash, no item. Level down, bad time. And then at this one, on, doesn't get hit by the Glacial Fissure, doesn't die. Knight, flash, stun on 3. Having TP'd behind. Vampire flash is out. But it's already too late. You're already 3 men down. Taeyun gets run behind the tower and dies as well. So that's a 4 for none. Youch. Said BLG needed their mid-game to be dangerous. It is dangerous. The problem is it needs to convert into a win con, right? This gold lead is sort of a win con in its own right? But you don't have dragon stacking. We've got 1 dragon in 18 minutes and the second is spawning in a minute. So our second dragon will be spawning at 19 minutes or so. That leaves Soul in what, 35 minutes? If you get them on spawn-ish? Which is not exactly what you would call fast. At which point you're looking for as much map pressure into Atacam Baron as you can, really. Bin from ahead looks a lot different to Bin from an awkward Ornn position, it has to be said. Engage, mid lane. Oh, goodbye, Taeyun. Well, paranoia into Vampire being feared. Bin buys space for the rest of the people to run away. Yep, they lose the 4v4 real hard right now. Dragon's up. Atakan's in 15 seconds. You just lost your bot lane. I think BLG might try Dragon into Atakan here. Nah, they're not going to greed for it. Okay. What do you do now as WE? Oh, look at Elf. Might be the answer, but he's still got cleanse and ult. Can't make the pick stick. The answer is probably just try and wait it out and scale. Try and catch people flipping at Atacam or Baron. Just play it slower. Get to a second item on your Caitlyn. On your way. You can stall BLG. As we said, their win conditions are a little bit slow coming. Alright, Paranoia. Knight into the backside. Goodbye, Taeyun. Caitlyn just cannot stand and fight anymore. Karis is gone as well. Yeah, this one's looking pretty doomed, folks. What are we at? 8,000 gold lead? 8,000 gold lead. In the hope to scale, yeah, but I don't think BLG is letting them die. Yeah, they are. They are diving on cooldown. But you have got tools here with Sejuani Braum. Did have Flash Cleanse on Caitlyn to deny that. But they haven't been very respectful of keeping Caitlyn safe. Because actually, Monkey went looking for picks, which is fine. In another game state. Not this one. So Monkey's here. And yeah, Taeyun is just like... That's not an ult from Nocturne that gets Taeyun. That is Shadow walking up and pressing E. Like Nocturne did not have to dive to get to that Caitlyn. Not at all. Literally walked at them. And now Caitlyn is 1-5. Having been 1,000 gold ahead. Yeah, they can just hard forceable. Exactly. Knight's now got 10 stacks on the Magi's. And the Spell Slinger's shoes. Like, this Annie will just walk at you really fast with a Molten Shield on. And you won't be able to run away. And Rakan, and Renekton, and Nocturne. And you're still going to have the issue that the Xayah's not going to be very much fun at this point in the game to manage. Early on, it was playable, right? Like, we saw how much the Xayah was bullied from the early lane. Literally from level 1. It's pretty doomed, folks. Monkey slides out of his own jungle. Minotaur Dragon. Petal Diff is pretty obscene as well. It's like 2,000 odd gold worth of stats. You know, I still want to check out exactly how much it's worth. When looking, is about. Ooh, let me go pick that one up. It's about 10 petals. It's probably worth about 1,000 gold. It depends how much you value. XP as a stat. Can I cast Team Fighters Tournament? I can try. Well, WE, come on in. We don't fight anyone. And, well, that's it, isn't it? That's all you're getting for now. My voice will be upset with me otherwise. I did my best. Any other requests? This game is done. Phones up. WE needs to be a little bit careful here. They need to come. They can't give up Baron or it is actually over. So they're trying to have Vampire and Monkey face check. It's the correct call. And Kermit the Frog cast a team fight as you... Oh, God. That's a genuine, really, really big voice actor skill. Is doing a voice of someone doing the voice of someone else. On! On! Down someone else! Absolutely fantastic! Gonna go in. It's everything they could ever ask for. In the backside they go Shadow low! I need to come up with a Shakespeare reference and I can't do it on the fly, so I'm just a frog. Apologies. Say that one quite a lot as well. Don't know why I all went suddenly northern on you in the back end of that. There we are. There you go. And I get... Thank you for the bits, Mute. There you go. Karis. Swearing that bush on fire. Annie, are you okay? Could you tell us that you're okay, Annie? We've been hit by, we've been struck by a smooth criminal. Thank you for the donation to me. Well, that's Barrett as well. That's going to be turret as well. No way that's getting stopped. Thank you, Mr. Moses. I appreciate you. Glacial Prison on doesn't actually care that much. He's got Merc Treads, Chain Dates Crushes actually, and a heal. Well, had a heal. You got a Kempunk Chainsword in Bin's inventory, by the way, to really, really, really screw with this Renekton. He's got Merc Treads and still beat him in the 1v1, by the way. This is more like it from BLG. They overforced in game 2. They have perfectly forced in game 3. Gaze of the Abyss comes on out. But the Abyss is gazing on an empty base. Yeah, but Elk's got enough sustain right now that I don't think he cares too much about the headshots. I mean, in fairness, you have now got 3 items on this Caitlyn. Maybe the Caitlyn can do some work. But she needs more. She needs, like, a lot of time. Though she's just never going to be given in a fight. Inhibitor number 3 comes on down. On a Knight threatening. Spellbook Sesh is indeed a thing. She was always one of the junglers that could get away with it. She doesn't need flash that heavily. That's partly why. And if you're in a game where you can scale free and you don't need aftershock, it can be really good. Glacial Prison is wide. Oh, Monkey, that one sucked. Went fishing, found nothing but air. On goes in, gets a knockup, gets out. Fear comes on down. Flash forward from Knight. Disintegrate on 2. And everyone else is but dust. Show you fear and a handful of it. And is the Wasteland TS Elliott approved? As BLG leave WE. It's naught but rubble and ashes. Give it hope in game 2. But game 3 BLG clearly had enough. Weird old game state. Because let's be real, early on that Caitlyn was getting a massive lead, but so was the Renekton. You're going, well, maybe the Caitlyn can start playing. Not a lot of dragon stacking early, and then well, the top lane debacle happened. And then the bot side fight happened, where we see Bin get a solo kill, top side, and then bot side goes 3 for none. Oof. Are there... also, I'm not Nymaera. I am Nymaera's older brother. This is Nymaera's bedroom. In fact, I'm sitting on his chair. We normally cast LPL together here as a combo. Are they a legacy gamer? I am indeed a legacy gamer. But in fact, he'll be joining me for the next series. He'll be coming in here shortly. But we cast League of Legends together. He's got the co-streaming rights. We live together. We come and cast together. So you get pro casting from siblings, which is kind of good fun. Al is taking the first series off. I'll be taking the last series off because we've got some like logistics to work out. So we're doing that one. In a way, you are Nymaera's prototype. Precisely. I'm the premium version. Premium version. Nymaera 1.A, otherwise known as Initialise. Prequel, exactly. And as we all know, the prequel movies are awesome. They have double-bladed lightsabers. Italian Nocturne, 100% win rate, hell yeah. The cooler Nymaera, well, you know. According to some, the knowers. And they're not here to defend themselves. So, you know, I can get away with saying this right now. Need to balance NLC duties? Yeah, I mean, I have had to. We had the Thursday day where I bowed out of the final game of LPL because I had 2 best of 3s and I ended up doing 11 games in like finishing at midnight. It was brutal. Reason I didn't do yesterday's games. My name is Initialise and I do indeed cast. Precisely. Speaking of, you can follow me at Initialise Casts. Get hydrated. Yes, I will. Please do come and follow me. I also do cool things. And if you're not subscribed, subscribe to the channel. You're a Twitch Prime user. You've already paid for the sub. Use it. You have to manually do it because that's how Bezos gets to pocket the money. Make sure you actually use your Prime sub, guys. Even if it's not here, make sure you're using it. Beginning of every month. Get that value. Come sub over here. Offer us a lot of value. You also then get to avoid adverts and stuff, which is great for you. Fun. And if you're not a Twitch user, you can also use the Ko-fi link. Exclamation mark Ko-fi. In the chat. No, that's not that one. It's this one. Oh. There's the Ko-fi link. Come support us with that. And good things will happen. If you're not a Twitch user, you can sub that one. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, appreciate you. Robert, your mother's brother. Zero recognition cringe. I'm sorry. He was the Initialise cast of the Nymaera progeny. I'm sorry. Honestly, the reason is it actually hasn't shown up here yet. It's not turned up in the activity feed. So I'm not joking. I can see in chat you've now got the badge by your name. So I know you've subbed. But for whatever reason, it hasn't gone through the Twitch system yet. Maybe it's being slow. Maybe it's trying to deny you from your well-earned recognition. And I don't know why. I got the Get Hydrated from Fairy Tale Mute. I will do. We got the bits from Fairy Tale Mute, which thank you very much. But for whatever reason, there was, in fact, no note to say you subbed, because obviously, I can see that you did, in fact, sub partway through, because the badge is there. It just hasn't turned up. I don't know why. I don't know why. I can only apologize, Uncle Robert. He's gone for the Crapton hero with the roast. Well then. Crapton hero. Have a look at your chat history. Twitch has been buggy with alerts recently. Yeah, apparently so. But anyway, I do apologise, Robert. Crapton, can we have a look at your chat history? Messages. Over 1,000 messages. Throwing. Look, Crapton. You actively enjoy watching bro play. And that means that there is something deeply wrong with you. Deeply wrong with you. And the fact that you do that to yourself suggests a kind of twisted personality that can't really be allowed to be around other human beings. I'd suggest you go touch grass, but I think really you need to go touch the inside of a jail cell. Probably a padded one, away from the rest of us humans who, you know, need to be kept safe from your particular brand of insanity. Got him. Got him. What's my favorite sauce or condiment? Mikoria. I agree with every part of that roast. There you go. You're welcome. Gave bro a roast for free there. I know exactly. They need the encouragement. A little bit of hate to build them up. They won today, I saw. Favorite sauce condiment? Probably, on average, sriracha. I just like chili sauce in general. But if I'm looking for like an average sauce, chili sauce is always the way for me. Hot sauce, love the stuff. I like a good peppercorn sauce with a steak. Although a blue cheese sauce, a roquefort sauce, also fantastic. Am I dissing on Lord Morgan? I mean, when he's on Renekton, absolutely not. Mayo is goated. Robert, I thought you were a cool guy. Now I know that you're not. Mayo, for my money, worst condiment. Hate it. Hate the stuff. Bad mayo is awful. And every bloody sandwich covers itself in the gunkiest, nastiest mayo of all time. Disgusting. Also, I was made very ill by mayo when I was a kid, and therefore I'm just very hit and miss with mayo in general. It was one of yes. Knight getting MVP. His Annie was really good this game. How many awesome flash stuns over walls did we see? Okay, so aioli, you know, posh mayo is nice. A regular mayo, like the squeezy stuff, ugh. I'm occasionally okay with it with chips, but I tend to have had like a beer or two before I'm okay with it. It might also just be all up here, but I trust my brain, and if my brain is telling that one. I like all types of mustard on the beat. Mustard on the beat. Mustard is great though, agreed. I made a really cool curry the other day where you melt Dijon mustard in coconut oil, which was very cool. I can't turn the camera. Cool. We have Nymaera in YouTube chat. There is indeed.
Oh, yes.
He's also in real life now. Ta-da. It is a bit. You don't notice it until you leave the room and go, yeah. Do you mind leaving the door open while we're in the break, actually?
Well, I can...
Yeah, if you want to. It's fine. Cool. Well, in case Alex is taking over for a bit. I'll go get your phone. Oh. Yeah, you leave this out.
Oh, you pointed the fan the wrong way.
Oh, yeah. Move it. That's it.
Because real knows. Real knows. No. It is time for the greatest time of day. Where is my goddamn horse game? Where is my super suit? Why has Sam got the mic so low? You are so in time for the horse game. Oh, okay, that's fair. I actually do somewhat understand that.
Therefore, I need to move it so I can...
So he doesn't smack it? Of course, it's so he doesn't punch. Or maybe it's in optimal punching position. Perhaps this is the consideration. But yeah, it's currently gold ship week, and I am... Folks, I'm not gonna lie. I am sweating trying to get like a good gold ship run. As in, I've got through to the finale. I had a heartbreak the other day. I had an absolute heartbreak. where I rolled the hot spring ticket, which is like a 3% chance, so it's like 1 in every 30 runs, and then I never do this, and I lost in the finale, which just never happens to me. So I had like the lucky roll, and I lost with the hot springs thing, so I'm really annoyed. Can we not comment? We can not comment on any Sam on mic violence that might or might not have taken place. Well, yeah, I'm glad that you're standing by your morals, I suppose. Let's turn voice and BGM off. Let's get a gold chip run going, and we'll do that thing where I do technically have a 10 pull ready. I just don't know if I want to pull on this banner. I don't think I do. Wait, what's happening with the club?
好的，欢迎来到我们的3号采访环节，我是主持人小雨。恭喜 BLG 星际魅族赢下了本场比赛的胜利。在3号，我们也请到了奥选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 辅助圈。
好的，欢迎欧恩啊！在第一轮循环结束之后，目前以6比0的完美战绩拿下了。可以给到队伍最近的表现一个什么样的评价呢
Okay, let's go do that thing.
打得挺好的同时，中期
Can we get the old one back? I'm sorry, you got the new model today.
下一场对战 WBG 可以做
Why
得
did
更
I
好。
have a
在明天就要背靠背来面对上
compliment
WE
for
了。其实
alcohol?
今天第一局啊，WE 的阵容是偏向于一个发育型的。
You know, I'm not an alcohol enjoyer, but I am an alcohol enjoyer.
有没有想过他们今天的战
Long
力
has it
这么
been
盎然
since I was an alcohol imbiber. I would partake of alcohol any day though.
资源团的队伍，所以说，清楚的。
蔡英选手其实也在赛前采访提到了，就是在面对上你们的时候，可能在线上下路的对决也是一个非常重要的部分。今天第2局的时候，4、5级的时候就直接有一波非常帅的闪现劲草给视野，拿下了线杀嘛。能跟我们来说一说那波的判断吗
Don't you worry, Paul. Anything else? Yeah, looks really good.
那波是，因为就他们
A little bit reserved today in the
被我
interview,
们发现，然后他们
actually.
热
Sounds like it.
从后
I'm gonna read
面
into
出
the
来
time a
了
little bit.
然后我跟 Elk 都被吓到抖了一下，就感觉在玩恐怖游戏吧。然后后面就是他们本来就是劣势，跟我们打就是我们自然就会取得优势。
Make sure I get rid of the
是很快的冷
notifications
静
on
下
this
来，
tab.
但能看到 WE 也是对你们下路组的一个习惯，这些有一些研究的。第3局直接上来就是卡了你们的线，让你们前期的对线也是过得非常难受的嘛。在这种情况下是怎么
Favorite
去
team to watch this
商
split
量
any
着重新把这个
region?
节奏找回来的呢？
I haven't watched enough LCK live to really get into the energy of that. In terms of
是
LPL,
找到了一个非常好的倒钩时机，后续也是通过中野的很多波
Oh,
的游
BLG
走，
looking
包
good
括 M 的
again.
游走也非常的棒啊，拿下了
This
后
series is
续
a
比
little
赛
bit
的一个
ropey.
胜利。这些联动你们是怎么去做的呢？
IG are very entertaining,
每个人都做好
even when they
自己
lose.
然后
I mean, in terms of sheer entertainment value,
给到机会。
I think it's Invicta's
在
game.
最近很多小辅助
That
的
team is
采
not
访里
okay
面，我都有
on
看
a
到，
on
他
a
们被问到
spiritual,
你最喜欢的
philosophical
辅
level.
助
That
选
team
手
is
是
just
谁的
not
时候，
okay.
很多人都回答是欧恩。所以你在得到这么多的喜爱
Just try and
之
roll for
后
nice，stuff.
有没有觉得有没有什么感觉呢？包括今天你
Okay,
的
this is
对
the
手
card
班
set
泰
I'm
尔
going，for
他在
for a
24年的
while.
时候也是有在微博上直接发
Do I
微博来
really wanna
支
be
持你的
running。
得到他的
these
喜
two?
爱的同时，有没有什么感慨的？
Do I have another good? No, I mean this is a pretty good
今
card.
天做的也非常好吧，感觉他对线也非常细节，就作为这么多人的榜
Today
样
my friend held me hostage for hours explaining the horse game to me.
然后继续
Good. They're doing the Lord's work. Okay, right,
继续
let's
成为
go do it
更好
again.
的前辈啊！其实，在今天赛前也有一个非常有趣的数据，就是我们 On 和 Elk 的下路组合啊，在312场里面
Yes, we
也
can
拿
run
到
as
了
a pace chaser now for some of the early
69.2%
races.
的
I'm
胜率，
figuring
排
that
在
out.
我们整个 LPL 的第4名。
Yes, it is.
有没有什么想跟你的搭档说的？包括有没有信心去把这个胜率持续拉高呢？
Go ahead and touch grass because you like to watch KT roll some Jesus, okay.
可以越来越高，这个胜率也可以排到越来越往前。也希望2位在后续的比赛中
Getting
越
some
打越
extra
好。感谢
skills
欧恩来到我们
available is
3
not
号
a
采
bad
访的
thing
环节。
either. Not that
接下
this
来
was a
让我们
great
看一
one.
段精彩的 Spotlight。
I actually don't know what this is. This is
下不线我，他们如果吃线，我就飞后面了，好吧？
Who
他
is
们来，
this?
我是可以
What card
阿
is
沙
this?
皇不让他操作。可以啊，他来我就飞了。OK。
this one.
哎，他们开上了，我飞，
Fine
我
motion.
飞，我们点
I'm not running this. Practice. Ooh, practice perfect. Yeah, we take practice perfect every day. That really helps.
少2个人。
In the long run, that really helps.
来帮一下，我可以一波，来，看上，nice 啊。
What is this game? It is the horse game. Welcome to the horse game.
参与不到游戏。
Why did you just give me the same hint up again?
慢点，我没那么好。可以开，我把 W 用了。
Ooh, this one's risky, but we do this anyway. Nice, 60 skill points up is no small thing. We rest. This horse and McQueen, for some reason I can't get decent runs with it. McQueen I've managed to get some good ones. I've been running as a front runner. This is Medro Ryan. That's a lot of bleeps. Medro Ryan's rare card, not super rare. Pace strategy hint. Who's that? That's not bad pace strategy, you know? This is actually the one we need to take anyway, because the other one's an energy up on the full energy anyway. Okay, we actually, that's not a bad one to get. Speed again. Yeah, if you can get a little bit of inspiration for Medro McQueen to go front runner, her it means you get to put more into her stamina, which is 4 on that? Hell yeah. Which is better than her power. You need a little bit more power for Pace Chaser, a little less stamina. But if you have high stamina, you really want to go for what was it called? Yeah, but also her skills. I know that her anime skill is way better with front runner from what I've been trying, because yeah, you run down your stamina a little more and that activates her anime a little bit better. 22% is a bit high. We can run this. This is okay. Early predictions for Weibo versus Top Esports. I think this is a look. Top Esports have not looked particularly clean. We go for the 15%. We don't fail 15% on stream. Okay. Maybe we do. I think this could be a 3-game series. This could be a 3-game series. We do not want bad move build. We'll go from there. I can't remember what this is. Not gonna lie. Which one is this? Got some speed. Okay, 1 turn left for this. Probably want a little bit more power actually. Yeah. Getting power over 200 helps a lot. And we can do one race before we go into the abyss of gameplay again. Okay, are there any skills we want immediately? This honestly isn't bad. Actually, let me check the there's a big document you can use for reference on some skills and stuff, which is really cool, and just general stuff in the game is pretty good. That's okay, that's fine. What do you mean there's nothing on here? There will be something on there, it's just not loaded yet, whatever. Search for it later. Yeah, Top Esports versus Weibo. This is going to be one of the hardest ones to predict in a little while. You know, Top Esports, they are a little bit fraudulent in their record, not going to lie. They're 6-1. They lost to BLG quite convincingly, actually. But a lot of their other wins have been not that convincing. What's their last record been like? So they 2-1'd anyone's legend. Again, and they got a little bit inconvincing. Got 0-2 by BLG, and that was very convincing. Won a 3-game series versus WE, who have looked decent. And they 2-0 JDG, and even I seem to remember in that, yeah, the JDG series, I'm trying to remember if that was Pei's really struggling. Pei's Scout and Shun all playing quite poorly. I can't remember that series quite as well. Have we run out of us? I need to run some adverts because we haven't done that just yet. Yeah, JDG, the fact that JDG in there is not, you know, much to say about that. I don't know, do we need this stuff right now? Tail Hell High is a very good one to have later. We will do pace strategy, actually. I seem to remember pace strategy is pretty good. Oh, we'll do pace here, actually. I think, wait, do we do pace? I think we actually do this just because there's 4 in end, and this means that we're less likely to get boxed out. We'll hope this is okay. I hope this is okay. I hate the way that my hair's cut today. Not cut, you know what I mean. A Weibo in their green jersey? They do that sometimes when they don't have side choice, so technically they count as their away game. Weibo don't have an arena, but I guess it's their away game. Okay, we're running pace on this one. Put it on 2 times. We should just have the stats to beat this. But like if we'd ran in end closes, it would have actually been a bit of an issue, I think. Oh yeah, isn't the reason that they have the green jerseys is because the owner of Weibo is like, yo, I love nature, and this green reminds me of nature. Not sure I love the shade of green they chose, but you know. Oh, we didn't get pace strategy even though we overtook 2 there mid-race. Whatever, it'll become more useful in later races. By getting a couple of regen skills, recovery skills, you can kind of not train stamina as hard, which can sometimes be useful. Nice. We just have better stats. And we have an interview. No drop kick just yet. Get your drop kicks ready for the next race though. Last time I ran one this morning off stream, and I lost the debut race. I came like 7th or something like that. So bad. Actually, it might have even been like 13th. For some reason, the debut race was insanely crammed. I don't know why. Who won the first series? It was 2-1. Swear to God, goal shoe. No, we're not doing that. Let's do recreation actually then. Ah, we didn't get the energy up either. That sucks. Sorry if I get the mood down event now. This is speed up. I can Abi.
今天对阵微博棋嘛，然后小天选手的话，其实非常厉害的选手嘛，所以
we do need more stamina, definitely.
对上吧，然后跟他说就是想打出精彩的比赛吧。
好的，我们期待双方的表现了。
Now we saved it. Yeah, good. Good both. To run that. Tian and Kanabi, both interviews, so interviews of the junglers.
小天，先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WBG TES 的打野天。
欢迎小天。那今天也是再次对阵到滔博战队了，有了上一次比赛积累的经验，我相信 WBG 也是有备而来。今天啊，那小天会觉得今天这个火力啊将集中在哪个位置以及哪个赛事阶段？
We might run a race today then.
这个版本的话，我觉得
This isn't bad to get. This one we'll get later. We don't need anything for now though.
后期的一些资源团上吧，然后这些部分比较重要。
My worst run was get second on debut race, train until 3 turns left to win debut race, get second 3 more times. Jesus. I actually go end on this one. I don't want to get caught behind this whole clump, and I think that it's easier to play from behind it. You're in every stream I watch? Damn, the chat has been around, folks. The chatter has been around. Okay, and now we pray that we get absolute cinema moment. Like, we don't have the best power to make it through packs. Should still be okay for now. I mean, is it? I don't know. Being on the internet like this is pretty crap. I was a LPL enjoyer before it became mainstream. Nice. Well, I'm glad to have you here then. Hey Sam, how's it going?
Alert to being a bit funny because we had someone Robert.
Oh really?
Yeah,
it didn't come up.
Show, so there was a moment they had no mass and they didn't say why did you do it? My son was like, I didn't mean to.
No. I mean we have. Oh wait, we're actually gonna get boxed here. Are you kidding me? We're gonna get like 5th. Well, I should have just gone pace chaser. Oh, for God's sake! I fucking hate this character sometimes. Glue. 8th. Fucking great. Awesome. Yeah. No. I mean we have the whatchamacallit. We have an activity feed. But yeah, if it didn't show up there, I can only apologize. I'll refresh the page to see if it turns up there again. Jesus Christ, I should have just run pace chaser. That was bad of me. What's up? Probably get myself a thingy. Whatchamacallit? Yeah. Oh wait, did we get mood down? Yeah, we did because we fell. And another mood down. Perfect. Yay! So many mood downs. We need to rest. Okay, well, rest is good. Mood up, nice, okay. That's a hell of a lot on speed, we take those. Predictions on EDG versus TT, that's not on today. Is the title wrong? Or... When is EDG TT? That's tomorrow. I mean, it should be EDG. EDG are... Who did be that? Hey, Mecha. Thanks for the resub, appreciate you.
I'm not late, you're Lara. Also not early somehow.
Appreciate you. Top esports coming out on stage now.
下路 Jackie Love， 辅助
Jackie Love. Stamina up. 369 has a very nice smell. I like his smell a lot. What skills do you give? I actually think it's better to go for this one.
接下来让我们欢迎微博 Gaming Tap
Weibo Gaming.
上单 Breathe，
Get
打
some power
野
up.
天，中单小虎，下路 Light， 辅助 Crisp。
So yes, this series, folks, apologies, I'm not exactly locked in right now. This series, I think, could go to 3. Weibo have been all over the place. Tien has had some great games, some awful games. I am worried that Kanavi just invades Tien and things go very poorly.
WBG Tap Tap 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
This is power. Does IG win versus JDG? Right now, yes. Right now they do. I'm not gonna lie. I think that I think JDG has looked really off the boil for a long time now. They have to prove that they're yeah, they have to prove that they're on point again, you know? It's been a while. This is not actually that helpful. Maybe it is. Okay, it is. I guess maybe not having that skill last time hurt. We can run one more race before we get into the thing. We're in a medium, so we would like to, I mean, well, we can go between pace and I think we go, wait, do we have enough power to make it through that much of a, I don't know, but we'll just go for the absolute cinema and hope Gold Ship delivers. Yeah, I mean, WE did take a game off of BLG. I don't think that's bad at all by WE. I mean, like, I think they're doing honestly pretty well. Bowling alley animation. I'll just slow down when I say that. Hey, morning. We'll get ready for our second series. This one has the potential to be pretty big, honestly. Just realized the background music's pretty low. Late start is sure a thing. I probably will stop doing it on 2x speed when we're not like waiting on draft and stuff. Oh, it's a whole lot of people to get through. Pace strategy's good though, get some regen back. Really on like the second straight where things start to get clumped up like now. And we're into draft, which is a problem. So we shall put this away and we shall get into our drafting phase. Why don't we do that? Why don't we do that indeed? Top esports Weibo on your screens now. Second series of the day. As that crowd is actually not from the crowd, it's from the freaking game. As you'll be happy to know, Absolute Cinema did actually occur. Hey, wait. Drop kick. I should just save that for every draft. It would make it so much of a better experience. Get absolutely dropkicked in our first draft of the second series. Could not have timed that better myself. In fact, I did. That's the best you're ever going to get from me, folks. I don't know. I've peaked. I have actually just peaked. And I didn't even have to peak in high school. Questions upon questions. So, what's left up and available? We still have Rumble. We have Scion Orn. We have Trundle. There's Pantheon. There's Azir. Top esports being one of, no, Azir's down, so ignore that one. Rumble, Trundle's gone, sorry, I forgot that as well. And the Nymaera makes its way through. Now, from my logic on the Nymaera is she's not good enough on her own. You must lock in picks which can support her doing her thing. Aurora is good. Kai'Sa is good. Now, the idea from Weibo is they've locked in a fairly low mobility, low peel carry, which does a ton of damage. Kill them first. Kill them first. Nymaera is going to get dove by the Aurora and the Kai'Sa, and that is not something which Nymaera is great at dealing with. Top esports might have to go with a Galio now. I actually wonder if Galio is the lock-in immediately. You need to lock in some peel. The problem is if you lock in Lulu, then Nautilus comes through from Crisp and you can't win the lane. This is why I think things get a little bit rough here. Pros seem to love Nymaera. Very high damage. I think she probably is a bit overtuned right now in terms of the damage. I still think there's counterplay. I think if you lock in enough dive onto this champion, they really struggle. They really struggle. Is this Jackalo's first game on the Nymaera? I believe it might be, actually. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Nymaera match history LPL. It's close to the wrong thing. Shinzao locked in for Tien, so the jungle matchup is competitive. I wouldn't say it's like complete. There are different points where it takes priority, right? Yeah, we've had 7 games of it in the LPL currently. 5-2 in LPL. Lost 2 games, but Hope and Leave losing on it. Taeyun won the first game. Pays, Gala, 1xN, and Jachi all picking up their own wins. This is the first game from Jackulov. Jackulov has not played this pick just yet. Hello, Sam. Good to see you. Let's grab your chair in here. We have Nymaera, but we do have good dive from Weibo, which is what I typically like to see into this. I don't think Nymaera is good at dealing with dive. Typically, this has been a good answer in towards it. Second round, Top East was banning away the Alistar. I think they should ban away the Nautilus too, potentially. You good? Right. Oh, right, okay. Hope it's fine. Poppy, Renekton ban away from Weibo. I mean, the Renekton's a strong winning lane and can kind of self-peel by, you know, stunning someone that goes in. I mean, if it had been their Renekton top lane, I actually wonder if the Aurora could have gone top lane as well for Breathe. So we try to figure out where this chair's going. This is what happens here as we try and get ourselves to this duocast. And Bessa banned away from Breathe, who would have ended up joining in that dive combo. I wonder if he just slammed the Nautilus now. It's a good lane with the Kai'Sa. I don't think that... I mean, at that point, maybe Hung goes towards the Braum, and there are some issues in the laning phase. Nymaera is a good laning phase champion. So why perhaps they go towards the Rakan instead. So Rakan can deal with the Braum a little bit better, if that were to be the case. And now, because there's less value for the Braum, perhaps Hung goes towards a different champion. The Rel is some Engage, which can link up with the Cyclone and the Tibbers.
Interesting matchup into the Kai'Sa. Has been a little bit more even, that one, as we were sort of chatting about in the last series, saying, look, Nymaera has actually had a really good time into Civ. It feels like she 1v1s her pretty much all times of the game. But against Desire, had a rough time.
Nymaera's damage is not from abilities, is the big thing. You can't spell shield a lot of Nymaera's damage. So she walks at you and she actually out DPSs you in the short range.
Yeah, and you are the same range and you go, well, I can't run away fast enough.
But of course, into the Kai'Sa here, which is more of that diving threat. 369 goes towards the Scion. This is important. Top or B Sports need to peel for Jackulov. This should be the god of peel himself, 369, on one of his best peeling champions in that Scion. Will definitely have a fun time of it. Now, Weibo do have that dive combo. If they manage to reach the Nymaera and the Kai'Sa flies through, I think Weibo have a good shot of winning this game. Bree thinking about his next pick in here as well. Was wondering about that Aatrox, but haven't seen that much success from that champion actually. Sansei, though, I feel like has been a little bit more valuable. You know, it's that kind of half tank, half dive, half man, half pig.
Half man, half bear, half pig.
Man, bear, pig. I didn't even like that show, really.
No, yeah.
Hey, I never really watched that growing up, but I remember that one quote from it. So get our full drafts through. Weibo trying to play dive against the Nymaera. Top East was trying to peel. They have some AoE teamfighter themselves. If the Nymaera doesn't go down quickly, if Top East manage to start the fight with a lot of AoE damage, they win. If Weibo manage to dive, kill off the Nymaera, they should win on the other side. Yeah. If they do not catch Jackulov, Top Esports will run them over.
Yeah. I'm looking at this one, looking mid jungles for both. Wukong v Shinzao, Annie v Aurora. That mid jungle getting ahead and then getting to affect bot lane could be pretty significant. If junglers get bot lane, I think that's pretty significant. Understandably, I think top laners are likely going to be the lower priority this game, at least early on. If you can find a kill there, that's great. But realistically, getting one mid laner ahead to stop blowing up the enemy AD carry, or just getting your AD carry ahead, sounds pretty good to me for both teams.
Yeah. Trying to figure out the in-game volume because it's a different venue. The volume changes, folks. Half man, half horse. Yep. 'Cause I'm a half man, half horse.
Do you run in big track races, Al?
No, this is a separate thing. Yeah, it's quite funny how actually 2 of my random hyperfixations have been about horse related. I never even liked horses that much in the past there.
No.
Yeah, they're dangerous at both ends and awkward in the middle, as our cousin said one time, and honestly that's never left my brain. We'll get onto that rift, we'll figure out volumes, and I'll leave Sam quickly to the start of the game so I sort some stuff out in the background.
WBG starting their chant a little early there. That's awkward. Top esports 6-1 right now. Been a little bit fraudulent in their wins, I'm not going to lie. Some of those wins have been basically because they've had better hands, not because they've played well. And we've seen what happens when top esports play like that. Kanavi in particular has been very feast or famine. When he's feasting, it looks phenomenal. When he doesn't, then yeah, ain't so pretty, that's for sure. Nothing super crazy there with the runes, I don't think. In fact, we're pretty much mirrored across the board. Grass for grass, conquer for conquer, electrocute for electrocute. Tempo for tempo, and spellbook for spellbook. Big favor over towards top esports. I think that's probably understandable. Weibo themselves not exactly looked consistent. Crisp in particular, not so long ago, was laning with Jackie Love, and it really didn't work out. Return to Weibo Gaming. See whether it actually makes much of a difference here. He's been not the best. It does feel like a lot of our OG support players have been struggling of late. Invade coming on through. Top esports have got the shove early on. Trying to be as obnoxious as possible. Cream needs to be a little bit wary here. Damage comes on down. Cream knocked up, goes down. Easy wrap around. Gant for TN to pick that one up. Look. Decent damage there. Mark of Judgment comes on forward. That W slow can be really obnoxious if you land it. Tien, though, going to get a nice shove topside. Roams through mid. Straight up top. Might well be able to get the kill on a 369. Bot side violence also occurring. Light going to have to cleanse and try and run away, and will do so. Now, Knavi's turned up top. Tien might be danger. Good path maker. Go strikes beginning to get stacked. 369 now in danger, gets knocked up. Wind becomes lightning, and Silence just gone too far. Top esports punished heavily in the early game. Very least, Nymaera is getting some decent shove down bot side. It's not led to a CS lead or anything. Not yet, anyway. Cleanse additional value down there, whereas their heals and flashes have been blown by Hung. Chris didn't burn his actually, so I take that back somewhat. Decimating smash, but worked out of. Damage goes down on Xiaohu. Ult from Cream to ensure the trade. Xiaohu has been a big enjoyer of the Luden's build. Actually going towards what looks to be the Andrews or a Rift make first. To have some ways to manage the HP stack. It's a bit more sustained, a bit more safety in the silence. I think that's Fair enough. Dragon being started by Top Esports right now, down 600 gold, courtesy of the early fumbles in mid and top. Continuing to proxy farm. My Days 369 is just getting all the time in the world. That's ridiculous. He's got to walk out of here as well. He's not got a flash, does have an ult. Maybe has to burn one or the other. Nah, he's out. There's the damage back. Gets the knocker. Ooh, they just get the kill. He's dead. 369 now walking at a few more people, but stuck around too long having proxy farmed. Will die for it. Flashbone from TM, but he gets another kill. Happy. Odd old early game. Can Ivy still get a hold of these Raptors? No punish this time. Welcome back. Jens had a few very successful ganks early on here. Wrapped around mid on first clear. Got a kill onto Cream. Then went topside where the 2v2, 369 and Kanavi pushed too far and Wind became lightning things. On a retreat from a proxy farm, 369 just stuck around a little long and died again. A bit of an awkward one early.
Top Esports Weibo. I do think this matchup is very much about jungle matchup. I'm trying to remember exactly what happened in the last face-off between these two. I do seem to remember it was Tien and Kanabi really going at each other on the whole. They're trying to remember when they last faced each other as well. I think it was all the way back in week 1. A 3-game series in week 1, day 2 of play. This is one of the furthest times from matchup 1 to matchup 2. We're getting to the point where teams will be playing each other twice now. By the way, one of those is BLG WE. First matchup today, second matchup tomorrow. So, yeah, 3-game series today. We'll see if it match delivers again tomorrow, I suppose. Grub's getting potentially started up now. Jackalope being able to stack his Q off of them, a scary thing. Reminder, the really big win conditions that this game will likely come down to are, does Nymaera get to free fly? Weibo have the tools to say, no, she doesn't. However, Top Esports do have decent peeling ability to throw at them.
Good damage going on forward. Xiaohu, it's a big old chunk. We'll trade back-ish with the weirding, but can't get that much value there. Tien, now bot side, potentially looking to wrap around on 369. He's going to get dragged all out towards the Shinzao. Ult, flash, Wind becomes lightning. Conqueror stack, can't quite get the kill, but combo secured nonetheless, and that is a flash and an ult down on 369.
Yeah, ult for ult and a flash on top of it. Hung now going to the other side, though. Light does have ult. I don't really think you make it out of this one, though.
Oh, boy, and Jackie Love will begin to make sure he is an untargetable shadow. Get a few more of those quartos down as he transcends himself. Xiaohu turns on up, but there's some prayer beads still in Jackie Love's hands, and I think, unfortunately for him, the Bunny Rabbit will be eating the faith of that particular bot laner. Weirding comes on down. Cream still gets to run up. We'll have another molten
Xiaohu still has flash, I think, if you look at the scoreboard on the right-hand side. Cream's going to walk over. He can get to the blast code. Xiaohu might just make it out with a magic trick.
Gets stunned nonetheless. Unfortunately, the Incinerate was available, and Cream will disintegrate.
He would have had to flash to the blast cone. Stopped himself in that auto-attack animation. Cream gets his jungler once again onto the board. There is no, sorry, would have been Cream getting the kill, though. He didn't have that assisted. Anyway, right, Cream walks away with that kill. As Weibo try and play the wider map a little bit, but they don't protect their weak side particularly well. And yes, Kaiser is typically good at defending themselves. Not that good. Can't really escape from a situation like that.
No, not especially easy. And now we find ourselves with a game that is pretty close in this early game. Had looked like a pretty good start to Weibo Gaming.
Yeah.
They did get the marker towards the feat of strength with that martial mastery secured. No, feat of warfare, that's the one. Martial mastery was just in my head. It's been that way for years.
That just reminds me of High Elves and Warhammer Fantasy.
It is.
Yeah. Martial mastery. For those of you
martial prowess.
Martial prowess. Yeah, for those of you who enjoy, you know, the better Games Workshop thing, Age of... I'm definitely not salty about
it. No, never been salty about Age of Sigmar. Never.
Yeah, no, like that. Yeah, Pales were really broken for a while. Always attack first, even with great weapons. That's a big sidetrack, and I could spend half the game talking about that.
It was great.
You played them. I played against them, Sam. Not a big fan of Swords Masters striking at weapon skill 5. So. Anyway, whatever. There's an all in mid lane. I need to stop. This will bring up old trauma for myself. It's very even that cold. Grubs, of course, taken by top esports. The 3 grubs really help them because I think top esports will be much better at a point in time walking up with Nautilus, Scion, and a carry, just walking up to a tower and say, wave clear or die.
Yeah.
And if they don't manage to get that much done, then the likelihood is that there'll just be a free tower taken by top esports.
And Xiaohu just ends up taking majority of his health bar as Tibbers just stands there with the Malignance pool underneath him.
I think the thing is, Xiaohu is likely looking for a recall anyway on that wave. It's like, look, I'm not going to die to the Tibbers burn. It's actually not that much burn anymore from the Tibbers itself. It's one of the things that was nerfed at the cost. That was the cost to having a better basic combo and power out of the ult burn going towards the passive magic percent magic penetration on level of ult. Kind of gave her the Rise treatment where you get more damage for your basic kit when you level up your ult. Same with Pantheon, he gets that, and Bessa. We were talking about this a little bit the other day. It's a good way to kind of balance out powerful ultimates.
I'm pulled out of his W.
Oh dear, Chris goes down. He's had a pretty poor time of things in Weibo on this split, and top esports, remember, they had him for the rest of this year. Hex Flash over the wall, Hung. He was the player that was on Weibo, and my dude, that is your X80 carry, and perhaps Hung is getting better of the divorce here.
Yeah, we're looking at 2 different married couples looking at each other, and right now top esports feeling fairly happy about their early game. But a Cole cashing in for light in about 3 waves. There is that. Cream looking for a bit of a stun. Xiaohu across the veil, waiting after. Doesn't turn around. Kanavi now in danger, but will turn down the Cyclone. In comes Chris trying to find an angle. He's respawned, but Jackie's waiting. Throws down that Arc of Ruin, looking for some more slows, some more autos. Chris heals to get Xiaohu out to safety.
This was a fight that Weibo chose, and Tien dies before he can get the Crescent Guard off. There was none of that kind of Thunderdome set up with the invulnerability from outside of it. Tien, big mistake diving in without the ability to protect himself. Chris will escape from that hook this time. The top was getting the better of these early skirmishes now. Weibo, perhaps some good ganks earlier to get them some kills on the board, but now they're down 3 grubs. They haven't managed to stack dragons, and my worry is with the Kai'Sa falling behind and the Aurora not at a point of power yet either, Weibo's dive combo, which is critical to their teamfighting success, might just be gone.
Xiaohu again forced to reset Cream, very aggressively using his ult to just keep Xiaohu out of lane, not roaming, not making plays. Upside Breathe will likely get a plate here, gets that off the Demolish proc, happy enough with that. Decimating Smash's footwork out of.
Yeah, credit to Breathe, he is almost 1,000 gold up on the Cassante over the Sion, which is not a bad thing, and there is a world where Cassante manages to dive onto the Yunara as well. Right here, yep, Tien jumps forwards and just doesn't ult before the anti-stun comes through. It's not even the fast anti-stun, it's the shield flying it. It's not even the cone, which gets it instantly. That's just not pressing her up at the right time. A mistake there from Tien costs his team big.
I worry a little bit as well if Jackie Love starts to get to an imperious point of power, that you are, on the whole, quite a short-range comp, and therefore you're never going to be at that position where Yunara's not going to be able to auto. Yes, you can dive her, yes, you can threaten her, but that also means that your dive needs to be threatening, otherwise you're just in her active range.
It's at that point, it's that's just a, I don't know, a Just Eat driver flying into the backline.
Yeah, you're diving into a concrete floor. Yes, like...
Oh my god. Could you imagine, like, could you imagine Aurora having, like, a food skin where, like, she kind of has, like a moped that goes across the world when she pops out one side of it?
Little Italian moped, Vespa type thing. Stun on for Chris.
Herald alive. Top esports would really like to claim that to get their objectives. Stacks towards the feats of strength.
Violence being threatened. Hook onto the side of Tien, who will this time get the Crescent Guard. All out comes on forward. Decimating Smash charged up. Means that Kanavi won't be threatened all that much. Jackie Love has transcended themselves. Begin to unleash some of that power. Sorry, they're not. They just have hired the huge Spirit Cultivation, but against the flash away. Now the ult is rolling, and the AoE is there. Jackie trying to get full back.
Get him!
Binding of Topo Strikes Part 3. And they'll pick up 2. Nice play from Weibo as Jackie oversteps his bounds.
That was really well played from Weibo at the back end of that. They ended up not quite catching the Yunara at the start of the play, but then they waited out the ultimate, which is the point of power of the Yunara, and then they re-engaged after it was down, catching Jackie Love and also getting both summoners. This is the foible of Yunara. If you do get on top of that champion, she has precious little ability to protect herself compared to a Xayah or a Kai'Sa or the like.
I fear I may have baited you slightly. Yeah. Because it was the Q active the first time around, and then they ulted and got caught out mid-ult.
Okay. Yeah, because I did see the Q flying, and I didn't know whether the ult had that thing where like the indicator only shows after it's down. So let me just check here. So the initial play came through from yeah, the Empower Q's there. Hasn't activated the ult yet. So actually, yeah, okay, all right. That was no, just pops the ult here.
Yeah, there's the ult.
So yeah, I was baited a little bit there. So yeah, they just jump back in while the ult's rolling, and they just Jackie Love steps up to forward. A clutch wind becomes lightning, tags them. Apologies on calling out when the ult was used, but then again, actually, I think that's even more telling. The fact that the Yunara can get caught out even with the ult being ran there is a big problem.
You agree? And I would also say the fact that the Q active and the R active are quite similar looking is going to mean I'm going to do that semi-often until I learn this champion a bit better, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, what I'll pay attention to is when does the icon go dark on the HUD? So when that does, sometimes it's like, oh, when it's done, it will go off like a Zarya or something like that because it takes a little while. I'd imagine with the Zarya, actually, it goes immediately on cooldown because it has like a set duration where it doesn't have a reset to it.
So, we find ourselves gold swung slightly in Weibo's favor, up about 1,000 gold, where top esports are up about 1,000 gold. Largely, I think, off some very good cues. Off Breathe in that last one.
Dragon up in a minute. A nice big fight. First item in for the Aurora. A little bit behind Cream, of course, who's been more front foot playmaking for top esports. Shahu's been on the receiving end of a couple of plays instead. Lights with the did we just talk about the cull being cropped?
No, I hadn't.
Okay.
No.
So the cull's been cashed in, so that's obviously important. Means that gets them ahead in terms of that gold too. Got some kill participation in that last fight. And is close towards their second item. If, you know, if Light gets going on the Kai'Sa, that's really good dive. We were talking about, oh, Yunara can out-DPS the Sivir in 1v1. Very few AD carries deal with a Kai'Sa who's doing well in a game, diving onto you with the ult shield and everything else.
It's very hard to win that DPS trade because Kai'Sa's immediate burst is very high. She's got the shield as well. You tend to get through to a second block of passive. Like, it's just not a fun combo to try and play against.
There's some questions, chat, about the purpose of that mid-last fight, and people saying, well, you know, what they're fighting for. Technically, it's positioning over the Herald. And I think that top esports realized, okay, we want to be using some DPS to cut down some HP bars, meaning that you can't dive onto it. Top esports felt stronger in that last play. Now it's going to charge in towards mid lane. I think it's close to killing in one. It's very close.
My days, you weren't wrong.
Yeah, that is 79 HP. Even with that's the kind of thing with
it. Big time.
I don't even know what that is.
-10 from 79, Alex.
No, I did.
Really nice number.
No, okay, I know that, Sam. I just didn't realize it was the big time. I didn't know that was.
So that's a Pink Panther movie, right?
That's
when we talk about 006s, I one off the big time.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Dragon is now spawned. That's far more important. That is the big time. That's the real big time.
Maybe the big time.
Maybe the big time, the real big time was the friends who and the dragons we took along the way.
No, it's only victory. That's the only big time.
Toppy's was really trying to hold this choke point. This is the most important part of the river, and I feel like blue side has been doing way better at controlling these choke points around objectives whenever I've been watching it. That choke point there, and just on the kind of the mirrored other one between the Baron Pit and the mid lane wall as well. Those choke points are the ones which really win you fights. Walking through them is really hellish. Again, we'll close and control this ward here. Control the control ward. This is why mid-prio is important. It means you can bypass those choke points and you control the enemy one. Now Weibo control the choke point. This is why mid lane prio is important.
Again, now spotted. Dragon is split one apiece. Weibo get this dragon, they get feats of strength. 369 looking for an ult angle down the river potentially. Unstoppable onslaught available. Hung, Cream. Also with their full arsenal of kits available. And Double Strikes part 3 wide. That means Breathe needs to be a bit wary because he doesn't have a CC anymore. Knocked up, not quite down. Light into the backside, but he's immediately exhausted. It's Jacqueline. Arc of Ruin, jumping onto the Kai'Sa. Tries to cleanse, no avail. Kanavi just about alive. Goes all out as Breathe. But will it change all that much in the grand scheme of the fight? Because all the while, Crisp and Xiaohu are running for the hills. Cream with a lot of damage will flash on forwards and disintegrate K'Sante, who cannot go all out any longer without his ankles, or to be honest, a functioning body.
Weibo only sent one person to dive onto Jaculov. Light got the memo and everyone else backed off. Light still gets some good damage onto the Yunara, but this is not the combo which Weibo had picked for. Top Esports get a bit of an easy one there, as Breathe made a mistake at the start of it. He didn't charge his W through the CC, and the tankiness of Cassante is all in that Pathmaker. We'll watch this again through the replay. He uses that E for the shield, but his W's not there, and he takes almost all of his HP bar before he even gets to use his W, which is a huge part of your tank. He uses it now, it's not that useful. And then Light is left alone to dive on the backline of Jaculov. Big mistake from Breathe, big mistake from the rest of Weibo to not follow Light on that dive, or maybe Light choosing the timing to dive there too. It's one or the other, but this is not a good team fight for Weibo, and I feel like Top Esports get away with a bit of a freebie here.
And despite getting exhausted, Jaculov had a barrier, had the Molten Shield as well, so actually ended up with a lot of HP to work with, courtesy of those extra summoners, and Light tried, it was good work, but it just wasn't enough to bring down the Yunara, and if that keeps happening, we're in a tricky position. Slight win rate advantage right now to Top Esports from the current game state.
Yeah, that's on the statistical analysis, of course, but I really struggle to see that with these kind of teams. Tien pops that Crescent Guard.
Exhaust comes on down, pulled back, Tien goes down, nice pickoff.
Just walking way too far. Tien going from starting the game successfully to falling off quite hard now. Kanavi jumping forwards again with a Cyclone and Exhaust to pin him back into the play from Hung as well. And Top Esports, on the whole, doing a very good job of controlling the Shinzao, making sure that they're not able to be a safe front line. Yes, Breathe got that bot lane out of turret, but now that mid lane inner is now being threatened, Breathe will teleport in to secure that. At least it'll be a 1-for-1 turret trade, but the mid lane outer is more impactful, and the Dragon will also likely be going to Top Esports.
Down goes that Dragon. Unlikely to be picked up by the side of Weibo. No TES coming. You can see, in fact, the pings are all going towards his top side. Atakan is there, 369. About a third HP, but he does need to back off that.
And with the first turret and that Dragon, Top Esports will get themselves the feats of strength with that Dragon. Atakan started. Top Esports should know this is happening. There's a teleport coming from Cream. They'll teleport in now. The top lane is pushing. How quick is this going to go down? It's going to not be quick enough to avoid a smite fight.
Double TP from the solo lanes are coming on, and it is the smite fight of one by Kanavi. Tien goes down, is disintegrated. Jaculov now looking for potential angle, Arc of Ruin over the wall as they have transcended themselves. Breathe goes all out, but Jackie free powers unleashes the prayer beads, and they will whack the heads of everyone on Weibo Gaming.
Triple kill to Jaculov as he finds the flank. Weibo make one too many mistakes, and then things start to spiral. The play in the mid lane going wrong. The play around the Dragon before that really starting things off, ending in an Atakan, which looked a little bit frustrated from Weibo. Just thought, well, we've got to do something. Now suddenly you're staring down 2.5k advantage from Jaculov, 2k advantage in mid lane for Cream, and a 1.5k advantage to Kanavi in the jungle as well. Weibo, their decision making has been really put under the microscope in the last few minutes. Right here, I somewhat get the desperation, but even then, Chris trying to jump onto Kanavi, I don't think that's the play. I think you have to jump on Jaculov instead. I know you're trying to win that smite fight, but it's just really, really difficult to even get out after that. Even if they'd gotten the Atakan, I don't think this changes the fight afterwards. Nothing is put onto Jaculov. If the Yunara is untouched, Yunara wins games.
Had the Unleash, had Krakens there, had Hurricane. Just gets to auto everyone with the flanking Yunara.
Yeah. Yunara definitely reminds me of that kind of like Zeri archetype of when Zeri was close to release, where you think, if you don't shut down the Zeri will kill you. It's a very similar kind of thing here. I do think that Yunara can struggle to gap close in the same way. I think that,
there's no wall ride, right?
But let's be honest, release Zeri was unheard of levels of broken. I'm not going to compare release Yunara quite to that. While she is strong, very few things are as strong as that.
There are also things you can do to punish her a bit more freely, agreed.
Yeah, the fact that this first pick Yunara is working out the way that it is very telling of how strong the champion is right now. I'm not gonna lie, I think Weibo have the tools to deal with it. I will say, I think a lot of this is on play rather than the strategy, but still, you can see what happens when you make the mistake and allow the Yunara to DPS. Fights are over.
Now she's gotten to the 3 items. Again, the issue with this build normally for a Yunara is you don't actually have any sustain. Not really. And so actually, if you do get chunked, the chunk stays. Very hard to get that lifesteal inbuilt, and they don't have any from your kit particularly. But if you go this build, you can get your crit a lot earlier, and now can look towards something with a bit of lifesteal. Fourth, who's got that Vamp Scepter in inventory, feeling a lot happier. And yeah, this Yunara, the moment she transcends and goes full wuxia novel protagonist, it's a bit due.
In the mid lane now, Weibo behind a ton of gold, and suppose Nymaera hasn't got any tank here. If you manage to full CC them, it's a world, but it's at that point you're kind of preying on very specific niches. Esports pushing up mid lane again, and we've really talked about why pushing mid lane really important, feels like, around current objective kind of choke points and the like. Xiaohu jumping forward.
The young mistress of the top esports set will survive that engage, tries to transcend themselves, but I just don't know what they can do! I take it back! I take it all back! The untouchable Shadow gets Jackie out to safety as he just stands and delivers.
Xiaohu misses his ultimate onto the Nymaera, and that damage would have made the difference. Jackie Love takes the mistake and runs Weibo through with it. A fantastic Nymaera game on the defensive and the offensive from Jackie Love. They'll run down mid lane and take the inhibitor turret.
Oh, it's beautiful, beautiful things to witness. Nymaera just surviving that one and outplays under the turret, murders them all, even Cassante at the very last. Not enough attacker, that's Barrett, and realistically, top esports game.
Top esports, if they weren't far ahead before, they very much are now. And Weibo, it's another ill-fated dive. And again, I can't help but feel like it was a dive that could have worked out. This is not a Nymaera with a ton of defensive stats or something like that. Remember when Callisto used to build, you know, or still build, Terminus and Jackshot and becomes unkillable. So that's like that. Xiaohu jumps forwards, and this is his ult. He's waiting for the CC chain from Shinzao, which is broken by top esports, and he angles his ult in the wrong way. You have to just dunk it straight on the Nymaera. That would have been enough to kill, and then they have to go under turret, and that turret does the rest of the damage. Everyone goes one by one, as the dives this game from Weibo have simply not been good enough.
Jackie puts out 4K, mostly into the face of Light and Crisp, and they don't make it happen. He'd gone and converted that Vamp Scepter into a Mercurial Scimitar. For the cleanse again, has gone for the barrier this game, so doesn't have the cleanse elsewhere. Medjai's also built up by Cream, worth noting, who's got an arm guard, so it's not even just the Nymaera you have to be afraid of. This Annie at this point as well, also hitting pretty damn hard for a number of the squishy members.
Well, I mean, Annie does have a 3k lead by herself, you know.
Yeah.
And that's one of the difficult things about this sort of game now, is that, you know, in another game where the Annie was even, if you killed the Nymaera, there's no damage left, really. Well, I mean, obviously there's some, but I'm using
a significant percentage.
I'm using hyperbole to make a point. But basically, if the Nymaera dies, you'd hope that you'd be able to run around with a damage differential afterwards. Because everyone's so far ahead, if you have to hyper dive onto the Nymaera, you will still die to the Wukong and the Annie. Is there a teleport coming in? Yeah, there is. Breathe looks for a flank. Jackie Love doesn't have summoners, but again, it's just not coordinated enough. Weibo can't find the angle of the engage, and Breathe has to call off the play.
Towards the tier 3 we look. Cannon minions empowered by the Baron minion. Cream and Hung step forwards. Hook lands on a Tien who has to crescent guard early. Kanavi says, cool, I can just cyclone you anyway, and wins the fight. The backline though, they try to go on in. Still not doing enough damage as Breathe is breathing a little bit too shallowly this time. Kanavi survives. Light tries to ult on him with a killer instinct, but the only thing his instincts are telling him is to flee. Flee into an early grave. Xiaohu survives, but that bunny rabbit is the one thing standing between top esports and a game 1 victory, and I don't think Aurora has enough to stop the onslaught.
Jackie Love plays his first game on the new champion and makes it look damn good. Weibo's dives were not clean enough to seal the deal in those team fights against the AD carry, and top esports claimed the first game.
Awesome stuff. Let me turn the camera on briefly and say hello. Hi. Glad to have you. An interesting game. I agree, Corey. It has been a little bit of a weird one, it has to be said. Buongiorno, says Roberts. Good to see you.
Buongiorno. Yeah, that was some YNARAgaming.exe. And yeah, I'm not gonna lie, half of me is like really well played by Jackie Love, half of me is like, those dives were really bad from
like,
Weibo.
it shouldn't have been that hard.
It shouldn't have been that bad. I suppose, yeah, I think, realistically, I think Nymaera is too strong right now. I think that's what I'm finding. Like, I can see how you deal with that champion, stylistically. I just think the numbers are so strong right now that it does feel a little bit like that release, not quite release, sorry, but it's not dissimilar, where if you had something like the Vi Ari or the Vi Rel or something like that into the Zeri on release, you could catch her, or Vi Nautilus with the other ones too.
And I think the opening games made people go, she's not that busted. What?
I hadn't finished my point.
Oh, sorry.
I was going through and you're going, yeah.
I was just agreeing with
point
you.
Yeah, but like, I could tell when you were jumping. It's kind of like that scenario where if you have the point and click ability to, or just the dive onto the Nymaera, you see stylistically why it works, but you have to execute on it well enough, and clearly Weibo didn't.
I think the other thing that became a thing was mostly that the early games we saw of Yunara, like the first few, not the early games, but the first few games where Yunara made her look a little bit meh. She had a very poor opening win rate. And I think part of that was people just figuring out how they were supposed to play with Yunara and set it up for success. I still think that actually I've seen Yunara struggle into a number of matchups.
Yeah.
Like if you ever get a Xayah game, Yunara sucks. Like it's just not good into Xayah.
Yeah, and typically I think that Kai'Sa's good into Yunara too, and I think
been a much more even matchup. At the
but
very
right
least,
there,
yeah.
you know, when Light was diving, it was in going into Kai'Sa in a 1v2. That's not what really wants to happen. And then in the 1v1s later, we're just outstatted. And Phantom saying in chat, you know, isn't that the deal with any AD carry? To an extent, yes. Yunara is not a champion that can run at you like a Sivir, can't defend like a Xayah and Kai'Sa, who does both, of course. Yunara doesn't have that much mobility to force the issue. Of course, something like Zeri as well was the threat of a Zeri was, if you don't kill her, she will run you down because she has so much movement speed. Yunara doesn't have that nearly as much. And again, with someone like a Phalios who was so bursty and had a weird amount of range and utility, again, that was a very different thing. I think that Yunara, her dash is not quite enough to give her engage, not quite enough to keep her to safety. She doesn't have a spell shield, she doesn't have a Xayah ult. The numbers are good enough right now where if you thread the needle, that champion just explodes you. But I think on a stylistic level, without having the self-peel tools or the engage tools of other AD carries, I can see where, when the numbers go back to normal, where she'll struggle to shine behind those other AD carries. It's fearless. I'm sure she'll always have a place if it goes into later games.
If you've got 3 item carries or just need a particular build path, you can do it.
Right now, if it's B1 in game 1, that's way too high on the numbers. Anyway, we're going towards the most important part of the day. Horse game. Yay, horse game.
Yes. Let me go run and make sure I've got things ready for that.
All good. You let me know when you need to head out.
Might have to do it.
All good.
So basically, they've moved times for equal esport.
Okay.
I'm doing G2 and I've got to go get some.
All good.
I'm a bit nervous about that.
No worries, man. Sam's got a lot of logistics to do for basically getting visas sorted. So we shall get that done. Yeah, we came first in the last race. So we'll do that. We shall continue on with this. Why don't we see Yunara with Yuumi Lulu yet? We saw it with a Lulu once, I think, didn't we? Yeah, I think if you have something like that, it's really good. Hey, thanks for the streak, Spirits. I think it's new toy syndrome. To an extent, it's new toy syndrome, and I won't disagree with that. This is energy, skill points, or... Is this stamina? I guess we got energy. 3 on power is not bad. The friendships train up? Yeah, we take those. Glinga. We go for power again. Oh, Fairy Tail, by the way. I completely missed the 100 bits. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hey, Alex, you're active in both the LEC and LPL. Let's say G2 becomes Chinese for a year. Do you place them in Ascend or Nirvana? Oh, no, in Ascend. In Ascend. Yeah. If you look at, like, FPX and WE, the way they're playing right now, I think that G2 would beat them. In terms of the bottom tier teams in, oh, we got the thing. This is actually not too bad, though. We could run a race. I don't want to. No, this is okay in terms of training, actually. It could be worse. Yunara Emilio? Yeah, Yunara Emilio. Yunara plus any kind of enabling support is really big. We don't fail 8% on stream. Nice. And EDG 2-0 TT? Yeah, they're the best team in Nirvana, and TT are fine, but the EDG are clearly better. I think we just rest, don't we? Emilio is an instant win right now with certain ADCs. I don't know if I'd agree with that, because yeah, I'm not sure I'd agree with that, because Emilio really struggles into stuff like Nautilus or Blitzcrank and things like that. And in pro play, that stuff becomes really, really unplayable very quickly. What is this? Is this a medium or is this a long? Medium. I kind of need more stamina on this. Yeah, we actually need to go some more stamina right now. Being under 300, I mean, I don't know, this might be a problem anyway. I'd lose the game to have a good air conditioner. That's a win in my books. That makes sense. You win in a strategic sense, if not a tactical sense. He's our MVP. Yeah, Jack buff. No surprise. This is okay. I mean, we're not running longs right now. This is good later, but we don't want that right now. This is fine. Yeah, this is okay. We're actually likely to proc that. Do I want it? Fuck it, we'll go. Yeah. Probably not that valuable. It's not the best ult to pass down. It's worse than, say, Symboli Rudolph. Give me a heater where I am, AC would kill me, damn. Oh. Yeah, end closer's fine. Plus, end closer helps you conserve stamina, which is nice. O's gang. Oh yeah, it's O's winter right now. Yeah. I spent Christmas in Australia once. And it was so damn hot. We spent the whole time in the pool basically. I had some family out there. So. Oh, someone has a debuff skill. You just saw there was a debuff thing which just cropped up on Major Orion. See the red down lines. It's one of the reasons why I'm like, oh, winter split, spring split, summer split. I'm like, that does not apply to the southern hemisphere, by the way. Most of League is in the northern hemisphere, but I'm like, that's also not true everywhere, you know? Makes LPL so easy as it starts around midday. That's very convenient for you, yeah. We are not in great position here, not going to lie, folks. And we also didn't get, I can see right through you, which is the mobility skill. I mean, Absolute Cinema might ensue anyway. I don't think we get through this pack. We're in really bad position. I don't think we have the power to make it through this. Wait, hang on. Wait, gold chip. Absolute Cinema. You will give me an aneurysm. You will give me an aneurysm. An aneurysm. My brain is going... God, dropkick. My brain is going to explode because of this character. You will kill me. Death by gold chip, it shall be. And actually, that skill we just bought did kind of help. Quite a lot, actually. Does anyone know if Casual's still playing this game, by the way? Did he keep up with it? Friendship training, no friendship training. I guess we do this unless it's a good race. Yes, a bit. Okay, cool. Not that it's that important, I was just curious. Goldchip said I can't win. Who decided that? That's very true. 13%. Good race today. I might actually be able to win this, you know. Oh yeah, I've got mile aptitude up because of one of my things. Yeah, you know what? Why not? Why not? Let's try it. Do we have another skill we can get? Is there a good skill to get? Standard distance is okay, but meh. It's not fantastic, you know? Hell high, you need 3 skills to activate mid-race, which I don't have right now, so it's actually not that valuable right now. I mean, yeah, screw it, we'll race. I don't know if you've got the power to get through all of that, but... Screw it. Pepe, please. I don't know if... Look, this is going to be based on luck, folks. We might finish like 8th because we can't make it through the pack. We don't have fantastic power right now. I know it looks good here, but having enough power to go through like a group of 8 people, you need like 600 or so shit to go through that. Or skills, which will do that. These animations are actually very cool. NHK is the like local broadcasting station. Is this going to be one that explodes? No. Some of the logos do just explode, which I find very funny. Or did we went? We went for end closer, right? Okay, yeah. So we should drop behind the pack. But we're actually in with the late surges right now, rather than the end closers. Base strategy's good. We get a little bit of free gen back, which is not bad, of course. Okay, we get a roll. Do we make it through the pack? Do we make it through the pack? Carrier just became the first support to have 500 kills. Is that an LCK? It won't be in general, right? I don't know if we're wait, maybe we can absolute cinema. We've got a free shot here. This could get quite close. Do we have the speed for it? Certain victory helps. That really helps. Second maybe? Second maybe? First maybe? First maybe? Second. First! Gold ship! This character, again, aneurysms. Aneurysms ensue. This character will make my brain explode. So brutal, that sound effect. Oh god. My head, well, my brain will explode. I don't know how to say it, folks. My brain is not safe. My brain is not, is nicht gut. Why is the volume so vastly different on this stuff? We'll just do the regular energy down. Because if you choose the bottom one, you have chance of like losing lots of energy or little energy. But I feel like it's not like, we'll rest now actually. What the heck is this Scoots thing? Those are very funny. Thank you, Amber. If you want any emotes added to the channel, just ask Amber, by the way. We'll go with this, I think. LPL is never just 2 games? Yeah. Do we actually get the migraine, though? Okay, no, that's okay. Mood down's okay, as long as we avoid the migraine, which is really, really bad. Maker probably has 500. I thought so too. It'll be the first in the LCK. Yeah. You don't ever do extra training because taking 5 energy for 5 stats is just not very good. Oh, I completely forgot that we had summer training thing. We should probably train power if we can, by the way. We'll go for a rest. That'll get our mood up, and it'll mean that we get some more stats from having high mood. Not bad. 21, 16. Actually, not that difference between them. Yeah, we do this then. Wait, do we only have the 1 turn left on beach camp? Huh. One of the good things about training speed is that it trains power as well, which is, yeah, obviously very good. We never fail 8% on stream. And we're not starting today! Nice. Was game 3 close? With WE, no. Game 2 was really one-sided to WE though, in fairness. So it's like I wouldn't call it a bad time for them or anything. We're not going to run another race now. Please do not be sleep deprived. Okay, that's good. This is stamina, or what's the other one? Repeat discount offender. Guts or stamina? We always go stamina. Guts is not a good stat. Did I run ads? I didn't run ads. I gotta run ads. I keep forgetting that. The horse game is too engaging. We just go this, I think. Did Shadow play? Yeah, BLG did play. Yeah, Shadow was playing again. Don't worry. They dance lesson. This is power. And we go for this. 4% is fine. See, we never fail 4%. Never. We've never failed a 4% in our lives. We've also not got swinging maestro, so getting stuff like stamina up is kind of important. Is this a long race? This could be really bad for us. Oops, it's a long race. That is bad. That's really not good for us. We have pace strategy, which isn't bad. This is okay, though. Maybe we do this. Yeah, maybe we do... Maybe passing pro is good here. Yeah, screw it. We don't have swinging maestro. We need it, actually. I don't think we'll have time for the race before... Yes, we do. If I full-time speed it, we'll do it. Well, we can do it in full-time speed. It'll be fine. We'll just get drop-kicked in draft. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. Everything is okay. Everything is fine. And we just really hope that we get our skills. Although we don't have very high wit, so maybe that won't happen. Well, whatever. We'll just run. We'll run really, really quick, even though it's a long race. This definitely won't go over the draft. Yep. We're literally going to drop into draft? No, we're going to drop kick it. Yeah, we're going to drop kick into the draft. That's what we're going to do. Full-time speed. Let's go, gold ship. It's the gold. See, it didn't happen before. It didn't happen at all. You know what? It's just gonna happen here. Script. You can have this up in a tiny corner up here. It's fine. Just don't pay attention to it. It's all good. You don't have to pay attention to that at all. Ignore the signs that we're definitely. I don't know. We'll see what happens there. Anyway, draft's going on. What's left up from that last game? Stuff like Varus still available. Of course, very, very important in the current meta. Pantheon down. Talia still available, worth noting. That champion is very broken. Absolute Cinema is ensuing on the other side. I do not think we win this, though. No, in fact, we're not. Okay, you know what? Let's just get this off my screen. Get it off my screen. Get it off my screen. It's all good. We did not get drop kicked. Renekton banned in first round. Now that one's a little bit more rare. Don't expect to see those ones. We got third. It's not bad. We passed the test. It's just not win. It's all good. We'll get through that into our second. Well, after the next game. Ambassador banned away. Breathe, of course, a very confident player of that champion. What's been left open? Trundle's available. We've still got tanks in the likes of Ornn, so Breathe can go towards the Ornn if he wants. However, with that in mind, if you know that Ornn is really the last great tank left, outside of, you know, Sion and Ornn being the top two, Cassante not being bad, do you just lock something that's okay into the Ornn? Ornn is not the best laner of the tanks. Yeah, if you go Yorick, it feels pretty bad to go the Ornn, right? As well, you can break his Dark Procession with your E. It does cut your dash short and doesn't feel fantastic. What do you go in jungle for Kanavi? Imagine having Jarvan and Yorick for the double baby cage. It's the Vi instead. Now, Vi into Trundle is a risky one. We have seen it work out occasionally with stuff like Milky Way having a great game on it the other day. One of his few good games, sadly. You take away the Ahri now, I mean, Ahri Trundle is a pretty terrible combo, not gonna lie. Do you really want to pick something? Oh, I don't know, I think it's pretty bad into stuff like the, Vi. Talia locked in. Okay. So hi, I'll turn this on again. Hello, I'm here. Surprise. Cream thinking about a combo with it. The Jax going into the Yorick. We've seen more Jax being played in LPL against the Yorick. Weibo, not bad disengage right now. You know, you've got the Trundle ult to smash the first person. You know, ult them. You've got Talia Minefield. You've got Jax as well to stun people up. Jax is quite good counter-engage with the counter-strike. Cream goes towards the Ahri. He does play a lot of the champion. I wouldn't say he's my favorite Ahri, but he's not bad at it, of course. Played a lot of it over the last couple of years. Played ever since, you know, 2023 or so. I can't remember his 22 when he started picking up a lot more. No, I think it was a little after that, actually. He was a bit more in his melee assassin hype before that point. Still, Vi Ahri locked in for Kanavi Cream. Both champions have been nerfed quite heavily over time. Bot lane not picked up just yet for either team. Top esports looking for quite an aggressive comp. If they play with the Vi Ahri towards a side lane, someone's dying. Someone's dying. They have a lot of ability to just kind of force plays. Ban Sivir. Not a bad idea. Weibo could look towards that. Top esports, what are they planning for their bot lane? They don't have the Ezreal. They won't have someone like a Kai'Sa to follow the dive. Jhin is probably not awful for them, I suppose. There's no hyper tank on the other side. Things like the Trundle can really struggle with that. Vi Jhin, not a bad combo either. Yorick can be any anti-tank damage you need at that point. Sivir for top was not bad as well, which Carlos was saying over in interviews chat. I don't disagree. Gives you the wave clear, gives you the ability to allow Yorick a little bit more mobility too. You can struggle against the Trundle. The Trundle pillar is pretty good at displacing the Sivir and slowing you down at bad spots. Corki seems pretty decent for both. With lack of tanks and early game power a priority here, yeah, Corki's not bad either. So we have a couple of options thrown out there. Corki, Sivir, Jhin, also not bad. They're all not bad for Jackalope. And instead they go towards the Alistar, that temporary front line, which is a good tank against the Trundle because Trundle removes your resist, not your damage resistance. So if you pop your ult, still reducing the same amount of damage. That doesn't get taken away by Trundle. Trundle doesn't bypass that. Senna locked in for light. What do you go now? Braum is not awful. I mean, 3 dash champions in so far. The Poppy comes in, likely into that. It will be into that support role for Crisp. Last pick AD carry for Jaculov. Now, LPL loves playing Smolder into the center. Talked about the Sivir, we talked about the Jhin before. Had a great game in Game 1, came away with an MVP. Jaculov on good form this split. He's been good. Sivir gives you infinite wave clear, and that's what they'll pick up. Jaculov going to be helped out with that. Needs to be careful against the likes of Trundle Poppy. Trundle Poppy can be engaged technically if you get the pillar, and then Poppy gets to angle themselves to the wall stand. Quite hard to play through that. There's quite a hard combo to pull off. But still, something you have to be aware of. Weibo, the more defensive of the two compositions. Toppy is by far the more aggressive of the two, as we find our full comps locked in. Take that off for now. Into the game we go. Game 2 of our second series of the day. We have 3 today, folks. It's a nice long day on Saturday. Brought to you here on the Nymaera channel, where we cover all the LPL action that we can for your enjoyment and for the love of the league. Top eSports Weibo, a matchup which has taken place so many times at the highest levels of the LPL over the last few years. These player teams have played off for world spots. They've gone to internationals. Both teams on mixed form so far in this split. Yes, Top Esports largely very successful, but some shaking moments in the foundation. Let's hear those gyros. Just had to move some stuff about in the room. Myself comfortable for what should hopefully be a very fun game. This is the kind of game which I really enjoy watching, because it's you know, clear aggressive standpoint on one side, quite defensive on the other from Weibo. You know, trying to play around the Poppy. Senna kind of counter engage. Poppy eject someone out of the team fights. Senna throws an ultimate through if someone's threatened on one side. The minefield from the Talir, very valuable for that too. So if Vi ults Senna through the Poppy R, does she just stop? She is unstoppable when she's on her ultimate. So if Poppy ult hits the Vi, it will not bump her away if she's in her ult. Hang on a second. Double tap onto Hung, who takes a huge trade there. Those Ricochet sound effects are actually very, very loud. Really like Nymaera's commentary. Thank you very much. Well, earlier today it was Initialise, my brother. Hope you're enjoying his work as well. I couldn't do it without him, and I think he's pretty good at his damn job. But of course, very glad to be here for this second series. Crisp and Light, not going to be able to contest with the wave clear of the Sivir. Ricochet start on Sivir has been very powerful recently. It used to be that Sivir would have to start cubed. It was very good trading power, and you could also do it through the wave as well. But it really feels like Ricochet gives you so much more consistent wave push at that level 1. Basically full clears a wave with 2 charges of it, which is very, very powerful at the early levels. It means that Alistar, who never gets wave control, can actually get it with champions like Sivir as your lane partner. Nothing beats Super Galaxy Rumble being like 3 times louder than everything else in the game. It is a very good skin, I'll say. Yes, people get annoyed at them with voice lines, and I do get that. That is very understandable. However, it's a really good skin. You know, Doomby was arguably going to go for that, but then it was like, there's already a good Rumble skin. Oh, no, it was Marin who was like, I don't want to get a Rumble skin, even though I'm very good at it. I'll get the Renekton instead, because Super Galaxy Rumble already existed. Doomby got his Malphite World skin for his wife, who has never played the skin again. She's never played it. Imagine winning Worlds, creating a skin for your loved one, and they're like, nah, I'm good. Breathe trading well against the Yorick. The Jax is a good matchup into the Yorick. LPL top laners have gotten better at that over time, especially with the Trundle nerfs. Not Trundle nerfs. Who's this on screen? My mind jumped. The Yorick nerfs. The Yorick can struggle into the Jax a little bit more now. As someone who loves playing Rumble, Super Galaxy Rumble is the best skin Riot ever made. I really like it. I think it's really good. The animations are just so much smoother. Space Groove Rumble's not bad either, in fairness. Trundle going... Hang on a second. Full cleared. Went to that topside scuttle. That is a low health Yorick. Now, you do get some healing from your Q. Gets the grasp. Does that change anything? That grasp proc could change things. A good Dark Procession could help. Where's the aggro going? Dark Procession comes in and catches Tien on the turret. Flash away. And Flash goes for 369, but he dies anyway. Breathe gets himself involved in that kill. We'll get that gold ahead. That's bad news for top esports. Vi is here now, but was slower on the response. Went towards that bot scuttle and had to walk the entire length of the map towards it. Top esports bluntly just did not have the jungle tracking there to see where Tien was. They didn't know where he was going to be at that point. Great early trading by Breathe, knowing that his jungle was coming. Good charm there from Cream. We'll get the electrocute. We see a lot less of Ahri now. However, Cream doing the correct thing, by the way. For those of you that don't know me, I am an Ahri one-trick. I have been for over 10 years. I consider myself one of the most knowledgeable Ahri players, at least commentating in pro play. Cream doing the right thing and buying the Dark Seal at level 1. Your first, or not level 1, at your first recall. You need the Doran's for your early lane, of course. Dark Seal on Ahri unlocks win conditions for you. Ahri is perhaps the best Magi's user in the game, and Magi's is one of the most underrated items in the game. Right here, has the Dark Seal, setting up a wave freeze. Xiaohu gonna get junked on here. Is there room for a Charm Flash? No, not quite in range. Just almost landed there, very close from Cream. Xiaohu will get out safely with the phase rush. You see the threat there. Tien and Crisp have to come into mid lane to try and fix out the wave. They're not even going to be able to completely successfully do that. Cream will likely shove in anyway now. Breathe getting something on the side. Funny you said you didn't say you're one of the best Ahri players. Yeah, there's a difference between most knowledgeable and the best. Like, I don't be engrossing myself in solo queue anymore enough to say that. I did peak at top 50 Ahri in the US though. A while ago. I did manage to peak at top 50 Ahri in the US. I think top 200 global was the highest I reached. I also managed to reach top 400 Talon and Zed in the US at the same time in Season 8. Sorry, that's a bit self-engrossing, but, you know, I can talk about myself every so often. Magi is super good on Lux 2 IMO. It's very good on a lot of mages. It depends on the game state sometimes. If you're getting dove on all the time and you can't ensure your safety, it can be very problematic. Hang can I go back in towards mid lane? Ult 4 is level 6 from Cream. Doesn't get the backswing. Charm misses, but does get the flash. And that flash will be down for the grubs. Ahri ult not going to be up for those grubs either, though. First rank, it's about a 2-minute cooldown, and there's no cooldown reduction for Cream built up just yet, so it'll be about 30 seconds after grubs spawn. One of the things which has been nerfed about Ahri actually is the cooldown of level 1 ults. What it means is that when you go for something like Rod of Ages, you run out of ult cooldown and playmaking ability very, very quickly. We'll see what Cream goes towards. I have to imagine it's going to be the Malignance. Yeah, it'll be the Malignance in here. We did see the other day, I think it was an NLC game where someone pulled out the Blackfire Leandri's build, which is not as good as it was because both those items got nerfed. They had some AP taken off of them, and I think that maybe the burn AP amp from Blackfire got nerfed as well. Those kind of itemization things can be quite important. What was the other thing we were talking about? We talked about Yone builds quite a lot recently. Pro players are not always quick to change their builds. In fact, they are very slow to change their build, almost always. There are some people who do research their builds quite a lot. I think Leave, AD carry for NIP, he's very good at iterating his builds for stuff like Yunara. For instance, he was the guy that built that would be very strange. The Blade before other people were doing so. And he was playing stuff like the Essence Reaver, Shadow Flame, Kai'Sa build as well. There are a couple of players which innovate a bit more. Cream doesn't have his ult just yet. Would like to hold on to his flash. If he pushes up here, Pillar might force flash. That could be a problem. Charm still available. We'll flash the combo. Yeah, Cream pushing up too far there. Realize, you know, Vi's over the wall. I can push up safely. Not able to do so. That being said, flash down on Cream is less important than flash down on Xiaohu because Xiaohu's against Vi and Ari, which are going to be flying at him. Grub started. Ariel coming up now, so that is available. Solero is 2. Tien and River has that level 6 one. Will chomp away that first one. Do they fight for a second? I guess so. He doesn't have smite. Light over the wall. Oh, that's a flash wall stun. Crisp gets something into the first plane. Kanavi goes down. He can't ult through that because he's already been CC'd. Cream pulls his ult through, but Tien, I think he's already done the damage. Hung getting damage down too. And Senna starts to carry the fight. Awesome engage from Tien and Crisp. The pillar goes up. The wall slam comes through. Weibo not only take 2 kills, they will take 3 grubs. And where Weibo couldn't play their aggressive combo effectively in the last game against the Yunara, they certainly can do the much more difficult to play Trundle Poppy around the grubs. That was a great Poppy play. That is the kind of play which you want to see out of this kind of combo, you know? That's so quick. Also comes out of the Senna E as well. There's no way you react to that. There's no way you react to it. The difficulty of playing against Poppy at red side grubs. So many walls for Poppy to stun you against. Powerful. Powerful, powerful stuff. And there's a very loud maiden on the other side. Another wall stun coming through from Crisp. We were saying, well, you know, Crisp losing the divorce against Top Esports. It was Crisp and Hung who changed teams between Weibo and Top Esports at the start of this split. Recall stopped by Hung here. This matchup meaning a lot to both supports, of course. Not finding the success that they wanted in that last split. I thought Hung's career would be over. It was how badly he was playing. Crisp using that heroic charge to avoid a charm. Being teleported down to support the push. Replace 369 in this lane. 369 will recall. Teleport back out onto the map. Dragon started by Top Esports. Senna in an early fight going well. All with the full build Poppy. Exactly, full build Poppy. For those of you who are not privy to this Nymaera meme, or a Nymaeraism, full build Poppy is something I like to say about Poppy as soon as she hits level 3. Because Poppy, when she hits level 3, particularly in jungle when she has a red buff, is full build. I mean, champion has everything she needs. She'll wall stun, she'll skirmish early. It's not a meme, though. No, it's not. No, the thing is, the power of the meme is actually very good for delivering important analysis about games sometimes. Yeah, full build Poppy is quite important in that. Tien's going to be spotted heading up towards top side. We'll clear out that vision. And funnily enough, it was Weibo that inspired that meme for me. It was, oh, was it Weiwei? No, it would have been, yeah, it would have been Weiwei on Weibo in 2023. He was the guy that really inspired me to think about full build Poppy, because at that point, he was the Gremlin jungler. He was, by the way, Weiwei, a great Trundle player too, speaking of that matter. He's not currently in the LPL though. He was on LNG, struggling. Damn, that's a lot of damage on 369. Haven't even needed to use the Trundle just yet. Potential dive coming through. Xiaohu's coming up. Can corral him into the wall with the Weaver's wall, that ultimate. Choosing not to do so right now. Jackalope walking up. Flashback, flick back onto Kanavi. Not doing that much. The wallstone is not comboed up with anything. They're still on the turret. Tien flashes away. Jackalope pops the ult. No real fight coming through just yet. Weibo, I would have thought they had found the engage. Poppy ult will eject the Vi. Does that change anything? I don't know if it does. 369 flashes over the wall, and Weibo yet to find a clean engage. Kanavi can come back into the play. Remember, he has Q, he has Flash. The flick back misses onto Jackalope, where the wallstone is flashed away from. Jackalope, good hands. Kill to Top Esports. Ult under tower, and the tower will do the job. The center ult will not claim a kill onto 369. It will be a 2-for-1 in favor of Top Esports under the top tower, as Weibo can't find the clean engage. While all this is happening, Cream is pushing the bot lane tower, and Top Esports not only win on the top side of the map, they win on the bottom side of it too. Poorly executed by Weibo in a game which was looking good for them just before this. With 3 grubs, if Weibo had won that, it would have been an easy first tower on top side and a ton of gold from plates and the tower going down. Instead, Cream, with no grubs, will get himself a full turret, a ton of plates from bot side as well. I can't remember how many were on the turret, but Cream will get over 1,000 gold ahead of Xiaohu after taking down that turret. And I just can't help but feel the combo was poorly arranged. The flick back was not saved for the wall stun. Crisp plops the ignite. Tien walks up to Greed for a chomp on tower. The Popule hits the Vi, but nothing is used before no engage is found before the Vi gets back to the play. Good dark procession to stop Xiaohu from walking up and angling his Q. Chris wallstone gets flashed away from. Very miscoordinated from Weibo. Weibo just so uncoordinated in that play. You would have thought that Weibo would be in position to follow up on the Poppy wall stun. There were great angles from Chris. And you just saw around the grubs how powerful it is to play around that wall stun. The full build Poppy, not enough to carry Weibo there. Because the follow-up wasn't quite there. However, double Triforce completion. In from Weibo, very strong first items. The 2 kills from the Jax, yeah, that'll hurt. He pops the ultimate and his pass will start to run. Kanavi doesn't have ult, does not particular... Well, he does now anyway. Flashes over the wall. I think the Spectator goes a little bit weird there. Yeah, I think the Spectator might have... Yeah, not gonna lie, folks. I think the client might have broken again, potentially. Oh, no, maybe not. Cream using his last charm. Ooh, nice charm there. I was like, surely Kanavi just... Didn't he just use his ult? Did I miss-see that? I thought he just used his ult there. Why is it not on cooldown then if that's the case? Question. The thing is, when you're trying to cast, particularly on your own, sometimes, you know, the HUD breaking is really hard to cast with because you use it for quick information that you might have missed before. What a day to be an LPL fan. It's peak LPL. What are you talking about? Ult towards top side from Talia, going through the lane, closing the distance. The flick black going to land, as sure as hell will do. And that will be another kill to the solo laners of Weibo, this time given to Xiaohu. And that will definitely be a dead tower. The 3 grubs and a Jax tend to make short work of that. Demolish 2, why not? Overkill on this. Have to shove in towards that quick kill on the tower, as Weibo discovered they have the global button, which is very good against Yorick. Doesn't get the honorable 1v1 anymore. Herald alive, 369 alive in a few seconds, but realistically, does he want to teleport in towards this? I don't know if top esports are in position to do much about it, and indeed they won't do anything. Weird game from Kanavi so far. We did say it's quite difficult for the Kanavi for the Vi to play, the Kanavi to play. Why have I never said that before? Kanavi. We have Keen Sante. Why not Kanavi? I am very clever. Dragon is alive, but playing, you know, Vi into Trundle ult, into Talia, into Poppy, kinda sucks. Dragon will be taken, so Herald for Dragon trade across the map. Yes, you're so funny, you say in chat. Thank you, Mecha. Dragon goes down, top esports pushing mid lane. 1,000 gold ahead from Weibo. Kanavi will take the Raptors. Not wanting to walk into melee of the Trundle, especially with the Triforce completed and the maxed out Chomp. That shit hurts. It hurts bad. While you're sat here enjoying the stream, by the way, it's good to let you know that we're streaming on 3 different locations right now. Nymaera on Twitch and YouTube, and Onivia's highlight channel over on YouTube as well. If you are enjoying, please drop a like, a subscribe, a comment, follow, any of the above things, depending on whatever you're doing. It helps us keep doing what we're doing. We're not paid to do this, besides the support that you give us by watching, by lending us your ears and eyes. We'll give them back at some point, promise. Cream, going to be spotted heading towards topside. The Ari, of course, good wave clear at this point in the game, past level 9. Q maxed out. It does not spot people coming from over the wall here. That's potentially a wall stun from the Poppy Trundle. Ult's early. Now, is there a fight with the ult still running from Cream? Flash for the knockup. Cream doesn't have that many cooldowns left. Hung Pop in the ultimate gets that stun through. Tien, yeah, now that's the charm back off cooldown. And the ult from Poppy is far too late to be effective. Reset on the Ariel will give a double kill over the Cream, who will get some tasty, tasty Dark Seal stacks. 4 on the board, an extra 16 AP for the Ari. And the center ult is late too. Where was that center ult going? I don't understand. I don't understand that center ult. Like, we just saw that on the side of the screen. The Poppy ult poor, the center ult even worse. Weibo, slow on the reactions. Perhaps it was a good initial pick onto Cream to get his ultimate, but the play after that, oh, very lackadaisical. Good reactions from Cream. Does not want to get wall stunned, and understandably so. Pops the ultimate. However, Ari still has the ult running now. Flash over from a Hung. Double knockup. Charging up the E. And Crisp at this point, I think, should be charging up the ult. I think he's a couple of seconds late on it. Ends up hitting Vi. I mean, I don't even think the Poppy ult saves them. Nah, I don't think it saves them. But the center ult was there too. Perhaps that would have made the difference. That was pulled in late as well. Maybe it was off cooldown. I was so surprised to see it, I wasn't tracking the cooldown, not going to lie. Weibo, great fight around the grubs, but not really able to capitalize off of that. Now slightly behind in gold. Bloodletter's in from Cream. Not sure I agree with that. Yes, it does proc off the Malignant Spurn, and it's not a bad item by any means. Still think Ari synergizes with that. Well, I'm not a big fan of it. Much prefer the other pen items. Hung forced to ult because the flick back came through. Headbutt away on the Herald. It won't change anything. It'll still charge it. I was wondering if there was any kind of difference that would have made that. No, not really. Dragon up in 2 minutes. Not there to be fought over just yet. Kanavi has level 11. Tien is currently away from his team. Enough move speed from that frozen domain. Traditional Trundle, so I guess it's the filthy domain. Filthy. You know one thing which I find funny? Senna was released as a Legends of Runeterra card before in-game. So, there were like 2 different versions of Senna in terms of... oh, hang on a second. Flick back. Immuned by Jaculov, who used that spell shield well. Not going to be able to protect the turret, though. Remember, 3 grubs and bloody hell, Trundle kills turrets quickly. The way that they used to balance Trundle in the past was just, if he was too strong, stop that chomp working on towers. If he was too weak, put it back on. 369, damage onto him with that quick trade from Breed. Sometimes you see that. Will he be able to teleport out? Nope. No, he will not. A Pillar of Filth will see to that, and 369 goes down for his 3rd death of the game. The Yorick falling behind over 1,000 gold, and 369, a mixed results across this split on split pushing carries. He's had some games on Gwen where there was a game on Gwen where he was very good early, very poor late. Jeklov, hang on a second. Is going to be something through from here? No, not quite yet. Hung taking a lot of damage. Remember, he doesn't have ult just yet. Having to pop the heal. Hung, that might have been too far. The turret will go down. Top East will get where they come from. Kanavi going forwards, not going into anything, but where's the follow-up? The wall stone comes through. And Kanavi, yeah, that's the problem with vying into a comp like this. Does make it out just about. Breathe comes in, though. Will take down Hung after his ultimate's gone through. Cream still has ultimate. Xiaohu chasing onto Kanavi. I don't think he'll make it out of this. Top East wants a dive too far. As Weibo will claim not just structures across the map, they'll also be able to get themselves the winning fight there, as Top Esports don't really cleanly land the engage. Hung going way too deep onto Light. We were saying, hey, you know, last game, Hung much better than Crisp. Hung just had that very good play on top side, but right there, that one was way off the mark. Mixed game from him. Still better than he was playing on Weibo last split, of course, which was not mixed at all. It was very, very poor, sadly. Dragon spawning now, Weibo twinning their last play into this dragon. They'll stop the Hextech Soul point from Top Esports. Dragon will go down quickly. Trundle, when he gets ahead like this, is very good at killing things like that. Not the best AoE damage. This is why Trundle always used to build Tiamat. Because, well, on top lane would give him wave control, but even in jungle it would help him clear through AoE camps. One of the big problems before in the past was if you didn't have AoE clear damage, you were really bad at clearing things quickly, like, you know, Krugs or Raptors. Light do a great flash away as well. Light played this fight very well. That being said, I think that Hung went way too deep. Perhaps if Cream was a few steps closer, you could combo at him. A few steps closer to the edge. And I'm about to break. Everything you say to me drives me one step closer to the edge. I'm about to break. Navi goes down to Xiaohu as he follows up with the ult. Clean Q accuracy from Xiaohu. Good player this Slayer on the whole. 3-0-3. Having a good game so far. Yes, behind 1,000 gold, but that's largely because Cream got a ton of tower plays beforehand. And Xiaohu's been very much on the weak side of the map. The way that Weibo plays side lanes is typically, and this has happened over the last couple of years a couple of times, it's not always hard and fast. They are a variable team. They're one of our more variable teams. Weibo will not give farm to Xiaohu on a side lane. He is the weak side mid laner, as opposed to, say, Shanks on anyone's legend. He's given a lot of farm. He's given a lot of resources in mid game. Weibo are a team that will basically just say, Xiaohu, you don't get the resources. Breathe will get it instead, and that's why Xiaohu's down farm. Breathes up a little bit. Of course, right here is, hang on a second, the whole team's up quite a lot. Atachan's going down low. Breathe, can he get it in time? Can Tien get it in time? No, it's a free out of Khan. Cream's ultimate's blown. Weibo not in position. Kanavi's ult coming through. Redemption's in there as well. Senna ult's not bad. That's a good Poppy ult to save the top laner, and that'll disengage the play. Hung will use the Hex Gates for a speedy exit. Top Esports will not get the kill. That being said, they get the Atachan, and they're not unhappy with that. The Atachan giving them some extra petals, some of that XP, stacking up the extra damage as well. Not an Atachan throw for once. Intercon is not blessing us today. For those of you that weren't watching yesterday, we had a game. It was FPX Anyone's Legend Game 1. The Atacon fight in that game had 4 smites, 2 from support spellbook, 2 from junglers, and none of them, not one of those 4 smites, secured the objective. It was the AD carry, which was very funny. Center ult, Poppy ult, Season Root of Safety, they all clump up, they all get hit away. It's actually probably better that they all clump up, so it doesn't leave one person there to get picked off. It's fun though. Grips getting a good Poppy ult there to save his top laner. Gold lead 1,000 to Weibo. Not crazy again for this point in the game. 2 items for Senna, who has gone for the Black Cleaver, it's worth noting. We'll be applying that for the Jax and the Trundle, allowing them to go towards more tanky or self-sustaining builds. You know, Jax, I guess he typically doesn't go towards Black Cleaver anymore anyway. He's going towards the Sundered Sky. Tien, the Thornmail, likely going towards something like a Dead Man's Plate in the future as well, because it gives him that extra move speed and mobility. How much does Smite deal when on Spellbook? Depends how many times you pick it, I think. But still, it's normally enough to secure objectives when you have 4 of them. Cream's going towards the Death Cap, by the way. Again, I don't love the Bloodletters. I mean, I guess it's a fairly cheap item. I just don't love it on Ahri. Don't love it that much. I prefer, if you're trying to snowball the game, especially when you're sole AP, you don't need the pen. Just go towards the Horizon Focus if you want a cheap second item. That item is such a stat stick right now. Horizon Focus into Death Cap is a hell of a lot of AP. Horizon Focus, 115 AP for and 25 ability haste for 2,800 gold. When you get the Death Cap, gets it amped by another 30%, whatever it is nowadays. I should forget because they keep changing the percentage around. You know, it's basically 150 AP item. Pros build on everything, don't they? They do, but typically they do it with double AP. You have 1 AP threat here on top esports. It makes sense when you got, like, you know, Rumble Annie or something, which both do decent burn damage when Annie has something like the Tibbers, or, of course, something like the Rumble, which is always doing DOT anyway. Cream going to walk up to the side lane. If Jax gets a counter-strike, potentially could threaten Cream. At least force the ult, but he's on weak side. Doesn't want to take an extended trade where Kanavi could be waiting in River. Yeah, and the gold lead not really moving that much. 30 seconds till Dragon. Top esports getting a reset. Refresh on wards from Hung, who has the redemption first time. We saw that in the last play. I was wondering, why the hell was there redemption in that play? Turns out the Alistair has it. Any other important itemization? No third item for AD carries just yet, which breaks the game in a lot of ways. Infinity Edge on the way for Jackalov, same for Lights. Light at 62 souls. It's pretty low, not gonna lie. 20 minutes, 50-ish is what you'd normally expect. Top esports will take the Dragon. Weibo instead want to trade, and they do have 3 grubs. Typically, they're good at that. Teleport towards top side from the Yorick. That is not a wonderful teleport. Ahri would be the better teleporter there because they have better wave clear. 369 might get dove here. I'm not sure I like this. Walking up, counter-strike. Not going to stun, but it does zone off the wave clear. 369 teleports in, gets caught by the shove back. The tower's died. Wallstone comes through as well. He's taking a long time to die, but the Ignite will finish it. Breathe does not get that much value out of the counter-strike. They're peeling back onto him. Will he be able to survive? Tries to jump away, but can't. Resets coming through. The Ricochet's coming through as well. The AoE is just unholy. Triple kill for Jackalov as his Sivir comes to play. Jackalov in this split is taking no prisoners as Top esports will take a huge play, a bunch of resets, and go into the Baron. Jackalov carrying Top esports in that fight, and we maybe saved the 9-game day by Top esports 2-0ing Weibo. That is the kind of play which breaks the game. Slingshotting into a slight gold lead. The Baron will help them do that even more. The 3rd item from Jackalov was completed for that fight. And you see how much it changes it. The Ricochet is critting and just taking bigger and bigger slivers off of the enemy team. Through that, you can't counter-strike the Ricochet bounce. I thought 369 teleporting in like this could have been the death of them as a team. Hung gets a great knock-up to disrupt things. Kanavi flew into the backline. Cream started getting AoE from the Malignants as well. Cream makes the decision to peel onto the backline, which I think is the correct decision. A 3-person, 2-part Q from Cream goes kind of wild, but look at the Ricochets. The Ricochets, the Q onto 3 people rather. Getting both sides of it as well. The Sivir and the Ahri both getting tons of AoE from their 2-part abilities, the swing out and the swing back. Medjai's built up now alongside that death cap for the Ahri. Top esports carries have just exploded into life. Chunk onto Breathe. More than a chunk. That's going to be full death, probably. Goes away. Has the flash. Trying to get towards the blast going. I don't think it will save you, and indeed it won't. The ults from Cream and Kanavi committed, but Breathe blows the flash and dies, and the 1,000 gold lead on the Jax will not be able to be used by Wobo now. Top Esports on Soul Point have Baron. Dragon spawning in 3 minutes. It'll be after the Baron buff has ended, but you see the strategic advantage they have now in this game. Weibo, much like that last game, had the tools to play around the Vi dive, play around, you know, their point of power earlier in the game around that Poppy as well. They've not been executing well. Ult into the mid lane from Xiaohu. Jumping towards Jaculov. And Jaculov just stands and fights. The flick back spell shielded, and Jaculov solos out the Xiaohu Talia. Flashing away is Weibo's backline. Tower will go down. Xiaohu, I suppose an admirable attempt, but all it will do is net you an early Grave Charm. Missing. Cream getting some damage from the ultimate down. Has a ton of AP on the Ahri right now, and the Bloodletters has gotten some value. Has one last dash forwards. Might go towards something. Maybe afraid of Crisp getting a wall stun onto a pillar. Flash forward from Hung, and the teleport. The flash will come through afterwards. A dead Trundle. Dark Procession will not lock anyone against that tower, but Top Esports will roll forwards. Will they look to end the game now? 40 seconds on Tien. Charm misses. After the reset gave Cream an extra ult charge. Dash stopped in. The Poppy not been able to do much of that. Kanavi will go down, but the towers are going down. Top Esports focusing them. Breathe. Back alive. Gets a double stun, but there are no Nexus turrets left. They have to kill the enemy team. I don't think they'll be able to do so. A punt out is not enough to save the game as Top Esports will 2-0 the series. Weibo not executing well enough today. Top Esports much better in the team fights and the skirmishes and playing around their combos. Last series of the day coming up after this will be JDG versus IG. We have 3 venues in a single day. One from Xi'an to Shanghai, over towards Beijing for our last series of the day. Clean TUO, I suppose, from Top Esports, all said and done. Jaculov, a great game. A great day, a great series. Remember, Nymaera threaded the needle well. The Sivir, very, very powerful as well. Farmed up well, laned well. Got to those points of power, and Jaculov looking on good form. That'll do us for the second series of the day. Thank you for joining us. Do we get a duocast? Sam has, he has to sort out some things for his visa, so sadly not going to be here for the duocast for this next game. But you'll have me. Well, I currently just have my chair there, but you know it is. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Nymaera. Earlier in the day, you were listening to Initialise, my brother cast on this channel as well, and we do try and bring you as much LPL as much of the time in as best a way that we can manage as well in terms of our casting and our coverage of the league. We hope you've been enjoying our coverage here, whether that's on a Nymaera channel, either on Twitch on YouTube, or Onivia's highlight channel as well over on YouTube, who we've comboed up with to bring you the LPL live every single day that we can manage it as well. We're live almost all of them. We'll go into some highlights. We have we have some highlights in the MVP for the rest of the game. But until then, keep yourself entertained. We'll be playing some stuff during the breaks, and we shall see you for Series 3. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to play some horse game. We can finish third, so we get to continue on the campaign for that at least. Onivia, Roberts, Onivia. They're one of the bigger league highlight channels on YouTube. They've been around for many years, and they're very popular and successful. Oh yeah, I forgot I had left this thing up here. Kedrill's playing Hollow Knight now. It's a good game. It's a great game. However, if you enjoy the horse game, turns out I'm actually okay at the horse game. I say that we just finished third in this one. Gold Shift just wants to, I don't know, end my existence. Wasn't Faker playing that? No idea. Not sure. We'll actually rest and then we'll go for the Japan Cup next, I think. Maybe? Do we go for the Japan Cup? Yeah, I think we do actually. Just get, like, top 3 in Arima Keenan. Is that likely? I'm not sure. Do we get another skill now? It might be good if we can. We've got Passing Pro. Pressure's pretty good. We don't have enough skills to activate that just yet. How many skills do we have? This is late race. This is sometimes early race. These two are okay, but we don't have enough for Cell Tie yet. No, what we'll do, we'll run Japan Cup. prepare your dropkick emotes. Exactly. Did you see one of the real horses died? Yes. Grass Wonder, one of the last of the golden generation, passed away yesterday at the age of 30, which is very old for a horse. These are the stats. That is a lot of damage from a Sivir. It's a hell of a lot of damage from a Sivir. Oops. I just minimized that too many times. Yeah, rest in peace, Grass Wonder. Thank you for the joy that you've given people in the game. But yeah, 30 is like 80s for a human, you know? And also worth noting as well, Haru Urara is also at a similar age as well, so don't be surprised if some of the remaining horses in this game end up passing away soon. Goldship is still fucking around because of course he is. Although they were racing a lot later than the others. A lot of the races in this game were racing in like the 90s. Some of them even in the 80s actually. I think Symboli Rudolph and Augury Cap, they were racing in the 80s, I think. We number one favorite? Wait, I'm the only person with stamina for this race? That's kind of funny. No one's got enough stamina yet to race this. That's kind of funny. Oh my god. Did you see there was like an April Fool's Day race, which was or like a charity race where they got the jockeys to run on foot instead of the horses? Very funny. And now we wait for absolute cinema. Nymaera again with the gold chip content? Exactly. You get it. You get it. You're doing amazing, sweetie. I don't know. I'm not sure I'd be that kind to gold chip. If gold chip's gonna drop kickers, they can take some flame. Oh, Symboli Rudolph, which is like one of the older races, is where are they? They were the one that were just in front of us actually there. This is Marazensky that was running at the same time as Symboli Rudolph. So this was a horse that was racing in the 80s. Augury Cap, that's that one there. Symboli Rudolph is this one here with the yeah, that one. Oh, I was really hard to point out. This one here. We're in 16th. We're in 17th. Oh Jesus Christ! Come on! Oh Jesus Christ! Oh, this character! What do you mean you're gonna finish dead last? I'm not dead last, but come on! I swear to God, I should just be running his pace. 10th? You are. I died. Yeah. Buy production. What the fuck? They got buy horse races now. Damn. All because of woke. Well, that was kind of shit. Mood down, energy down. At least we didn't get mood down, at least. I swear to God, man. Oh, this character will be the. They will be the death of me. I let you know that now. What skills do you give? Long straightaways isn't bad. Passing prayer already got. What is this? Towards the back mid race. That's not bad actually. Stamina read is not bad. We can maybe work with that. Let's go with this actually. Lore accurate gold chip. I know, right? Long straightaway is not bad. We can work with that because we're going to be running a lot of long races. Yeah, we can do this. Okay, Ray McKinnon. Yeah, Jackie was really good in that. I'm not gonna fault that, you know. I don't know. We're gonna get through 10 and late. Let's actually just go with pace. We'll actually be ahead of the pack this way. And just hopefully this is fine. I just want to see, right? End closer is so inconsistent in campaign. When you're at the end of the campaign with good stats, end closer is not inconsistent. Not nearly as much. But until you get, like, good stats, end closer just feels so risky. Yeah, we're good. We'll be fine here. And we got a regen skill. We should be fine. Jakilov by far MVP of the split so far. He is playing really well. Who else is on the shortlist? One of the BLG players, I guess. Unironically, Shadow could be in there. Shadow's in there. Anyone's legend, you can't put them in there right now. Who else is up in terms of who's in there right now? Well, BLG are 5-0, top piece was 6-1. Rookie is playing really well. Rookie's playing very well. I think Rookie, Jakilov, Shadow are not bad choices for top 3 MVP right now. So we're not doing end closer this time, so we are not going to have as explosive last spurt.
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访环节，我是主持人宝宝。再次恭喜滔博战队拿下本场比赛的胜利。我们邀请到的是上单选手369接受我们采访，先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是滔博上单369。
欢迎周哥。
No one else in league but Rookie. I don't know if I agree with that. Rookie's playing really well. Don't get me wrong.
赛段东风组的第7胜。其实，在今天比赛之前，
大部
分的场外讨论都会觉得
That skill has been surprisingly good.
因为双方队伍都会有自己的
Tokaiteo's
赛术
anime
风格以及这个擅长之处。
Nice. This is the character we lost to before, but these two, so good to see us win against them.
感觉就是
Maybe end closer is just such a bait.
这2天训练的状态挺好的，就觉得今天会赢吧。
训练的成果拿出来了。那同时，其实对于这个版本来说，我们也知道上路位置对于这个资源团也是尤为关键的。所以之前也看到你在前赛
Wait, you just failed triple rainbow at 80 energy because of poor training. Oh, practice poor. That is so sad, Shelly. So sad. I hate it when that happens.
队友把这个功勋颁给队友了，但是
Okay,
我
we
们
have
是
enough
聊到
fans
今
for the
天
rest of
比
the
赛，
campaign
因
now,
为
which is
其
good.
实今天一上来第一局看到双方也是有掰手腕的，上来也是互有胜负的啊，你抓单我包上，但是也会看到哦，这个中期你会觉得哪一波节奏，
I think
从那
Showmaker's
波
prime
操
is
作
done.
之
It's
后，
been done for
队
a
伍的
little
这个
while
节
now,
奏就
sadly.
走起来了呢。
It's such a shame because actually even started this year well. This is 5 up to all stats. We don't have good enough skills to really get the skill points right now. If I rolled like Swinging Maestro and Professor Curve and stuff like that, I think that would have been worth it, but not at this point.
20分钟小龙团那波是不是比较
Let's
关
get wits
键
up a？ little bit.
没
Guess
有
my
一
energy
个
back. That
一
wasn't
切赛
fantastic
切到
training
对
there
面的
anyway.
一个这个卡莎。
We'll have the raffle now, right?
挺关键的。
都挺关键的。
What do we
今
get?
天看得出
Special
九
carrots,
哥
not
对
bad.
自己的这个选手，我们所有战队这个表现很满意啊。那来到第2局啊，一上来对手仍然是打得很凶，我们会看到他们拿下这个战斗先机之后，选择5人上路集结越塔。当时在那样一个情况之下，你们是怎么样的一个冷静判断和应对的呢？
那个第2把那波对面5约4的话，就是我们如果能操作好的话，就能帮狐狸拖很久，然后他能单吃下塔的话，应该就会赢。
确实，那波小奶油在下路闷声发育的很舒服啊，而且我们也看到在中期啊，其实 WBG 是断了你们大龙节奏的，但是就突然在27分钟上路一个完美团啊，打得非常漂亮，打到对方一个团灭。那一波具体跟我们聊聊怎么这个操作和配合的呢？
那波队友就说让我上去卖一下，吃一下技能，然后就行。
This is good.
好，那小航的表现其实那个牛头也是不错的，要不要夸夸？
感觉今天下路打都挺好的。
确实很好，而且今天说实话，这个杰克的表现也是尤为亮眼啊，2局2连 MVP， 你怎么评价他的一个表现
？We don't fail 0% on stream.
伟大无需多言
Say plaintively. Wait, what did he say? He said something funny. He smiled.
非常高的评价了，那自己的表现要不要？
This is okay. Mood going up here is fine because we wanted to race this turn anyway, right?
有点多，就是
Yeah, this is good. This is
送的
good.
有点多，今天下次注意一下。
你看，大家都在上面给你鼓励了，没关系，下次我们可以取长补短，下场要打得更好，也更稳定了。那其实对于滔博来说，目前也是我们联赛第3赛段目前为止啊胜场最多的，包括我们69也是拿到了数次联赛冠军的一个上单选手。你们会希望在这个最为关键的第3赛段，队伍走到什么样的一个高度呢？
Tail how high is actually worth it now, I think.
现在滔博多拿几个冠军吧，就这样。
好。看大家对你们的这个欢呼声，也是体现出大家对你们的支持了，也给我们的滔博加油。希望看到你们越来越好的状态，把这个势头发挥下去，好吗？谢谢，谢谢六角，同时也是恭喜滔博战队拿下本场比赛的胜利了。我们一起来关注一下本场比赛的 Spotlight。
Yeah, we'll run pace again. This is fine. We'll run pace again.
OK。
I think if we get this, we will get the FanFest ult up. So I don't think we had green friendship on the director, but if you win a race, I think you get friendship up with the director. I've seen one of the event quests get 5.6 million fans with gold chip bot. Yeah, that's why I'm only running not quests, campaigns with gold chip.
一倒，来，看下武器，慢点，不行，推塔，感觉可以推，回去，两个了，死2个了，对，OK， 这不会越，啊，推一下，我可以保的，你们推，你没塔，好，武器，看武器，武器有金身了，推塔，我刚塔，哎，武器那个。
Okay, so we're running pace on this one. Isn't bad. It's a medium, so we don't need as much stamina anyway. Let's start with Scarlet. We have this character's ult as part of our inspiration, Tokoteo. G'day, Jay. Hope you're doing well. We're running... Oh, man. Running Pace Chaser is so much less stressful than running End Closer. Because at least with Pace Chaser, you know you're not normally going to finish that badly. But if you're running End Closer, you can just sometimes just you just get kicked in the nuts sometimes. And finish like 10th. It's just really hard to get stats for the early races for End Closer. Okay, yeah, we're in a good spot. This is fine. This is a G1 too, so get your drop kicks ready. And we're over in Beijing for our last series of the day. Nice, not even close. What? Nice hit. I normally get 500k in a parent run. I don't get 500k. I get somewhere like between 350 and 450 on when I'm doing big runs. I guess if you're doing a parent run, you do want to get as many races as possible because they give you more. What's it call it? White sparks potentially. Gold chip excited to hear the JDG chant leader. Drop kicks ensue. Phone condition's not bad either. Good skill to get. Might not have enough. So this gives another ult up, which is good. We do not want to be running them. We'll just get some width up. This is mood up or straightaway adept. We've already got mood up. It does get some energy, but we go for the straightaway adept because we actually don't have that many good skills to get right now. This helps with that. We would really like to get swinging maestro, but that is not happening. We got swinging straightaway. Do we save some points just in case we do get swinging maestro? I guess we do. I'm trapped in YouTube chat. Wait, why? What happened? Hey yo, how's it going? Okay, so this is a long race, so I actually think we go back to End Closer, because we want to conserve stamina. I think that's the logic. We have 500 power, we should be able to make it through a bunch of... Yeah, this is not bad stats. 750, 500, 500, that's not bad. Those are good stats. Number 3 favorite. We have good skills, though. We don't have... we don't have Swing and Maestro, which is again what you always aim for, but yeah. Okay, let's get into it. Last game of the day, IG versus JDG. This matchup is always a banger, by the way. Like, this is always a banger. This is a long race. We'll put it on 2 times speed, by the way. Wait, hang on. I can put this up here for now. There you go. See your team. Oh, going right around the outside. That's actually pretty good positioning. That's very good positioning, actually. Press. Of course, yeah, Wink's still in the roster. Pace strategy is very good for us. Do we get tail held high? If we get straightaway out, we should get tail held high, which is pretty good, actually. It just gives you, it's very cheap stats up, which is good for tail held high, as long as you proc other stuff. In 9th as end close is not bad. Actually, we're doing pretty well there. Did we get tail? We didn't get straightaway out of it, so I don't know if we're getting tail held high. Close. 9th going into the last stretch. I mean, we're not in bad spot. I just don't think we're getting first. We'll get top 3, I think. 4th? Not even on the final corner yet. I mean, I don't know. I think we've just been... Oh, certain victory's not bad either. Absolute Cinema for 3rd, maybe? We'll get 3rd. We'll get 3rd, but not top 2. No dropkick, but also not awful, Given that we, yeah. I mean, I think we would have gone worse if we were pace chaser, honestly. I just don't think we had, we didn't have stamina. Yeah. And while our top speed's pretty good, it's, we didn't get all of our skills either, which is a bit annoying. We dino, we hunts, we get drop kicks in the bronze. What the heck is this? What is the copy pasta? Jesus, okay. Move that down here. Three turns to get into that. We get the big energy up. And we don't get them debuff. Nicer. That's 13 and 9, 20 on that. I think we go stamina, right? Because we...
Hello， 各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是泱泱。我们邀请到的是 IG 的打野选手威。Hello， 小威，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
We never fail.
我是 IG 打野小威。
欢迎。那常规赛到目前为止呢，感觉 IG 的状态包括战绩都还不错啊。回顾总结一下，你个人觉得 IG 这支队伍目前哪个地方做的比较的出色？哪些部分还可以再提升或者改善一下
I guess we just save our stuff around
我觉得我跟团队的配合就是变得越来越好了吧，然后还有沟通。队伍的话就是我觉得就是比较有经验吧，大家，然后。选手操作也特别好。
Actually, Bonsai hadn't
配合的也是越来越默契了。那今天你们的对手呢是北京 JDG。上次在这打比赛的时候，小威是拿下了2连 MVP 嘛，和队友一起拿赛的胜利。所以今天你个人对于本场比赛有什么样的期待呢？
就是希望今天大家可以还是表现得更好一点嘛。然后，自己的话可能还是需要在打团上提升，更多吧。
好的，那就期待你们在比赛当中的精彩表现，一会儿见。同样的，我们也邀请到了北京 JDG 的打野选手勋，欢迎，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 JDG 打野勋。
欢迎勋，今天你们再次面对到的对手呢是 IG 啊。那结合过去的几次交手，你个人觉得队伍的问题主要会集中在哪？
Can the 7 ADCs tied for the 19 kill record? Is that in terms of 19 kills in one game? The overall kill record for a single game is held by Knight, worth noting.
那面对今天这场比赛，有没有做一些针对性的准备？
也没有太多的准备吧，就调整好自己的状态，然后好好打就行。
确实，状态对于比赛当中是非常的重要哈。那最后一个问题，今天在野区要对位的是威选手嘛？你个人会比较关注哪个部分呢？比如说资源团或者是线上的支援等等。
Pace strategy is good.
我觉得威他在就是队友。互相的配合做的特别好吧，然后我的话我也是要把这方面做得更好，然后我觉得今天这个是特别重要。
好的，那就期待你们稍后的精彩表现。
It was the Lucian was the kill record, yeah, the Lucian game. Straight out, it's good. We actually we don't have enough skills to proc tail held high, which is a little annoying. Because it's a nice little extra thing to have. Okay, well we got pace strategy, so I hope we have enough stamina to win this. How many kills is the record? I think it's 21 kills for a single game in LPL. We're running pace. Yeah, we got enough stats. We got way more than enough stats. Gala Yunara will break it. Well, he was really good on it the other day. We'll welcome that on stage.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段。今天的比赛将在北京 JDG 主场进行。让我们有请双方对阵战队。
That's a cool intro song. I haven't heard this one before, I don't think. That is a cool intro song. Jesus. Wow, that's fun. Gala first game on Yunara was 19 kills. Jesus, that's insane.
Invictus Gaming 上单的帅，打野威，中单 Rookie， 下路 Gala， 辅助 Mako。
Fantastic though. How washed is Mako? Mako's been up and down. I wouldn't say he's been like awful, but he has been up and down. That's the fair way to phrase it.
JDG Esports 上单小徐，打野勋，中单
This decision does not matter.
下路 Pace， 辅助 Wing。
Okay, sorry, when I'm doing this stuff, I should really put it up here. Blocks us to the screen. 2 on stamina? Yeah, we'll take that. That's good. Still not managed to roll Swinging Maestro yet. 23%, that's a bit high.
LPL 第3赛段常规赛组内赛第4周第6日的第3场比赛，由 IG 对战北京 JDG， 比赛即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Oh, we got to try for the 16%. We never fail those. Nice. But what happened to JJ? Well, that's a great question. What did happen to JJ? He was, you know, benched effectively for Wei coming in, and he's not been put back on the roster. He's technically a 6-man roster, right? But he's not been found back in the roster just yet. We haven't got Swinging Maestro. We'll go for 1 on this. Oh no, we do. Hang on, wait. When do we? When do we get Swinging Maestro? Hell yeah, we take those. Let's go. I just completely missed that. Nice, cool. We can definitely do what we can definitely do 1 race, right? Just one little race. One little race. Want to do 1 little race? Get the horses running for 1 little race. Surely it's okay to have 1 little race. Go on, 1 little race. Get those horses on the trick. I apologize to Jay and the other Aussies in chat. Oh god. Alright, let's do this one. Just 1 more little rice. And we'll put on 2 times because we are literally about to go to the draft, but I am addicted to this game, I'm sorry. Wait, did we go End or did we go Pace Chaser? I think we went Pace Chaser, which is probably okay. I think we have enough power to make it through this stuff now. Not bad positioning. Yeah, this is good. Good positioning. Pace strategy activated that too. Nice. Being on the outside is way better when you're behind the main group. Should be into draft very soon, folks. Nice smile from Shin over here in Beijing, of course. This going into the final court, like the final bits. Nice. We didn't get Swinging Maestro though, which is, yeah, I don't know. We didn't activate that many skills this time. We're getting into it. We'll have 4 times speed and we'll have to just see what happens to it. There we go. Good stuff. All easy. Easy. And as we get into it as well, we were greeted by dropkick. A first for gold ship as we see who takes gold in this one. IG, JDG, our 3rd series of the day. Mid lane bats. That is some dramatic music as well. Azir, Aurora taken away from Scout. Talia being one of his... Talia and Annie, I suppose, being his remaining comfort, though the Annie's been hit or miss. Varus, Pantheon, Talia, Rumble, Yunara was available too. Pays was exceptionally good on that just the other day. What will the last ban be? Pantheon, Taliyah both available. Rumble available. Varus available. I think Varus, Rumble too good to give up. Pantheon, Taliyah too good to give up. That last ban taking a long time to think about it. Zoe and Akali in the crowd. Been a while since Zoe's been meta. Trundle banned away. So, what are you going to choose? Do you give up the Varus to Taliyah? I think you take Varus. Varus is so good at setting up for the Rumble. I suppose Rumble is good into the Varus. The easy one to lock in. Hayes may go towards Jhin or Sivir to... You could go Jhin Rumble on the other side. You can go Pantheon Taliyah immediately. Very good at jumping on onto Varus in the backline. And it's also Scout's comfort pick as well, which I think is valuable here. Scout has been up and down in terms of individual power and individual comfort. JDG lost a narrow 3-game series to BLG not too long ago. On Wednesday this week, it was a 2-1. Managed to get a very clutch victory over BLG in one of those games. Pantheon Taliyah locked in. Do you lock in Rumble now for the Shy? Orianna, good matchup into Scout. You outranged the Taliyah. Your rookies, Orianna's been exceptional. It was, as we were saying just before this series, folks. Rookie, arguably MVP of the split so far. I think there are 3 on the shortlist right now. I think you can take your pick of 1 or 2 different BLG members, but I think then you have Jack 11, I think you have Rookie. Those are the 3 players I think are really worth talking about. The Skarner comes in. Skarner's good into the Pantheon because you can just out-tank a lot of his damage. You can provide a double frontline. Trundle, of course, being banned means that now JDG have to consider banning away Ornn and Sion, I think, in second round. To stop that double frontline coming through. I think that Pantheon Taliyah really struggles against double frontline. They lock in the Ambassador, they have someone else to join them on the dive. Gala is the key. Well, Gala's been playing exceptionally well in the last week or so. Okay, JDG, do they ban away tank top laners? Do they ban engaged supports or frontline supports? Perhaps Alistair is a good ban away. Renekton instead, banning away good matchups from against Xiaoshu's Ambassador. Perhaps JDG feel like his Xiaoshu is going to be fine on the Ambassador as long as he gets ahead in the side lane. Their aggressive combo can work. Hayes might be thinking about Kai'Sa. IG might want to ban that away. Jhin is often a nullifier against the Varus. We mentioned that earlier in the draft. That's actually chosen to be the ban. Don't think it would have been as valuable this game because it would have been against the Skarner frontline and potentially a second tank frontline as well. Yeah, exactly, Kazel. That's what I was thinking. Doesn't the Shy just go for something like Sion if they don't ban it? It's a good pick in this draft. Double frontline. It's the WE combo, right? The Sion's what's it called? The Sion Skarner. Rumble banned away. Afraid of that backline access, but again, I think IG are looking for a tank top laner. I suppose Skarner Rumble is a very good combo too. I do understand the logic of banning that away. I'd forgotten that. The charcoal grilled skewers combo of Rumble Skarner as you impale them into the Flame Spitter. Those 3 kebabs getting crispy. Wink goes towards the Rel, a bit of a milquetoast pick in terms of it's just a good pick. It doesn't show that much. It gives them some engage. It allows you to play through many different 2v2s. You can now threaten stuff like, I suppose you go Corki for Pays. I suppose you could still go towards, well, the Civ is gone. Rel pairs up with everything well in the meta right now. IG looking to buff up their front line. Alistair's a good matchup into the Rel. Sion, the obvious pick, locked in as well. Now, what are you looking towards Makeup? You have some decent engage from Skarner. The Varus can play at range 2. IG can play this game slow. Play around long range Orianna, long range Varus. I think Alistair's completely fine here. Triple frontline for double long range carries of the Varus and the Orianna. Seems good to me. There's no tank on JDG. I think you can go towards poke Varus if you want. The Renata would be more counter-engage and allows you to play the on-hit Varus a little easier. Personally, I think that the poke Varus is looking fine into this comp. Orianna and Varus are both very good against the Taliyah and potentially even stuff like the Pantheon as he tries to walk up to you as well. The Corki comes in for Pays, gives you some early game laning power, but Corki is not good at killing frontline, and there is a hell of a lot of frontline to work. This is just for that early game. I wonder whether Pays should have... I don't know. Is there another scaling pick you can use that can win you lane Hard to tell. I think IG walk away with a much more confident draft. They have less damage. JDG, they have potentially 4 people that can carry a fight if they do get onto the carries. You have the Pantheon, the Ambessa, Taliyah, and the Corki. If you kill the carries in one fell swoop, IG's frontline will not carry the fight for them. IG, very long range with a strong frontline. JDG have ways to get around that. You have Rel Flash engage, very long engage. You have Pantheon ult, Taliyah ult, Ambessa ult, all of them zipping into your backline potentially. I'm a little worried as to where Corki falls into this combination for JDG. That will be left to the Rift though, perhaps. The coaches will fist bump, and we'll get ourselves into the gameplay for our last series of the day. Bam, close-up of many chests. Man, it is kind of odd that you have both Sion and Varus who just have like different colored LEDs kind of stuck somewhere on their torso. Do you prefer the chunky man with a red LED in his stomach, or the slightly slimmer but well-toned man, which are 3 men in 1, with the purple LED on his right chest? I ask the best questions here. Who's winning? Well, the viewers. I think personally IG come away with a better comp. I think IG have been the better team. JDG, a ton of inconsistencies to look through. As we will hear those gyros, let's hear those crowd chant leaders. Now, that was the Jingdong guy. He's just too far away from the mic. The crowd chant leader's a little too far away from the mic. It is going to be that poke Varus. The Comet through there. Hitting some good arrows at level 1, actually. They're scanning for a ward because he just hit a great arrow onto them. Think he was on vision. Oh, that's heartbreak. Varus hits an arrow, so they think, well, we've got to be on a ward. He wasn't. He just hit them from out of vision. And then Mako ends up putting down the ward, so they've used their sweeper. They know that bush... Hang on. They know that bush is safe. The ball will go into that first brush. They know by process of elimination where they are. They know they're in that one bush. They'll be able to fire an arrow at them as they go for it. Wei will have full information. The level 1, I don't think is going very well for JDG right now. They'll walk into this tri-brush. Mako maybe going a bit far there, actually. I say that now the level 1's going much worse. Heal burn before anything gets too spicy. Arrow goes back onto Wink and the Comet comes through, so Varus actually does quite well there. We'll activate the Paris for the extra attack speed after killing a minion. Actually, it's a very powerful point for the Varus. Dodges the crash down, using the shield, pays stacking the Conqueror. Good E-start. The early power of the Corki is what this has been picked for. Shun doing a full bot side clear. I thought JDG had everything in their power to make a good play happen here. There's been complaints by headphone users, so the Jingdong guy sits away from the mics. Oh, tragedy. I know that's a meme, but tragedy. Wave crashing in. I mean, hang on. Shun's going to be level 3 for the dive down here, right? If he gets all 3 of these, level 3 put up. Level 1 on Gala and Mako. They should have known this would happen for the level 1. Flash forward. The knockup's not bad. And actually, Mako, with that knockup, will survive the dive. Level 3 to level 1. That's as good as it gets. Flash used by Wink. The summon is available for Shun and Pays, but perhaps Wink can get caught out. Wei has level 3 himself. Cooldown's coming back up for JDG. Wei will not commit to the fight. Instead, Gala and Mako will claim the CS they can. And JDG, they will get a full bot side clear. This camp's stolen away by Shun. Wei will try and stick out of vision. I think it was still spotted by that mid lane wave. Shun will now go into his own topside jungle. Wei behind in farm is the biggest objective which JDG have claimed so far. Teleport back in from Scout. Good damage onto him. Raptors will be started here, but I think Slay will be able to come over. Red buff available for Shun. Wei smites away the big ones. Can he get the small ones? Empowered Q will take most of them. And the next one too. So Shun will still get the small raptors. Wei will stick around for the topside scuttle. Ambessa's pushing in though, and Taliyah is too. The Shy, that's a lot of HP to lose. He needs to teleport it back in ASAP. He's trying to keep Ambessa at low HP too. Hits that level 4. Mako, no flash. Can get towards Scouts. Dissonance will slow. That will make sure that, yeah, the flash has to be blown there. Good play by Rookie and Mako to get that. Top Scuttle will be secured by Wei. So the Shy trading his HP keeps Xiaohu in lane. Now we're going straight into top gank. Wei not content to stick for farm. Can he force the flash? Gets the slow onto him. Pantheon coming up. Xiaoshu looking to fly into the play a little bit right now. Stand and fight. Good damage back. Now Wei's half HP. He'll have to recall. Shun can perhaps even contest on the next round of camps. Shun realistically should have gone back for his own camps, though, at some point. Teleport going to be used by Sion onto the other side. A lane swap has come through. Wei will go back to base, get his first base of the game in. Shun stopped off a little earlier to get that one long sword after the first 3 camps. Wei going towards his respawn of Raptors. Shun has his full clear available to him. He should still be ahead in farm. I wonder whether Shun could have capitalized more on the farm lead. There were points there where it felt like solo lanes from JDG could have responded a little quicker, potentially defended that Raptor respawn, or Shun could have gone back towards his own camps. Wei has now been able to get enemy Raptor steal, double crabs. So actually, Shun not able to retain that farm lead as much. Yes, Shun did end up getting most of the small Raptors. I suppose that, to call it 1.5 camps up, I suppose. Compared to where Wei was, right? He was down 3 from the full bot side loss. Respawn camps have now come through, though, and Wei will be able to get onto that. Mako charging up the E. And you get a Valkyrie damage onto Mako. Pei's doing great damage there, stacking the Conqueror. Of course, no flash from Mako. Forces the heal, no ignite from JDG to cut that. Scarlet getting good damage. Stacking up the W, the Blighted Quiver. Stacks are about to fall off. Good name for Wink anyway. The E, an impossible skill shot to miss on Varus. Just hit it onto Pei's. Howdy. You go enjoy yourself then, Sam. Everyone wish Sam some luck because he's getting some stuff printed off for his visa meeting. Thoughts and prayers and all that. But, yeah, bit of a stressful time for us out here as we've been in Germany for the last few years. And, yeah. Anyway, enjoy yourself, Sam. First game between IG JDG. Top Esports cleaned up the series 2-0 against Weibo. And honestly, I feel like the execution of Weibo is just a little bit off.
Not there.
Compared to the top teams. And that's why I think Weibo is now a mid-table team, really.
Agreed.
I don't think they're a top-table team anymore. I thought there was a chance that... I held on to that a little bit, right? Because Weibo just always surprise you. Perhaps they'll surprise us again.
Again, playoffs isn't here, and we know certain players on that roster turn up when they get there. But that'll be a conversation another time. Another team that's kind of mid-table right now, though. Where's JDG at, right?
2-4. Yeah. That's a fair point. You know what? If we're saying, you know, Weibo, they're not really a top team anymore. JDG, they pushed BLG really hard. Really, really hard. They took them to 3 games. I thought they would likely win the series at points of that. However, perhaps JDG are in that situation too now, where last split, they were a real threat heading in towards playoffs. The one team that managed to retain a winning record before playoffs against BLG. The one team to beat them before anyone's legend, of course, did in playoffs twice in those best of 5s. JDG 2-4, struggling, making roster changes, making coaching changes. Clearlove now the coach for reasons which are a little beyond me. I think Clearlove has had a very patchy record. Waco behind Wink. Wink does have flash. I reckon he has to use it. Flash for the crash down. Not wanting to get caught out by a shockwave or a flash headbutt pulverize. Wink, one of those new players that's come in for JDG. Xiaoshu, the other. Arla and Missing. Gone from JDG. Sion ult, the farm alarm sounded again. We'll go towards bot side. Dragon is available. I don't know actually if Sion had gone too far there as Shun was down here. We'll spot out Wei. That's red buff. Level 5, not level 6 just yet. Ah, now he's going to get spotted out. Shun! Where are you going, buddy? The Wallstone won't come through. Empowered Q. Good damage. Pantheon, powerful ability to deal with his Empowered Q. Rookie will come down here. Shun, I mean, he'll get a W onto someone, I presume. Jumps on, but the CC combo's through. What was the plan, Shun? What was the plan? Kill over towards Rookie will happily take the donation. JDG do not have a cross-map ready. The best that will happen is a slight all-in on top side, which will be even up, and the barrier will be popped by Gala, threatening with the arrow onto the 3-stack Blighted Quiver, and a wave loss to mid lane. Dragon is available. Grubs are available. Shun is off the table for both of them. JDG, I suppose the respawns come in, so that's not true. But a kill towards Rookie that'll form his, 300 gold lead, get him Merc Treads early. Wei is close to level 6. Shun is a little off that now. If Wei kills the first Grub, he'll get level 6. JDG needs to be hyper aware of that now. Shun, perhaps he can clear through his top side jungle. He will do. With a red buff, he'll get himself to level 6. There we go. But Wei is Hang on a second. They want to get that fight before it comes in. Where's that smite coming through? Level 6 hit from Wei. Where's the Impale? Mako caught out, and he doesn't have his own ability. Flash out from the shotgun. I think he did need to do that, sadly, for him. Flash away from Shun. A little bit awkward on the combo, but I think Mako doing only what he needs to do to keep himself alive. Smite came from Shun, but it was failed. And the Impale comes through. The level 6 did matter. It did matter after all. The double flick back is not enough to counteract the double headbutt pulverized beforehand. Scout, good damage, but Gala threatening. The dissonance, threatening. Pays, not able to hit the frost bomb or all the rockets. As things go from bad to worse, Wei will go through the wall, but Xiaoshu will catch him midway through the tunnel. No ultimate now. Shy going over the minefield. Knock up, not hit, but it won't be needed. Xiaoshu will get one, but all he is another body on the pile. 5-1 in kills as JDG's macro leading up to that grubs leads to disaster. 2 kills on Orianna, 2 kills onto Varus, 1 onto the cow as well. Why not? IG playing the setup to that objective far better. Now, Pantheon gets the level 6 and ults into the play. And I do think Mako makes the right choice. I know it might have been a 3-man shockwave. I think they would have stepped back anyway. I think if Mako stays there a little longer, there's a threat of him getting burst out. It looks awkward, but I'm not going to threaten that as much. Mako wanting to, of course, live it. And then, of course, him bringing that second headbutt pulverized through later was crucial. The Flash Impale, of course, available. Because of that level 6 hit off that first grub being taken. Mako then dodging out on the skill shots. The shield going towards him. Good awareness from Rookie, actually, to put it onto him just in case things went from bad to worse. Xiaoshu flashing to get that ultimate. Rookie has been playing so insanely well on this Orianna, by the way. I think that shockwave position was the correct one. Yes, it's a little bit awkward with Mako going out. I'm not going to blame either of them. Look, it's just one of those situations where you just instinct takes over and you try and get the best out of it without dying. Rookie roamed over to get that earlier kill on Shun. Even in farm with Scalps, he did lose that 1 wave as a cost of killing Shun, right? Normally you expect to be about 1 or 2 waves up. Rookie is the best Orianna ever, and it's not close. Rookie is a very good Orianna, however, when you have players like Faker, of course, existing. Very hard to contest on the Orianna at the time. Faker in Season 3. Oh, that being said, Rookie in Season 4. High contest for that champion. That was the champion you showed your stuff on. That was your mage gameplay for so much of League's history. I felt like if you were going to be rated as a good mid laner, you had to have a good Orianna for a while. I think that has become a Zir over time. It has become a Zir. But yeah, no, I think Rookie's Orianna is one of the greatest to ever do it. Let's have a check-in on itemization and farm leads. Slight lead in farm towards the Scion, but the kill on Xiaoshu sees him ahead in gold. First item is Sunfire Cape and Eclipse. Good for both, of course. If Scout's not doing significant damage, that Sunfire Cape is going to be hyper valuable against the enemy team. And the Shy, I mean, we're likely going to see him go towards the Ninja Tabi as well. You can go towards Motreds for a little bit of that CC, but from Pantheon Rel, and of course the Talia stun after the flick back on that too. But on the whole, I think he's actually safe to go full armor. Close towards the Heartsteel from Wei. A little bit behind the gold compared to Shun, who's, of course, been farming a little bit better after that early camp steal. Shun's not for his first item yet either. Scout, he does have flash. Dodges out on the damage. Flick back will land onto him. Good play there from Scout. Keeps himself safe. And he'll hit a little bit of a slow on there too. Ult hitting for Xiaoshu. Rookie gets that shockwave in. Pantheon coming down from Shun too. Yeah, now this is dangerous. Mako, can he buy time? Well, let's be honest, I don't think anyone else is going to help them. Rookie caught out, flash forwards. He'll flash away. I don't know if that's valuable. He'll buy a lot of time. Is there a cross map happening? Perhaps in mid lane. Yeah, you see, the teammates of IG are going towards mid lane instead. Rookie will die. That flash is to buy time on mid lane. Does that actually lead to that much? Dragon is alive. The Shy was pushing in topside. No, it doesn't lead to that much. So while it delays, does it really get them that much? You have 2 grubs pushing on topside. I guess it stops them taking the dragon quickly. Rookie, of course, saved a game just the other day by delaying in the enemy base. Good play from Shun on the Pantheon there. That ult, I think both of his ults so far in this game have been good at catching out. That wasn't worth that time, though. Rookie blowing the flash could be very crucial. Xiaoshu hitting an ult out of the brush, out of Fog of War. Just to jump that opposing member. That first item, the Eclipse we were just talking about. Pretty big. We didn't finish that off, of course. The Triforce not in from Pays just yet. He's down a significant amount of gold onto Gala. Rookie about to complete his Seraphs. The Archangel Staff on the way for Scout as well. But that first item from the Varus is very, very painful. If IG are to get themselves the feats of strength as well, think. There's no shockwave there. If there was, I think they'll be able to cancel out that shockwave. But if Varus ends up getting feats of strength, that is actually one of the most powerful champions of the game with it. Because you can go towards swiftness boosts, and the upgraded swift marches are so strong. Dragon Ult to get taken by IG. Easily taken for them. The Hextech Lightning stopping Gala's recall, sadly for him. Gala cracked a rare smile on camera the other day after the Nymaera. The pentakill. The Prince of Pentas himself, Gala. Oh, what a player he is when he finds a champion in a good spot. Part still completed by Skarner. We'll look to stack that up. I don't think JDG have the best way to deal with Skarner in this game, you know. Merc Treads built up by the Shy. We did wonder whether we would go towards those or the Ninja Tabi. But I suppose when you're against the Rel, the Talia stun, the Pantheon stun, makes a lot of sense, right? Nymaera seems like a Gala champ. I would say it would be the perfect Uzi champ, right? Where you just protect the AD carrier. I think Gala prefers a little bit more self-peel. When you think about the Kai'Sa Xayah, right? I mean, not that Uzi was... Well, he was fantastic at them too, but I feel like the self-peeling AD carries are ones which Gala typically has a little bit more success on, comparatively. Herald started. Shy, level 11. Looking to clear out mid-wave, get in position for an ultimate. Xiaoxu, where's he? Going down from the bottom of the fight. Scout positioning for a wall. Rookie backing off. He doesn't have level 11 just yet. Would need just a tiny bit more XP. One more minion, basically. Herald restarted. IG have a range advantage. They want to play around multiple Varus arrow cooldowns if possible. Herald now getting tanked by JDG. Wei lost a lot of his health to the Herald, worth noting. The Shy takes no damage. Choke points was trying to be controlled by JDG, but they are outranged by the Varus. Good empowered Q takes some damage off of it. You can get some damage onto that Rel. Very powerful. Arrow hitting. Getting rid of the bone plating. Herald not finished. Leashed by each team. Not completed by either. Rookie hits level 11. Ah, okay. There could be a Panther coming up here. Double shockwave. Ulted to the wall. The Impale ready. Doesn't quite get him under turret. And should try to get the kill onto Rookie and cannot find it. His old teammate from IG 22 sees him through. Unstoppable is the Shy and Scout. No flash. The Shy outplaying Scout on the other side of the play as an arrow through the back takes down Scout as well. Gala, well, he's an old teammates from LNG with Scout. So many cross rivalries between the two of these on display between IG and JDG. And their matchup this year has delivered an ult in Xiaoxu, my dude. That is dangerous. Tries to get forward, does get the flash out of Gala, and Xiaoxu still has his own flash available. Another knockup. The Shy pretty much unkillable. Xiaoxu actually getting better at the end of that trade. Healing up okay there. Another arrow lands. Knockup not quite in there. Gala losing his flash, and while all this is happening, Wei went to act towards the Herald. It was technically on vision from that control ward. IG will gain themselves the objective. As we said, great many civil wars on display here. In the early game, going in the favor of IG, who have also, on the whole, won out against JDG this year. Started with a jump onto the flashless Rookie. But the Pantheon ult and the Talia ult go too close together. It gives the option for the double shockwave. The timing of this is superb. Superb timing as Wei comes into the play as well. Shun and Scout, neither of them able to get the play which they really wanted. The Shy goes immune through the Shattering Strike. Another great play from him as well. I cancel out on the crash down. The Shy and Rookie putting on a show. As folks today, looking throughout the entirety of this year, IG winning out against against JDG 5 times in a row. 1-0 in split 2 placements. 2-0 against them in the second best of 1. 2-1 them in split 2 the first time. 2-0 them the second time, and then this split the first time. 2-0 again. Undefeated against them in terms of series. Of course, a couple of them were best of 1s. They did drop a best of 1 here or there. But JDG really struggling to get one over. In fact, speaking of that, JDG only got a single game win against IG in this year so far. IG just have the head-to-head over them so well. Same with WE as well, actually. One of those other older fan bases. I say other. Not that JDG are one of the oldest ones. Not one of the classics. IG are one of the classics. They were around at the same time as RNG, IG, LGD as well, I suppose. JDG came up much later. However, in the recent history of LPL, JDG have been the most dominant organization since, I suppose, about 2020, right? When we started seeing top esports and JDG raised to the forefront. Gala, great game on the Varus so far, 4-0-2. No flash right now. That is something which JDG can exploit as the dragon spawns. Herald will easily take down mid lane turret. No contest on that. IG open up the map some more. Xiaoshu pushing up a wave in top lane. That'll be a wave lost for IG. These small things do sometimes matter. Does he get the second item or anything close to it? He does. Okay. No room to contest. JDG not positioning to contest on this second dragon to IG. Easily taken. Not much lost for it. What is that Varus skin? It is Infernal Varus, but it is the green chroma. I personally, and I know Angie doesn't like this skin, I personally am an Arctic Ops enjoyer. The auto attack sounds, all of the ability sounds are just so satisfying in Arctic Ops Varus. There is a flash on Wink. Not pulling the shockwave there is Rookie. He has completed his Seraphs now. Similar itemization to Scout, except he is he has a Dark Seal with 4 stacks on it. Merc Tread's slightly more expensive than the Ionians as well. I think the Merc Treads are a good value here, actually. Knowing that he's likely going to get jumped onto by Rel or the Pantheon W. And Rookie loves to be Battle Orianna. He's always used the Orianna ball like a Wrecking Ball. -1. Ever since 2014, you know, he's always been that guy that would do that. Another minion denied by Xiaoshu. Wanted to get in range for the Sunfire Cape. Did the Shy. Xiaoshu not letting him. Still has a CS advantage though. The Shy playing well on the Siren so far. Deathless. Love the way he used that ult to go unstoppable through the not stretching strike. That's Zach. He hasn't been playing forever. The shattering strike. Yeah. Potential of Talia Pantheon going up again. Of course, such a broken combo. Talia Pantheon getting through draft has happened a couple of times. Use the Ignite to get access to the flashback. I see you, Mako. The dubstep Ignite. Oh, God. Is the game audio a bit delayed? What I will do is I will just quickly restart the media source. 1 second, folks. 1 second. We'll just do that very, very quickly. Do not panic. Do not panic. Do not panic. There we go. It's back. It's fine. Ult under the turret. Xiaoshu does have flash, does have ult. That might be a bit of a problem, though. We'll not see him out to safety. Is his flash enough? No, it's not. Doesn't use it. Goes down. Grand backpack. Thank you so much for the 5 gift sub as well. That'll be, I guess, put on the altar of Xiaoshu's funeral pyre. 1 and 2. This Ambassador was looking scary a little earlier into the game. Dies in the 1v2 in bot side. There's no cross map on the other. Where's the Pantheon Talia? Where is the Pantheon Talia? Top lane out of turret, easily taken by Rookie. Good damage from him. Wait, gets himself a heart steal from stat bot side play as well. Rookie, very far ahead now. JDG must be using this dynamic double global composition to try and catch out players like Orianna like they were earlier in the game. They've not been able to do that now for 5+ minutes. They tried to do it around the Herald a little bit, right, last time at asking. JDG perhaps a little scared now that IG have got the defense in order. The Shy doesn't care about the Ambassador too much either himself now. Unending Despair, Sunfire Cape. Good mix resists. Good extended fight value with the burn and the heal from the Unending Despair. Good wave clear from it, of course, too. Sion, I think, has been the premier tank for most of the year. I think people have cottoned back onto Ornn a little bit later. But Sion was the first one that people picked up again. JDG top mid, ADC is good, just need a good support in jungle maybe. Well, I think Shun has been a top tier jungler at points within the LPL, and I think that Wink was better than missing, I think. Or at least he was, I don't know whether that's the case now. Apparently there have been some extra supports which have been contacted by JDG, and they might look towards a support change at some point. Jump out of the bush from Mako. Wait, going forwards. Does have the Impale, stunned out though, so we can't channel it right there. Atacon still leashed. JDG, they can rearrange the fight with Pantheon Talia. Intercon is a known factor. This is still a very, very throwable fight. Gala is under half HP from tanking the goddamn Intercon. Where's Scout going? Going to the front to back. Flick back onto Wei. He's quite tanky, but it's still taken anyway. The Ambassador is missed in the play. Wei does go down. The Shockwave hits onto Wink. He won't have a great angle now to re-engage. Mako instead does manage to do that with the Headbutt Pulverize. The Shy taking some damage. Rookie battle Orianaing again. The bowling ball starts to hit. Double kill to Gala. Yes, the Shy goes down, but he has delayed. Flash forward, cleanse out, and Shun gets outplayed. Triple for Gala. The Prince of Pentas sees two in front of him, and perhaps he could do it again. Arrows available. Quadra kill to the Varus. One more skill will do it. Gala, the Prince of Pentas. One more skill shot, and a pentakill to the Varus. An IG claim another. A smile from the Iceman, a rare sign from the AD carry. He's been happy here on IG as Varus pentakills his way through the Atakan. JDG look on in dismay as IG seal a huge victory here around the top side of the map. Gala does it again. 2 pentakills in a week, ladies and gentlemen, and people of all descriptions. Dragon started. I thought this fight was going to go very poorly wrong after Gala went under half HP, tanking the Atakan. But he's the Poke Varus. The Ambessa ult. Oh, it's so close. He even stops the auto attack. Way goes down, but, you know, a lot of cooldowns are going on to the front line. First arrow hits. No one's in range. Flick back misses. Rookie taking care of the Ambassador without that ultimate. Knows he can just walk forward and battle Oriana. Auto attacks do the job for the second. Has his cooldowns available. Has Spell Shield. Has Cleanse. Shun jumps forward and goes straight into the Spell Shield. Mako helps with that extra CC, and there's nothing left in the tank. Everything went onto the front line. The Shy and Rookie both doing a great job to say, look, you are not getting towards this AD carry. Flash away, understanding that the Corki one more auto would kill it. And the wonder of Poke Varus, there is always another arrow. Pentakill to the Prince of Pentas. Andrew over here is a Varus aficionado, so yeah, catch out onto Wink. Okay, I'm not gonna land that Varus ultimate onto him. How the hell do you deal with this Varus now? 3-item Varus has a Spell Shield, has Ghostblade and the upgraded Swiftness boots for move speed. I think that if Varus, particularly Poke Varus, ever gets the feats of strength and gets the upgraded Swiftness boost, I just don't know how you catch this guy. I think it is worst case scenario in a lot of times where Varus just has a million move speed. Because realistically, you're kind of going to have to walk at him. He outranges you, and he out move speeds you. That sucks. Very, very difficult for the Varus to be caught out now. No, not that it's impossible. You do have the Pantheon Talia, but IG will just play around the Poke Varus. Typically, I'd say Pantheon Talia rather, especially with stuff like the Ambassador ult and the Rail Engage 2, is a pretty good answer to the Varus. But at this point in time where it's quite hard to blow the Spell Shield because you don't have, you know, easy Spell Shield stuff. Weirdly, Protobelt build is great at blowing that. Stuff like Akali, actually very good at just walking you, pressing that one key, backing off, looking in for the Spell Shield when it's down the next time. How do you deal with the Varus? How do you deal with it? Scout on top side. He shows himself. If anyone shows themselves, Mako will be here. 2-level advantage on that support difference, by the way. Mako not choosing to go for a combo, way on top side. Scout doesn't have himself a flash. That's a problem. He's been impaled. He is a shish kebab. And Scout will go down. We'll ignore the Varus ult missing through that. It's all good. He got a Penta. We will forgive him such slight misplays, which perhaps it is just beyond our eyes for what he was doing there. IG, know that, of course, the Baron is alive. They take down the mid laner. Do they go towards it? Perhaps they do. Perhaps they do. 2 wards outside the pit. JDG will spot that out, of course. They'll know that it's being started. The question is, what do you do about it? The Shy, frontlining. Rookie, holding down this frontline as well. Mako on a flank, goes in, punts Shun backwards. That could be the jungle quartz. Pulverize afterwards, has the E-stun. There is a knock-up, and the Pantheon is not allowed to move. Wei will continue the fight. Pei is trying to deal damage to the Shy, but he does nothing. He does absolutely nothing. Good day, sir. You lose. Corki at 0-3, 3,000 gold behind, left in the shadow of Gala. Thank you so much for the gift subs earlier, by the way. Trend Backpack and Zareth makes an awful lot of difference when we're streaming this. For those of you who are enjoying this, keep yourself seated. IG have blasted JDG almost every series this year. Some of them have been sneak, some of them have been dramatic. All have been entertaining to a fault. Gala will claim the Baron as well. What can't this AD carry do this game? The Shy is unkillable. The Shy is utterly unkillable. Pace can't do anything about him. Lord Dominus regards. I think it's too late. 2 armor items in. 1,427 extra HP from the Soul Furnace. Did they ever mention why IG decided to play way over JDG? I mean, presumably it's internal chemistry after a certain while, right? Get hydrated? I absolutely will, Bassy. I appreciate you a lot. Pushing up mid lane by a crazy amount now. There is a point where maybe IG get a bit lax and the Pantheon Slayer can come back into things, but JDG have not successfully been able to use the double global ultimates. Xiaoshu misses the ult again. It's unsuccessful. Gala cleanses away and they don't reach the Varus. The flash away from the Relo. Gala is playing the spacing about as perfect as you can ask it. And where is the extra damage now? Xiaoshu flashing forwards. Meiko is here for the peel and Gala lives. There is always more CC, always another shield. The Shy holding the gap, gets a shield from his solo lane teammate again. And the Scion has enough HP to keep himself alive. Wei is for some reason 1v2ing, but I think he likes those odds. Wink is low HP. Perhaps the Pantheon could do a bit more, but there's anything to spare. There's a heart steal for damage. Oh, and a 1v2. Wei, the sub-jungler for IG, coming in partway through the year. Gets himself a kill in the 1v2, and JDG are made to look like fools. The flick back misses onto Gala. Scout cannot see off his old LNG teammates, as Gala will walk forward to potentially look to kill the last Nexus turret. Gala has been the be-all and end-all. He's even... Folks, he's got himself a collector. Poke Varuses do not go there. Scout is nailed with by the shockwave, by the unstoppable force and onslaughts. The Shy will take the last tower. IG do it in style. JDG unable to kill the Varus a single time in the first game. They are pentakilled. They are killed to a man. And IG claim game 1. The peel from Invictus Gaming was top-notch. A wonderful game from IG. Perhaps we start referring to IG as a top team over JDG. JDG at 2-4. Perhaps if they lose another game in this series, 2-5. IG, they are the mirror of that. What a serious start to this split and this year that they have had. Thank you so much for the subs, folks. I will, what did I do? That's the wrong thing. I did the wrong thing. That's the wrong group. Hello. There we go. Hello, how's it going? I appreciate you all. My voice is very much struggling with everything that's been happening. I do appreciate the sound clips in there. My voice is dying a little bit, folks. Thank you so much for sticking around. We'll see this series out as well. Potentially 7 game day out of a potential 9. 1 down in this series 3. So what I'm going to do, folks, I'm going to go put on some adverts. I'm going to get myself a drink. We'll come back. We'll watch some horse game, and we'll get right back to it. So keep yourselves entertained for just one moment, and we'll get to it. Meiko, in terms of MVP, I think Meiko is fantastic. It's hard not to give it to Gala, though. His spacing in those fights was absolutely sublime. Anyway, I'll see you all in 1 minute, folks. Fun fact for Xerath. I'll get on that as well. Wait, did I miss a fucking 100 gift bomb? Hang on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on 1 second. Hang on 1 second. Jesus Christ. Okay, what? Like, I mean, like, my dude. Like, hang on. What the hell is this? My dude. My dude. That's insane. Mecha funding the LPL chat. Jesus Christ. Mecha fanboy, you are a god amongst men. You know exactly how we feel about that. Keeping Castle alive, you are bloody well trying, you are. Appreciate you so much. Jesus Christ. Not much else to say about that. Thank you so much, Mecha. That is insane. Leave that down there. You know what time it is, though, folks. You know what it is. You love my hair? Thank you very much, X2C. I appreciate you. Why does it miss you out? You're already subbed, Katari. You're already subbed. Katari as well. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs before that as well. Anyone who's supporting the channel, we obviously, we appreciate you all. All right, folks. Let's go play some horse game. Let's go play some horse game. I know that's what you're really here for, you know? God, my voice really gave out on that pentakill. It's not the best pentakill call I've ever had. I don't think the tone was fantastic for it. Oh, wait, we got first intention. Let's go. And now we hope that we can, the horse from the horse came down. Yes, Slovaki, Grass Wonder died. However, they had a very long life. They lived to 30, which is old for a horse. Let's get this training done. Well, I mean, we do have. I think we can actually just train this because we have Swinging Maestro now. Normally watch on YouTube, but I have a Prime feed. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Mika. I believe you're currently subbed, so I don't know whether yeah, I believe you're already subbed, so hello? Camera's off, it's okay. And Angie is a cat is a cryptid that does not often appear on camera, which is fine. You're actually completely allowed to do that.
If I do, it's always against my will.
Oh, just resub before the message. Oh, thank you, Mika Crow. That's all. You know what? Either way, I appreciate the thought. Either way, and thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it an awful lot. I think actually some of the Prime notifications are not coming up on Twitch chat. We had this earlier actually. Sam was saying that I think it was Roberts, and again, thank you everyone that did that. Well, way player of the game. I mean, the Skarner was pretty insane. The fact that he 1v2'd at the end was kind of insane, and the fact that he was, you know, coming in as a sub jungle. I'm surprised Gala, with the way he was playing those team fights, also did not get that. That is insanity to me. But never mind. Very hard to yeah, very hard to choose a MVP for a couple of different reasons. That must sting to Gala to not get MVP of this one. It was so funny, we say in chat. It must sting because it's a scorpion. Oh, what a combo there. This play was one of my favorites in the game, actually. The timing of the shockwave to immediately hit the Pantheon on landing, straight into the alley-oop, into the Skarner. Perfect stuff. In fairness, he was really good at timing his engages into the side lanes. You know, he did the same onto Ambessa on the side lanes too. Teemo hat giveaway for subscribers. We do actually have some coasters that Olivia gave us, like some laser engraved coasters, which we could potentially give away at some point. Anyway, back to horse game. The most important thing. She's just. I'm not gonna lie, Angie. I think that they're just. That's just gold ship.
Have you been?
No, this is. We've completed all the goals. We're into the post game. This should now be a one thingy. This should now be fine. We didn't. No.
We said that yesterday.
Yeah, but this time I have 900 speed, not 700. Like, we have 1,000 speed. We should actually be fine this time. I did say that yesterday, and I was wrong that time. You are actually correct. Yes, my love. Oh, we're actually running long run races in the I don't often run the URA long ones, actually. I actually wonder if it's better to go end on these ones now. Damn, I'm glad that we, I'm glad that we actually get to see why the Varus is so picked and banned at our moments like that. That was such a just crazy, well, Varus kills you kind of moment. Nymaera, any idea on how to play Haunts in Benelux? I managed to download it, but Steam servers are saying no, even with VPN. I have no idea then. Can you do it on mobile? Do it on mobile internet, maybe? Because you can do it on mobile. Maybe there's a way to do it on mobile internet or sim. Maybe you can get like a travel sim or something like that, or a sim from another country. That might work. Although I don't know whether it'll happen through yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, move to Germany. Yeah, you can come surf, couch surf here or something. The Shy Siren was also really good that game. Now, this was a very good team game from IG. I think Mako could have deserved it. Wei obviously got it. I think Rookie's Oriana was very solid too. Full-time horse game streamer, Hans, part-time LPL and LEC caster, exactly enjoying. I'm not gonna lie, like, I enjoy playing this game, and I would just play this on stream. Would it be pretty boring, because I'd just be like brain off and just gorming out of the stream? To an extent, yes. I would still find it fairly entertaining.
Explain it to somebody.
So you? I'll do co-cast with you for a living. You guys watch the LPL? You guys watch the LPL? Exactly. We got Swing Meister, we should win now. We, like, stamina's our weak point, but if we get Swing Meister, it covers that really nicely. Window. Oh, this is the Crystal Rose cinematic. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really like the Crystal Rose cinematic style. Something about the animation style doesn't do it for me. I'll play-by-play Alex playing horse game. Do you think it'll go well? I'm sure it'll go perfectly. I kind of...
They go new.
Yeah, just make horse sounds. It's actually very convincing.
Yeah, that's my...
That was your childhood, yeah.
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 Always. Cinema.
What did you say about my ma? Uma masume. Uma ma ma uma mama. Easy. Umai.
Umai.
Umai. Ore wa umami. Oh, the Jeep. We lost one race, I think we came third. Drop kick. We like lost one race. Like we came third in one race.
So dirty.
Yeah, so when it's raining or snowing, they actually changed the character model slightly, which I think is kind of cool. It's a nice touch. Get kicked.
Get kicked.
Ich habe gekickt.
Ich wurde gekickt.
What's that?
I was kicked.
Oh. Nice. Oh my god, Gemless is live on stream.
I can do that.
Reject, create the drop kick, return to augury. Okay, so now... Oh wait, that was our last race. Oh, hang on, no, so this is the qualifier. Okay, Oh, so no, we're running in mediums now, I think, actually. I think we actually rest in this first one, so we get two good trainings after. All the rest is good. That means we're gonna get, like, two good trainings afterwards. Time conditions we already have... Do we already have one of them? Time conditions isn't bad to get. Corner adept is good. We actually should get corner adept too, especially at 30% off.
Hey, how much do you think she can bench?
She's a horse.
I mean, yeah. How much do you bench?
Well, the IRL gold ship is pretty fucking massive. How much does a horse weigh? That's I mean, the horses carry... How much do horses carry in, like, their body weight? Yeah, no, that's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, horses, I reckon they weigh like half a ton. And I reckon they can carry, I mean, for humans, we carry about a third of our body weight. For a quadrupedal animal. Yeah. I reckon they can carry maybe half their weight at tops. So I reckon Gold Ship could bench a quarter of a ton. I'm completely eyeballing this. Maybe I'm wrong on the, they can, now, and obviously, horses pull way more than they can, like, carry, obviously. That's the big thing about horses and oxen and stuff like that. They pull way more effectively than humans. Humans are not great at pulling things compared to quadrupedal animals.
I could fight a horse.
Half a ton, but horses that work be 800 kilos. Jesus Christ, what? Working horses are 800 kilos? I guess work horses are different, though.
Have you seen a Shire horse?
I have, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I live pretty rurally in the UK, so I actually saw a fair amount of horses around the place, really. Yeah, you get, like, some of the... Oh, you get some, like, the crazy large horses, and they are... Yeah.
Yeah, they are not the largest. That is... I stood next to one.
Well, yeah, that you're literally, like, half the height. Well, as a kid, you'd be like... Yeah,
like
knee height. Yeah. Where do you get these from? Oh, okay. Cool. Ach, nee. Ach, nee. That sounds Scottish to me. Ach, nee. Can I do that? It's that one EuroLeague episode we had with Monty with the MSI preview, I think it was. The android's dream of electric sheep.
I believed you, Amber. Oh no, my horse knowledge has been...
Maya's here. I'm very happy to know that Maya's here. Well, we're currently 12th, which is not boding that well for us. Absolute cinema, perhaps? Hold the ship. Elug. 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 That's a pretty good... Elug. 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 That skill has been surprisingly good. I didn't think it would be that good. It's actually been alright. Looks like we're getting pretty close to stage, so I don't know if we'll be able to run like the next race right now. But should be able to finish off the campaign by the end of the stream. Nice up.
Her cheeks blush when she's done.
Yeah. Drop kick. Get drop kicked. Get kicked. 5 lengths as well. That's good.
What was the longest you...
Oh,
11?
distance. Yeah, no. So once you get over 10 lengths, it goes to distance, and it no longer measures the distance.
Huh.
So it just says by distance, like, kind of. No. Ooh, we will definitely go for that. Speed, or we should get to 1,100 speed now, actually, which is really good because that means we get a better chance of a 3-star spark, which is really good. And I guess we'll figure this stuff out. We'll figure this stuff out later. Yeah. Okay, cool. And with that in mind, we shall get closer towards El Draftor. JDG have only won a single game against IG this year. I don't think I quite realized how bad that got, actually. I didn't quite realize how crazy that was. Hang on, just highlighting this again, by the way.
Thank you, Mecca.
Mecca keeping us in rent.
Keeping my voice fed.
Gonna leave that up there. Until it moves, of course. JDG IG Game 2. Draft last time, I mean, honestly, I thought it was going to be difficult for JDG. They were against a triple front line with double long-range carries, which they could struggle to really get towards. Definitely turned out that way. IG now taking their turn to, once again, ban out the Nymaera. They banned it in game 1 on blue side, didn't want a blue 1 pick it. Banning it on red side. Now, Pay's had an insane game just the other day. Last ban, the Aurora. So what's been left through? A Rumble was let through the entire draft last time. Instead, the tank top laners were more valuable. Shin's our first pick. I just wonder whether you've just given over something like Rumble Jhin. That would have been picked much easier earlier in the year. Annie Wukong, I suppose, is another good duo that IG can pick up. This is one of the reasons why I think red side is actually still quite strong, despite it not having a great win rate. Picking up a duo on 1-2... Are we getting Gala Kai'Sa? Oh, what a treat that'd be. Gala Kai'Sa. There we go. Gala Kai'Sa comes off a pentakill in game 1. Says, well, I didn't get MVP. Let's amp it up a notch. Locks in the Kai'Sa. threatening something like a Nautilus later into the draft. You can still go towards something like a Rakan as well if that's taken away. So JDG not got the best options to deny the Kai'Sa the laning phase. I suppose Pays might look for something like a Sivir now. And he potentially opening up a Wukong on 3. Hans. According to the stream recently, Hans. JDG, what are they planning? We just think maybe they could look towards something like a Sivir. Varus is already banned out, of course. Ooh, Xayah could be pretty fun too. Really just hovering everything, aren't they? Xayah locked in. And the Rakan alongside it. Lover's Duo definitely helps in that laning phase. And while I do think that some lanes really do deal with the Xayah Rakan very well, Kai'Sa lanes aren't always that. What is the plan for Mako now? Do you early lock in something like the Nautilus? Point and click versus the Xayah can be quite good to force the ultimates. Sometimes you get stuck into the feathers though, and that's a real pain. Nico being hovered for a long time. It's a good poke versus the Xayah Rakan, but it is much weaker as a support than it was. And there we go. Nico locked in. Hello, I'm here. Camera's on. Lights, camera. Nymaera action. Hans, exactly. Second round, IG banning away some more peel for the side of the Xayah. The Galio gone. So no Galio ult to come down on top of the heads. What's the next step? Any other peel you can think of getting rid of? Perhaps IG ban away something like the Ornn from Xiaoshu as well. Why is Mel disabled? There's a bug with Dragon Soul and her reflecting Dragon Soul being applied to her. If you gain 4th Dragon as Mel and you press W, weird stuff happens, basically, as far as I'm aware. It's a bug. Yep, it's a bug. And it's not even a Kha'Zix variety. Not even a Kha'Zix variety. Wukong banned away from Wei. You'll have one less AD skirmisher. The Poppy banned away would be nice into the Xin Zhao as well. Not able to get that here. Suppose you could look at Jarvan. Not great into the Xin Zhao, but it's fine. The Victor taken away from Scout, which is one of the tankier mid lanes. Maybe they want to force Scout onto a squishier mid lane. I suppose he still has Rise. I think Wei could go towards a Jarvan, you know? You could go towards a Jarvan. Annie Jarvan doesn't sound too bad. Not the best 2v2, but I think it's fine. Annie Lee Sin's very strong in terms of kill threat on that. Oh, Wei is a very good Vi player in fairness. Back when, well, 2022 was the start of the revival of Vi. J4's ban. Sorry, J4's ban. My bad. My bad. Thank you, chat. There's a million people screaming, it's banned! You are correct. I am just blind. I am blinded by the lights, as the weekend once told me. And we are on the weekend. I am blinded by the lights. Rumble taken for Xiaoshu. Not gonna lie. Doesn't feel like the best Rumble game. No, the Vi and the Kai'Sa likely to get out of it. It's not bad versus the immobile targets, the Nico and the Annie. Rumble Rise get locked in. That's okay now because you have the Bloodletter build onto the Rumble, which can open up some extra damage for the Rise. Shred some magic resist for their other AP teammates. I suppose IG would have had a just devastating combo with the Rumble Vi, so maybe they felt like they had to lock that away. I don't love the Rumble for their comp, but it would have been devastating against them. The Shy goes towards the Ornn. The Ornn is a fine matchup, and honestly, Ornn Vi is not bad either. You know, if you pin someone into the Ornn ult, it's still not bad damage, you know? Alright, thanks for the follow. Appreciate you a lot. Again, we're pretty close to getting to that 9,000 follower mark, which would be a really cool milestone for Samurai to hit on this channel. IG. Less damage than JDG. The Rumble and the Rise out damage the Annie and the Ornn quite significantly. However, IG, good dive, very good long-range follow-up. The Vi picks a target, and he gets a point-and-click stun onto the Ornn, follows it from long range, the Kai'Sa flies in. The biggest thing for me is that, I think this is fairly even in terms of draft. I'm not going to call it one way or the other necessarily. JDG slightly more damage, they have the Realm Walk X Factor, Rakan, and can set up well for the Rumble. Not that much engaged, I suppose. IG have definitely more engaged to play around. But I think IG just are playing better right now. Playing much better right now. Get ourselves into potential. Last game of the day. Coaches will fist bump on the stage. Clear Love, of course, coach of JDG now. 6 different head coaches in 2 years JDG have had, you know? Into game we go. JDG only picking up a single game win versus IG across this entire year so far. How many games have they played? More than they would care to admit. Played twice in Split 2, best of ones. 2-0 to IG. Played again in Split 2 after the placements. It was best of 3. JDG took their one game, but it was a 2-1. 4-1 from that. 2-0s only in this split. 8-1 is the record to IG in individual games in 2025. JDG struggling to make a dent. Let's hear those gyros. I was a little quiet today on the crowd mics. Gala picks up Uzi's skin. The Hall of Legends. I didn't get the skin myself, but it does look nice in game, so congrats to those who, yeah. I hate mid laners not playing with skins anymore. I mean, Faker gets to do it. Now, there are some champions I really like the base skin for. I think Ahri's classic skin is really cool. I like Syndra's classic skin. That's cool. I used to really like Syndra's classic skin before they changed the VFX, where it had like the orange swirl into the purple. I really like the orange and purple aesthetics. They removed the purple from the orange from the color palette, though, which sucks. I like that quite a lot. Oriana used to have a good one. Hall of Legends onto Gala, paying homage to the player before him on RNG. Funnily enough, folks, I cast Uzi's last ever competitive game. Regional qualifiers, the regional finals 2023. It was against Weibo. It was against the Shy. They lost in that 4-game series. We had hoped for greatness from Uzi's return onto EDG. A team which he had such a rivalry against for his early years of his career. EDG were the team stood between him and his first title for a very long time. Them and OMG to an extent too. Name. That was his era, really. Gala. Potentially the most famous Kaiser of all time, though, however. What a player he has been on this. Winning MSI titles. Winning LPL titles. Hasn't found that world's victory. Perhaps a player on the short list of ones which feels like he would have deserved that. Drops out of Fog of War. Dips into it, rather, to get a W out of it. Good poke onto the Xayah. Xayah hates playing against high range. The Rakan can help by hitting Qs and getting some sustain. Rookie getting realm warps. Rune Prison. God damn it, that thing will always get it wrong for me. Rookie goes down for first blood. Flashes a little late. Good flash forward by Scout on the rise. Rookie forced into an early grave. Rune Prison. Jesus Christ. I keep messing it up. It is Rune Prison, not Rune Warp. My brain is rewired. I hate this. There's no good reason for me to say Realm Prison and Rune Warp. It is Rune Prison. You want to know where I got these tattoos? I got them in Rune Prison. Great gank, though. Shun and Scout comboing up well. At the start of the year, when we heard that... hey, Duo, good to see you. When, at the start of the year, when we saw the roster changes from JDG from last year to this one, Yagao finally leaving the roster, we were thinking, okay, what happens next? Kanavi Yagao leaving. Missing the only person left in there, but hang on a second. Scout doesn't have flash. If Wei can get himself a gank angle hit. No, he's walking up towards top river. Might be able to Q flash, but quite hard to get away from. I don't know. He's got phase rush. He has phase rush. That's quite hard to go against. Rookie, if you can get him range though, with stun. Scout outwalks him, and it's just flash down from Wei. I don't think that's a great gank. Not gonna lie. Get over the wall. Top scuttle taken by Shun. 1-1 in terms of scuttles overall. Wei gets a slightly earlier recall than Shun. Go back for what typically tends to be the longsword, ruby crystal, then a control ward. There it is. That's your first back for after a full clear and a scuttle as an AD skirmishing jungler. Shun will get his recall now, but he'll be, about 20 seconds, 10 seconds slower on the map, rather. Good lane dominance coming in from Gala and Mako. Taking a tower shot, less good. Perhaps Wink can look for an all-in onto Mako. Good feather pullback could be the difference. Heal for both supports. Much less ignites taken by supports nowadays. I think with Spellbook, it's just way easier to play stuff like the heal. And then switch into an aggressive thing when you need it. Thoughts on EDG versus TT? EDG are the best team in Group Nirvana. They should easily win that series. Despite TT having some good moments. Well, hang on, Wade's going to spot out Shin. He'll charge up the Q. Might look for a smite here. Now, you don't want to tap Q here. Stolen by Shin. Gets the Raptors. Wei not wanting to Q into the Xin Zhao because then he'd be trapped fighting the Xin Zhao. Scout had roamed over as well. Had the Wei push in mid lane. So, realistically, Wei was not able to do that much there. So Shin put the ward... so he spotted him out here first. Surprised that Wei did not get a slightly easier entrance to something like his camp respawns, because he got the recall off first. EDG 2-0 then. I mean, look, TT are not a bad team, but EDG have looked like by far the best team within Group Nirvana. I would say they're quite heavily favored. I think the tier list of Group Nirvana is EDG, maybe like TT, NIP, and LGD in some order, and then sadly LNG and Ultra Prime just a step below them, really. Things will change. LNG did look okay. Hang on a second. Root missing onto Scout there. Dragon is available. No flash on Scout, but, you know, level 6 gives him some extra damage on the combo. Even though he's Equalizer uses the choke point. Mako does have flash. Flashes out of the knockup. Does not want to get pinned on the Equalizer. First Equalizer of the game. Suppose it removes a playmaking tool from Mako, but doesn't feel like it's fantastic there. The Chinese translation of Vi is Wei. Very interesting to know. So, Wei is named after his champion right now. And that would be Wei. But that means if Wei played Vi, then it would be Wei. And if they were coached by BLG's coach, it would be Wei playing Wei, coached by Big Wei. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Gala, bot lane's pushing in. Does get hit by that E. Good damage from Xiaoshu. Electro Harpoons are good magic resist shredders, even at early stages in the game. And that's slow. All coming through. Realistically, this isn't a kill. Maybe it is a killing, actually. Who's coming over? Vi's coming over. Doesn't have level 6. Try flashing for the knockup. Pays. Well, he has no flash now. A little bit more slow will do it. Oh, cleanses away the slow. Is the E enough? Is the E enough? So close. But no survival for Pays. Killed by the Shy. Great play from him, realizing the kill angle was there. Knockup not going to land because the root lands onto Rakan before the W animation completed. Gala gets the passive onto Xiaoshu. Flames Spitter turns out a lot of damage. Is there a cross map coming in from Xin Zhao onto the bot lane? No. Dragon taken by Shin. Wei will go into the enemy jungle. Take away a blue buff. A little bit behind in farm. Needs to keep an eye on that. You do not want to be falling behind a Xin Zhao too early. He's already behind a little over half a level. Blue buff will help him slingshot back a little bit. Not at level 6 yet, though. The early trades and loss of that Raptor respawn really helping Shin, who's always been a Xin Zhao aficionado. Let's talk about Shin a little bit. Shin, when he was really making his first kind of forays into the LPL, yes, was known for BLG in 2023, where he joined the international spotlights, but he was playing alongside Rookie on Invictus Gaming before that time. Shin and Rookie were a mid lane pairing for a decent amount of time. Shin went on to go to a World Finals, of course, last year. He's been in MSI Finals, 2 of them, 2024 and 2023. A World Semi-Finals, where he's beaten by the Shine on the other side of the Rift. He was on Weibo in 2023. Shin has gone from being someone who was, you know, exciting, but what would he amount to being someone that was really respected, is really respected in the LPL community. Ahead of Wei right now, an MSI winner. Teleport coming in from Annie. 2 grubs are down. There is a level 6 from Wei. What's he go towards? That's not a great ult. Stun onto Shun, who doesn't have flash. Yeah, he just used that to get away to his team. The Realm Warp is not going to be there in the right space to save his jungler, as Scout cannot save him. 2 grubs taken by JDG. They will lose a player, but they will get 2 plates on the bot side of the map. I think JDG come out monetarily ahead of IG from that play. Just about. Xiaoshu is getting quite scary. I think, you know, Arlo was a pretty good player for JDG. Of course, he was removed. They said farewell to him and missing before this split. Some controversy about, you know, his place in the team. He's always been a player with a bit of controversy around him, sadly, Arlo. Go look that up if you want context. Xiaoshu, I think he has deserved a top team shot for a little while. I need to test something. Can you pronounce Schwinn? Yes, I can. Schwinn. Sounds about right to me. I don't know what you've gained from this test, but I hope it was successful. But noting my accent's a little bit weird compared to some of the other British ones, I suppose. We're from the Midlands, which people forget exists. Wait, catching up a little bit in terms of farm to Shun now, which is important. Was falling behind. We're talking about Shun. Wei, of course, being an RNG MSI winner. Blue buff taken by Wei. Knock-up not landing from Wink. Cancelled out of that. The quickness is blown. Wink really struggling to have an impact here. A player that's been quite heavily criticized. Xiaoshu around the corner has that ult. When becomes lightning misses. Didn't steal the blue buff, but will get the Gromp. Was wondering whether those Tangle Barbs would get it. No, not quite. Shun really playing to keep Wei down. Keep himself ahead. If you're going to play Shinzo, you better get a lead on him, in fairness. What's the difference between Group A and Group B? Which group is more competitive? I think Group Nirvana... Look, EDG have been so much better than the other teams in that group that I don't think it's... The games are a mess. I would say that Nirvana is still closer, but I think EDG are quite clearly better than them. Hang on, Wink might jump onto Rookie here. He does have Flash. Flash is out of that knockup. Doesn't want to get comboed out by Scout. I think he would have died. Retains his HP. Loses the Summoner. Isn't going for the Ionian Boots, by the way, so his Flash's on a longer cooldown. Can you say that again, but less W sound? Shuin. Oh, is this for Shun's name? Yeah. Because I know that Shun... I probably do pronounce Shun wrong. Shun. Okay, trying to pronounce... Okay, no, I do get that. Rookie doesn't have flash now. Rink will get the knock-up this time. Rookie gets a double stun, puts down the bear. I don't think it will make a much amount of difference, though. Rookie will clear out a couple of minions. The bear will go berserk. And at the second time of trying, JDG will find the man in the top lane. I'm being trained how to pronounce... Should. A little bit better, apparently. Apparently, it's less like... Shun, which is the way I say it. More like a Shwin. Good to know. Look, at some point, I'm just going to need to hear the frickin' voice clip. I've heard this before. Apparently, I just don't learn very quickly. That is a Vial. That is a Flash to the Shinzo. He does have a Crescent Scar. I don't know if the damage is there right now. The quickness comes through, and that's an Equalizer and a choke point. Oh, dear. Double Summoners, they are being roasted alive and impaled by feathers. However, the first kill goes to IG. The Shy comes around. Yo, where's the damage now? Honestly, that's a hell of a turnaround. The Shy, insane ultimate to bail out the play. Flash forward. Rune Prison will lock down Wei. Q over the wall, blocked by the Rise, and that should see Wei into the grave. The Shy will likely die as well. The initial turnaround looked good for IG, but they will lose how many players in the play? 3 all in all. The Shy takes a very long time to die. And JDG will still claim him all the same. Hayes will get his second kill. 2 kills to Scout as well. JDG getting the better of the skirmish, just about. Scout pushing in that bot side. 1.5k ahead of Rookie, who did have some time farming alone on the side lane, but he's now been shut down quite comprehensively. This is a flashless Shinzo, but Wink hits the Q mid-flight. Gets the heal onto Shun. It's got a Twin. It's a good Pop Blossom. The ult from Ornn is incredible amount of damage, dude. Just basic. Oh, the knock-up stops the easy brittle proc onto the wall. And the Shy still gets it. So it ends up being what? 3 for 2. 3 for 2, all things said and done. Good to know, guys. Appreciate it. Rookie going topside. Level 10 to level 10. Gets that. Hang on a second. He's tanking turret. Oh, Xiaoxu took a tower shot. That's a bit rough. Shin's around the corner. Will not hit the Winning Comes Lightning. Hits it onto the Tibbers instead. Good damage onto Xiaoxu, though. Has teleport. Might have to use that to get back out onto the map. Scouts. I don't know if he wins against the Ornn. He will with a sidestep like that, potentially. I'm really impressed by the Shy today. I think his tank player has been exemplary. He's always been a good tank player. You know, the Shy was such an interesting player when he rose to dominance because he was a player that, in an era where people only really played carries or tanks, didn't see much of both from top lane. He did. Now, he could play Sion. He could play Urgot if he wanted to. He could play Fiora. He could play Akali, play Kayle. Shy was such an interesting player back then. It's more acceptable now, but the Shy inspired a bunch of top laners. For good reason. For very good reason. I love IG and you're awesome, Nymaera. Thank you very much, Mega Meow. I hope you're having a good time. I think IG are my favorite team to watch in the world right now. Now, would I call myself an IG supporter? Well, in the sense that I'm a supporter of LPL, any LPL team, and I enjoy watching them. IG are so entertaining. JDG, ahead in this game. Scouts ahead too. I have to say, I'm a Scout enjoyer too. I enjoy watching him play, but it's been a rough watch this year. Wade's going to walk in for Shun. He's level down. I might have to flash over the wall. That could be a bit of a problem. The Equalizer on top. Flash over from Shun. Wade being comprehensively out-jungled here. Winkle come over too, and Wade is lost on the map. Gala flying in. Quick, this comes in too. Double stun. One down already. Winkle fly over, and 1-for-1 in the trade. Gala, good response from him. He gets himself an important moment on the board. The Shy will not be able to stop Scout from getting out of that play. Realm Warp down. So despite Wei getting a little bit out-jungled and out-roamed by JDG, I think they've been doing well as Shun, Wink, and Xiaoshu moving around as a triple threat. The Rumble dipping off of a lane with a long-range ultimate. Wei has that global of the Kai'Sa as well. I mean, 1,000 gold lead to Gala's Kai'Sa. That's scary. It's really, really scary. So what the heck happened here? Right on towards topside. He gets hit with the center of that Q. Good knockup. Horn ult. Used to get the Brittle proc. Second one came down. And then the Realm Warp traded out knowing that he couldn't really stick around that much longer. Mako has Proto Belt now. Rocket Belt. I know it's the Rocket Belt. Please don't ban me. Don't you worry. That's good. By the way, if anyone does have tips and tricks and little fun facts about the Chinese language, I really appreciate it. It helps you kind of get engrossed with the players more. Tyrell will get taken by Rookie in the side lane. He'll cut the gold lead between him and Scout just a little bit. Because I feel like a lot of my understanding of the LPL is gated by my lack of understanding of the language and parts of the Chinese community, I suppose. So having that from people who do know more, I value it an awful lot. Gala clearing out that mid-wave, has second item already. It's a scary, scary Kai'Sa. 172 farm in 70 minutes, farming over 10 CS a minute, so just about there, actually. 2 items. Hasn't upgraded the boots yet, hasn't felt like it. Dragon up in a minute. I think Gala's ready to pop someone. Level 11. Yeah. Gala's going to do some damage, folks. What are the answers from JDG? I think it has to come from a good knockup from the Shinzao, you know? Shinzao. The Shy spotted walking over that ward. They'll know he's heading down towards that. Gala trying to damage down the Herald a little bit. Does. I think they'll clear it out. Not before it hits the turret. Good HP taken off. 2 grubs to JDG mean that tower taking is a little bit better. Mako has flash. Rocket Bell. Catch onto Wing. Oh, and they catch him out of that W. Still has the E, but the stun from the Annie is important. Can the Kai'Sa throw through? I think they absolutely can. Are they needed? Realm Warp coming in and not stepped into. Great catch from Wei and Rookie. Wink caught out again. Scout now, cancel out the Realm Warp, left alone on the side lane. There is a Gala Kai'Sa flying around. Has the E-procs already. If any CC lands, this is a dead rise. And, yeah, that'll be it. Kai'Sa flying in. Phase Rush coming through to 2. Xiaoshu has the ultimate. Gala starting to get that Kraken Slide damage down. Mako out of CC. Gala caught by that Equalizer. Not a great engage coming through. Hang on a second, but they don't see the Shy. Has the call of the Forge God. Will it come through? Oh, yes, it will. The God of the Forge is the Shy as he gets the double knockup. His tank play has been so good today. Winker's respawn coming back in for another play. 2 for 1 in the total play so far as the fight continues. Mako quite low HP now, and that's potential kill threats. Pace coming back in with the ults. Has Flash potentially to make a big play. Flashing forwards onto Mako, uses that ult. Where's the feather pullback? Comes through there, only buying the barrier out of Gala. Will not kill Mako. But Rookie goes down all the same. 2 for 2? Question mark? As the Rumbaton Lightning comes on forwards as well. Mako going low, they're tracing for more, and they'll find it. 3 for 2, 3 dead from IG. As IG initially thought they had the great catch out on the scout rise on the side lane. Well, it's like flub and stutter my words. IG stuttered the team fights. JDG getting the better of things this time. Fun fact, Light from Weibo's name is Guangyu. Which means light. So his real name means light. That's very cool. Very, very cool. I like those things. Good to know. So they were looking for the point and click stun onto Scout, which they do get. Gala missing that W. The Crescent Guard is insane from Shun here. Shun turns this play. Way is not tanky enough. Good equalizer. The Crescent Guard kind of bolstering the front line, though, really helping. The Shy got that knockup, would have been very, very different, I suppose. Gets the double swallow of the Forge God. Atacon going down. JDG, is there a play around this? Shun coming in, potential smite, fight. Can get in towards the objective point and click stun. Means he's not in range to get the Atacon. Objective taken by IG. Do they look for a fight afterwards? No, I think not. No, I think not. Fight over the red buff. The Shy doesn't have the call of the Forge God just yet. Fighting over that red buff we were just saying. Feather the fullback's not bad. Claimed by Wei. But the Crest got Wei, my dude. What the heck? Mako's caught out Scout on the sideline. That's what he was doing. I didn't see him up the top there. He's gone down. The Rise is dead. Shun jumping onto the Kai'Sa. Passive charging up onto him. Triple knockup from the Shy. Rookie comes in and the IG solo laners make magic happen. The Shy with a knockup finishes off one more and win, can you miss it? JDG are eliminated from the Rift. 4 dead. Xiaoshu flashing away. IG clean fight in the bot side jungle. Poor Wink. Can't do anything there. Gala stays alive. Shun has been trying his goddamn best to try and close down this Kai'Sa and has not quite been able to. Escapes that play yet again. Gala Kai'Sa outplaying the Shins out. Even with Scout's gold lead, it has not been enough. Started over a red buff fight. Wei dying very quickly, but IG able to walk around. Just look at the tank frontline from the Shy, and the damage he's doing is insane. This is an assassin Ornn. The equalizer is good, but the knockup onto Shun buys the frontline. Look how much time is delayed by the Shy here. They get so much time to go onto the Rise. Then he's like, well, okay, I'll stand and fight. You are not trapped in. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. Triple knockup, and the Brittle gets procced by the anti-stun for even more damage. It's just a nuclear warhead. Flash forward for the last knockup. I think the Shy has been playing so well today. I actually think the best player across the series has been the Shy. His Zion was fantastic, and right here. Great play again here on the Ornn. Game 1 was very hard to choose an MVP. There were a lot of standout performances, but I think the Ornn, great work put in for the top laner of IG so far. How did Nico live there? With a hope and a dream there. Quintero. When can you miss it? You cooked. Hey, Kessie. I've used that once or twice. The Realm Warp coming through. Mako, gonna get a route onto the bot lane. Rookie's very far out. Is he gonna die for the wave again? I think he might do. I think Rookie realizes he might be a tad dead here. He's gonna use the Molten Shield. I'm gonna get a stun onto Shun. No, he's not. He's gonna miss the stun onto Shun as he jumps over it. There is gonna be a cross map on the other side. Demolish will do a lot of damage from the Ornn. A wave clear through fine. Wei not bad at killing towers of the Vi either, using that E. Has to kill the wave. We'll head back into it. Q back towards the tower. So it will end up being kill in top lane, or tower on the bot side. In terms of overall kill gold, rather, still better for IG. However, it's only if they manage to make it out alive here. There is an equalizer for Xiaoshu. He's just used his Q as way, so he's going to be in a little bit of a bad spot. There is a call of the Forge God. I think one person is dying. I think 2 people are dying, actually. I'll take that back. The Shy, I don't think he makes it out of this one. Wink gets himself the CC way. Yeah, he's not tanky enough. He's had a hard game this time around. Well, the Forge God. Gala's in here now. Well, perhaps we consider things again. Equalizer onto 3. Dash over it. The Shy makes it out alive. Is there a follow-up fight beyond this? Good roots. W come in from the Kai'Sa as well. He does a Terminus third, by the way. Gala loves going towards the Terminus DPS builds. You dive in and you find that right spot. It goes kind of insane. IG lose 1 in bot lane, 1 in top lane. They will get the bot lane in the turrets. We're close on that knockup. Gala has an upgraded Kraken Slayer, by the way, if things weren't scary enough. I'm so scared of Gala's Kai'Sa. Gala's had a great series here today, too. Is Varus unlucky to get to not get the MVP from game 1. I think the Kai'Sa exceptional here in game 2. 4-0-5. Almost another route there from Mako. Who's also... Look, I can't say anyone on IG has had like a particularly bad series. Wei's had a bad game 2, but even then, his game 1 was insane. Look at the average between everyone. Maybe it sounds like I'm IG glazing a little too much, but they're currently 4-2. We said that this team at the start of the year had potential to be a super team. I know I say potential to be. I mean, on paper, I go back a year or two, perhaps it would be. A little bit hard to judge them with some of the players off form or not necessarily getting the results which they wanted to. But IG, we knew that, hey, at peak, this team could be LPL champions. Hard to say that against, you know, the likes of BLG. How do you overcome Knight? Anyone's Legend now later in the year. Proving a point. Whoa, Rookie getting a stun onto the mid laner of Scout. Very low HP. Dragon's taken. Call of the Forge God not available for follow-up, but Rookie, he's pretty happy with just a little bit of the follow-up. The Shy walking up with boldness. Wei has his ultimate too. Hayes has ult. Quite hard to do much with that. One more to safety. This IG is hype. I want the team to go to Worlds. I do too. I need to see the rookie at one more Worlds. He hasn't been since 2019 Worlds. He lost to FPX in the semi-finals as DNB and crew went towards their own world title after he claimed his a year beforehand. Going on to Shun. He has Flash. I don't know if this is the fight that they want. Not with the equalizer on the wall, over the wall. Not with flashes available for JDG. Scout. He's spotted. Q onto the right. Stun coming through. Roots as well. He has a flash and he can't use it. That is a bush spray, a vision trap and a half from IG. Flash forward from Mako. 3-man denied because Pay's ults. 2 instead. Wink going in for some disruption himself. That's not a bad equalizer, but the damage is still in favor of IG. Wink goes down despite disrupting the follow-up. He will die for it. 2 for none. IG will go towards the Baron afterwards. Shun with no ult will find it very, very hard to approach the objective. And I think JDG, I'm so sorry. I think this might end up being a 10-1 record for IG over JDG in the year. JDG have only won a single game versus IG across 2025. It was in their 2-1 loss of a series back in last split. For those of you who remember that one, they should have won that series if not for IG stealing a Baron. There were 2 Baron steals and a Nexus to Nexus in that game to see IG through to that series win. IG have won worse games than this against JDG, who have really been struggling to keep up form in this year. JDG realistically should have been a top performing team in playoffs last split. They bombed out. They've made changes. Top lane and support coming through. And you know what? One of the players which wasn't changed was Scout, of course. An icon of the LPL. He has struggled this split. He has struggled indeed. Summer is normally a split. He often takes the energy from Xiaohu, the King of Spring, the Emperor of Spring, and he becomes that of Summer instead. Not this year, perhaps. Not seen it yet. One game in a handful, he'll show it. JDG, what has happened to the team which has so many titles back to back? All the players on that roster have gone, of course, now. That's one big change. I'm saying that as more of just an open-ended emotional statement. JDG are a team which are, hang on a second, Realm Warp coming in, flashing forward, trying to get the Realm Warp on to Gala to get the equalizer as well. He gets himself the ult though, and Gala Kaiser starts to DPS. He can't survive through everything, though, can he? Maybe he can. I've underestimated again. Gala makes it out alive, 1 for 1. The Xayah goes down for the support, but most importantly, Gala lives. JDG do not find their target, but where's the damage now? The Shy coming in, he's full HP and he's a frontline starting to buy damage. Gala comes back around and he gets a kill because they didn't finish him off in the first part. If you come for the king, you best not miss. Gala makes it through the fight, and Scout will not be able to survive either. IG lose 1, take 4, and put JDG on the ropes. How does Gala live? 707. Take the kills away. I think it would be more appropriate. 007. Secret agent his way out of that. Went into that supercharger to deny the easy Rune Prison. No route onto him. Gala's Kaiser is something special. IG have had inconsistencies. They've had their bad days. This is one of their very best. Gala, a player which we all know has one of the highest ceilings of LPL AD carries, has not always shown it over the last few years. It's been inconsistent at points. Look how he dodges this. Goes invisible with the E. The reaction timing of Gala is something else. Even with the Rune Prison onto the equalizer, he then realizes, okay, I've got ult. I'll go invisible again. Flashes over the wall, escapes the damage from the Crescent Guard and the damage from the Rumble. That is a top-notch self-teal team fight from Gala. And then he thinks, I've got this. I've got another E coming back up. Red buff's on as well. You know what, let's go for it. They've run out of cooldowns. Goes in for an auto Q, auto. Has E back up again if he needs it for the extra mobility. Starts to heal up with the red buff because he's not taking any damage at that point. Fight's over. JDG load the shotgun, try and aim it at Gala. They just clip him. He survives on the smallest amount of HP. Fights back. Dare I say it, I'm quite excited by this IG. Yes, against the JDG, which is faltering, not finding their feet. God, could it be the year? I won't say it until it's happened. IG back to Worlds a potential. Rookie back to Worlds a potential. I dare not. I dare not believe in it. Not until it's happened. Not for Rookie. To which fate has been far too cruel. Way in the shy. Scout out the flanking members of JDG. IG. I won't say you'll do it until it's done. I think you deserve that. There will be no curses here. What we can say, though, is IG are a hell of a team to watch. Almost full build on the Kai'Sa now. Likely to be a Guardian Angel last for Gala. Makes it even hard. In fact, he has that now. The scoreboard perhaps a little bit bugged there. Oopsies. Maybe I just didn't see it. I had a BF sword in inventory. Don't know why I said. Yeah, it's just there. No. I just saw the BF sword and like, oh, we won't build that. Until potentially a Bloodthirst the last time or Infinity Edge. Dealer's choice. It's gonna recall. No dragon available. On the other side, JDG, what has happened? 6 head coaches in 2 years. A revolving door of rosters. An organization with the biggest stage in the LPL at Beijing, holding hundreds into the thousands of people to watch their games. A team that used to host, arguably, the greatest individual roster of all time in JDG 2023. Pays, he may have to ult this, and indeed he does. No feather calling out. Oh, and he's caught with a knock-up as well. CC onto him. He's currently in a 1v4 as the shy, and perhaps he likes those odds. No! Gala goes down into his GA. That is well too far, my friend. The feather call comes back. The peel is good. Gala is low. He will go down this time. The rumble gets the kill, and the shutdown is in. JDG, a breath of life, perhaps more than that. Gala goes into Hell's Mouth and does not come out the better of it this time. IG able to take down Scout, but lose their talisman of that AD carry. Pays able to get that feather pull back on target. Despite not even using the flash, far too deep from Gala. Far too deep from Gala. First death of the game, loses the GA. Important item lost. Baron spawning now. Gala, for all the praise we've heaped upon him for this series, that is a bad mistake. JDG, perhaps an opening. A door closed with the gold lead, but a window had opened. And thrust well open into the sky now. Baron taken by JDG. It'll be an objective bounty. It'll be a way to get out onto the map, potentially approach the map from a point of strength. The initial initiation from the Shy is very good. Force Desire ultimate down to below half HP. You cannot do this at this point. Mako is not in range. Rookie is not in range. Rookie's going onto Scout. Bad mistake from Gala. Just hold on to it. JDG collect the mistake coming through. Pays gets to fight back. Pays had an insane split last time around in split 2. Couldn't capitalize on that in playoffs. He just had a Nymaera game the other day, which was exemplary too. I think with that death, perhaps Gala loses MVP to a player like the Shy. Perhaps. Gala Kai'Sa. A little more mortal than it was before. No GA is on cooldown. Wei will spot out Shun. 2 levels up on Shun, by the way. Shun, rather. Still off vision. Wei did this all the way back in 2022. Spotted now. Wait, they're not picking on it. They're not picking on it. There's a fight in mid lane potentially. The Shy very tanky, not that easy to do that much. Walking over vision now. They should see this on the control ward. They see him. Xiaoshu has eyes on him. Not using the best use of this. Going to engage on the other side. Flash out from the Shy. Not wanting to get caught into that choke point against the feather pullback potential. Pays is strong. Much stronger than he was before. Rumble, of course, got the 1,000 gold shutdown too. Gold lead. 4,000. A little over that from IG. Not weak, of course, and they have a good comp going into the late game, especially with the Ornn being so damn tanky. The dive combo being so effective if they pull it off. JDG, though. Baron Buff's done them well. Gala still has both summoners. Has his ult. Level 18 is Wei, by the way. Q cancel. Skaggers the rune prison onto him. Shy caught up by the wind becomes lightning. A little bit of damage onto him. It's not like the Shinzao can do that much against him in short trades. Dragon up in 30 seconds would be soul for IG. Realm Warp. Cancelled out. Is the Shy going to get down here in time? Potentially. He can teleport in. Rookie can't. Rookie can't. They'll have to buy time. Gala, get some plasma down. That's important. He's out of the equalizer. Mako might not be so lucky.
And he'll go down easily. No Pop Blossom for this fight. Gala wants to try and charge up his Supercharger again. Where's the ult? Rookie on the flank, has Flash. They might not need the Nico. Gala is engaged onto, has his ultimate, but he does get to use it. He goes down, uses the barrier, but not the ult. And the overstay in the side lane punished heavily from JDG. That will get the Dragon for JDG at least. 4,000 gold power play from the Baron as we see it. Scout did realm up to cut off one angle of retreats. Wei will go through the topside jungle instead. JDG fighting better and better, catching out IG multiple times now. And Gala not able to have the impact as earlier into the game. We praise him so much, and he's failing to deliver on those promises now. Worth noting, well, Sam talked about this a little later, but a little earlier. Statistically, Corki, the worst scaling AD carry in the game. Kai'Sa's actually not that far off it. Kai'Sa, particularly when you go towards the AD variant, is one of the hardest champions to play in hyper late game. Rookie going forwards. The Shy can come down too. Good damage on him. Takes half his HP. Could potentially be a Call of the Forge God. There is a flash from Scout. There could be, hang on, Scout, there could be a flash stun hit. Comes through, Zonya's. Rookie will be able to get it here now. Wade's going down. Good catch onto Scout. He should die. That's the rise down. The Shy. Powerful enough to hold the front line. Easy pick. No flashes committed by Rookie or the Shy. Yes, it's ultimates, but they're level 17 with a lot of builds completed now. A lot of items. It's not like they'll be on the longest cooldown. Had a blue buff in there too for even more ability haste. Gala clearing off those walls, trying to work his way back to his team. His GA's up almost off of cooldown. So, in the last few minutes, we've had a catch in bot lane from JDG over IG, killing off Gala and Mako. IG returned the favor, killing Scouts. 4 and 5. I do think his realm ups have been good. I don't think Scout's been the problem this game. Not necessarily. Equalizer to clear the way. If there's no Baron buff for IG, demolish. Damn, that's half the tower down. Mako walk up. Mid lane towers, inhib taken once again. Gala has GA available. They have to kill him twice. Wei has ultimate. Turret will be taken down. IG playing it slow. Bot inhib revealed. Another pullback's pretty good onto Wei though. I don't really know what there's... Maybe Shun can charge up his Q and get a clutch knock-up onto a target. It's a Rookie or Gala potentially. Rookie has his ultimate back available now. Isn't that scary? A retreat as 5 members from IG. Equalizer not available just yet. Xiaoshu has had a lot of JDG's damage. He's been using that Equalizer to try and get damage onto Gala. Kai'Sa is not a champion that gets that much sustain in her build. Might see that they go towards a Bloodthirster as their last item. This is a 0 crit build currently from Invictus Gaming's AD carry. Which means that going towards Infinity Edge is not as much as a Force multiplier. Ryze hasn't completed the item. There we go, Bloodthirster. Now, that's less of an issue. Regen a fair bit more. JDG, what items they've got? Well, they have 4 items there. It's a strength. Where's going to go? They do not see them. They do not see them at all. Paze is coming forwards. He has a hell of a lot of damage. Ult onto him. That's good damage. Gala, not the fantastic ult to reposition either. The feather pullback is through. The choke point, that's not bad, but Wei will get over the wall. Still has GA to work with. Gala, a Rookie, flashing forwards. The Crescent Guard buying up a ton of time in the front line. The choke point is not bad for the Xayah. Where is the Shy, though? That Call of the Forge God. Very threatening, so JDG turn onto the tank instead. He's calling it through. Goes unstoppable. There's a double knockup, and it'll lead to the death of the AD carry. The Shy once again becomes the frontline god, and JDG, what started as a great front choke point fight, ends in their own demise. The Shy, wonderful tank play from him in both games 1 and 2, as JDG will not find a single game victory versus Invictus Gaming here today. They have won 1 game against them the entire year. IG will have to still take down Scout, has Flash and Zonyas. He will be able to wave clear just a little bit. The CC lands, the Zonyas will be procced now. Gala going low, and that GA... Hang on a second, the bounce is doing good work, but he's gone too far. He tried to get that last kill, and he won't be able to. GA's proc from IG as JDG lose their mid laner and will lose the series. Invictus Gaming go 10-1 in individual games against Jingdong Gaming in 2025. JDG, the problems mount up. There are questions about many members. The support change from missing, I think, was needed, but I don't think Wink has been the answer. 2 and 5, JDG, a team that were at the top echelons, even just last split. Arla and Missing departed the team. Xiaoshu and Wink coming in. I don't think that Xiaoshu has been the problem again, but has not been the solution. What is the solution for this team? Mako, Pat, and Scout, they won Worlds together, of course, back in 2021, all those years ago. If you've enjoyed today's broad coverage, folks, in our 3-series day, please drop a like, a follow, a subscribe. If you can, donate to a Ko-fi link as well. It would make a world of difference to us. We cover the LPL every single day, whenever we can, because there is no official LPL broadcast anymore. So we're the next best thing, folks. IG, going from strength to strength. Strength to strength. Hello, how's it going? My name's Nymaera. I'm a professional League of Legends caster, and I hope you enjoyed the coverage today. I will stick around for a little bit longer to, I guess, finish off the campaign. Look, we'll finish this off, folks. We will do this. I can't remember what we're doing. This is fine. This is all good. We'll just do some races here. And yeah, thank you so much for all the subs today, folks. The support has been immense. We had 100 gift bomb, if you can believe it, which is absolute insanity. Appreciate you all being here. And yeah, we'll finish this off. If you're on YouTube, the show will end now. And if you're on Twitch, stick around and we'll radio over to someone after this is done. Thanks for the day.